gonna touch the stars, find the center of the universe. New reality in front of us, escaping gravity. We'll be rising high above the rain. Sunset never gonna be the same. Thunder calling us to outer space, escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity.
Hello. I hope everyone's having themselves a good Thursday. For those within the persuasion, that is Thursday. For those who moved on to persuasion, that is Friday. I do hope your Fridays are going well. Normally, I don't stream on Thursdays, but Toom was working today, and normally she doesn't, so I was like, I'll stream. Not thinking about the fact that she's now off at the time I start stream. It's fine. But, regardless, the plan for the day is pretty straightforward. I didn't know what the heck I wanted to play. And so I went, Project Zomboid, American Truck Simulator, I don't know how to play. You know, pull up the tools, start trying to figure out all sorts of stuff, saying, like, this is the one you should play, that's the one you should play. None of them giving me any answers that I was like, yeah, I'm really feeling like that. All of them just like, I don't know. One moment. My mod computer was being dumb, so I was just dealing with that. But, so it's one of those ones that's like, okay, I don't know which one to play. Alright, RimWorld. Because, like, numbers-wise, like, taking off the this is what I would want to play kind of thing, because, like, there wasn't anything standing out, is, like, numbers-wise, it's kind of sad, like, how many, like, I don't know if there's something weird going on Twitch the last couple days. There's been, like, this really weird drop-off of viewership in a lot of categories. Like, a lot of categories. And I don't know if maybe I'm just blissfully unaware of some game that shares an audience with that category, that like a new release or an update or something just vacuumed people away, or if it's like certain demographics are into those games specifically and there's like a holiday or something I'm blissfully unaware of, or there's some technical issue going on like with Twitch. But like almost the entire simulation category as a very broad, so like proper simulation, like, you know, American Truck, SnowRunner, all those, like, all of their viewership is, like, really weirdly down, like, the last day or so. And, like, I was trying to look at a bunch of other games they played on the channel, and there's a lot of them that, like, straight up don't have anyone viewing them right now, and it's kind of scratch your head going, what's going on right now? Twitch is being weird. But, with all that said, because I couldn't decide what to play, I got down to where it's Project Zomboid or RimWorld. And for the record, we are going to start a new colony today. We're not going to continue the one from yesterday. I did talk to people towards the end of stream who have apparently played that style of colony, where it's like deep water all around it. And literally the way it plays is you go like 2, 3, however many years into the round with like no raids at all, like literally no raids. And then suddenly you get mech clusters dropped on you, and you basically die because none of your pawns have any combat skill at all to build up to be ready for it. And it's not that there can't be survived or whatever, it's just, it ends up being very not satisfactory. Because you also can't, like, really grow your colony in any way, because you have no real, like, way to expand your food on any realm, like, reality. So it ends up being kind of one of those ones that's just like, oh, okay, it's just gonna be a long time of nothing, and then an abrupt death. Okay, we'll do something else. Like, the long time of nothing part wasn't there. The abrupt death part, that's fine. But, so, it got down to Project Zomboid and RimWorld were games that had, like, you know, a decent amount of viewership going on. And then ultimately I decided to go with RimWorld over Project Zomboid, because Project Zomboid, the question then comes up, do I just keep playing my existing character? Do I start a new run? And I really debated doing that, like, probably, like, a new run kind of thing. I don't know. I find with the new run, when it comes to viewership, people are really excited for, like, that first stream and a half. and then you start getting to the pace. But then since you don't have like the big number, people aren't as hyped about it. But you're also already past the new game challenge part of it, so you're just kind of like fighting the zombies but slower. So I kind of was like waffling on that because I also couldn't think of another challenge I want to do in the game because again it hasn't had a major update in a year and well almost 2 years. And then jumping back into the 16 times pop. And then the other thing is Project Zomboid is hard to have a conversation with chat on a real level because like you have to like fully focus on the game so you don't die and then check in chat and then fully focus on the game. So anytime you're in a fight, just chat gets neglected. Like you do your best, but it is one of those things. Because I half tempted also to just drop it and do like more American Truck Simulator, just something that was like nice, relaxing. But then I saw like I think American Truck Simulator specifically, its Euro Truck Simulator had like a map update this recently, so I think it's vacuumed everyone from over there to that side until the next update, American Truck Simulator. They'll vacuum them all back. Those two seem to have like a thing where like one has its update, everyone goes there, the other one has its update, and they pop back. But it's been a weird time on Twitch. But with all that said, thank you everyone who's popping in. We have the very last Lardine and Moonwitch grabbing the first, going first time ever. So nice, grabbing that first. We got Kalaria Star, and we got Mallies, as well as everyone who's popping in and lurking. I see you and I welcome you. But we are going to go ahead and get the queue open. I don't know what we're doing for a run, and I know that's been a repeating problem, and I don't also know why. There, my taskbar was up on the screen here. You probably didn't see it on your end. But the taskbar was up on the screen. I was like, I want that gone so I can actually see what I'm doing. But I don't know what we're doing in a run today, which has been the big problem lately. I don't think we're adding new mods. I don't really like, let's see, random runs could be fun maybe. Random runs in this. I don't know how I would do a random run in this. I do kind of want to turn back on random research. No research, random research. I really like those mods. There we go. So I'll like reload the game. I do enjoy that. So the thing is, RimWorld, because you have to choose everything, you can't really be like, please random. They don't have a button for that. But doing something like weird and different, I'm all for. Just it's what weird and different we do. It's kind of the same thing with Project Zomboid. Because you have to choose all your settings before you start, you can't just like hit a random button and go with it. And then plus, I mean, Project Zomboid, that wouldn't work as well either because it just changed the population and all that. And honestly, it's unfair for me to say this, but once you get to a certain experience level in the game of Project Zomboid, the settings almost don't matter. Like, the settings just change the pacing and whatever. But, and that's Project Zomboid, not RimWorld. But with that, let's go ahead and go in. We'll start a new colony. I am going to do... Oh, that's basic naked brutality. A tribal start with all tortured artists, so I could go wrong. Honestly, tortured artist is not that bad. I haven't done a naked brutality in forever. Naked brutality with random research. This is a terrible idea. Just genuinely a straight up awful idea. Well, Randy. I haven't Randied in a while. So, strive to survive, commitment mode, Randy, naked brutality with random research, no research. Let's see, quick question. The UI and the map ever bugged on you and go black and disappear in this game? No. Not that I can think of, at least. It just happened to you? The first place I'd say is check your mods. You know, I know that that's a little bit of a cop-out answer, but the problem is with games that mod heavily is it's usually the mods that cause it. And remotely, there's no way I can help with that. So usually what you want to do is when you have that kind of a problem, just like disable all the mods, start up a new save, see if the behavior continues. If it's something that happens reliably, that's easy to test that way. If it's something that happens very rarely, those are almost the specific reason I don't mod at times. So we're looking at potentially doing a naked brutality with no research, random research. So there is a couple things. Hey, codename. It's not a cop-out answer, it's probably the right answer. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, unfortunately, more than likely it's a mod, Luxray. So the catch is, I am running no research, random research, and we're looking at naked brutality. But it's thing, yeah, like all I could tell you with that type of thing, if it's only happening late game, that's a real bummer because that means you can't test it fast. Like maybe you can make a copy of your save file and try disabling the mods and see what happens, but that's always a problem that if a save game has mods, a lot of times the game will crash if you try. This is weird how straight right those rivers are. But the thing I was saying here is with naked brutality, I'm going to be limited on where we could start with the no research, random research, the classic. If it's too hot, that they still heat stroke inside the caves or whatever, then if I don't get the passive cooler, run is done. At the same token, if I go to cold, where I will simply not have any food to grow or whatever, then I can't rush hydroponics or whatever either. So that's the considerations we're having here. But I'm down for doing some kind of random tile around here. Yep, no, it's kind of the end of stream. I was like, oh yeah, Tomb's working today when normally she doesn't. I was like, yeah, I'll do a Thursday. Marsh? People really just like, yeah, news about your shoulder? I hope it's good news for you. I'm trying to remember where Marsh even is on the map. Because we did the Marsh one before. Which all of that is basically you end up building lots of wood buildings and you're like trying to squeeze stuff in between. But as the ortho looked at in disability and said, nope, not dealing with that. Sending you to a sports specialist, and the good news is you don't have to do physical therapy anymore. You don't catch the normal. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like normally I don't stream on Thursdays. And it's just one of those things that struck me as like, oh, wait, Tomb's working tomorrow. Maybe I'll just stream. And then kind of on top of that, like, it was a thing that I didn't, like, I even mentioned it too. I was like, yeah, I didn't think about the fact that you're, like, with your current work schedule, it actually wasn't really necessary. Because, you know, she's actually... What is with this weird, like, one cold area over there? There, finally found some marsh. But, sorry, I'm getting all distracted by that. But it was just kind of one of those things as like, oh wait, actually, she's going to be... You know, she's going to be around kind of thing, because, you know, her work schedule's weird this week. Either way, I was like, it's fine. She's like, oh, I don't mind. I was like, you know what, I said I was going to... Basically, I just wanted to confirm with her that she didn't like, oh yeah, we'll have the evening off, we can go do something, like if she had something in mind. Oh yeah, Swamp Hill. That's right. Swamp Hill was a neat one. So for those who don't see what's happening here, this one, like we did one of these before, it actually was a lot of fun. It is absolutely terrible. So I think we'll do it. So we'll do ideology next. Oh, wait. Pulitzer. And we're gonna go in here. Where are you? Now, be very, very... What happened to the island colony? We opted to just not continue it. I talked to some other people after stream who have done that style of colony before. And they said literally the way it plays is you go years and years and years in the run with not a single raid, and then you just get mech clusters dropped at you and you basically fall over dead because all of your characters have no combat skill at all because they've had multiple years to just have their combat skills like fall off. So it just apparently it's like us kind of concerned of just you'll basically have a long wait of nothing happening followed by pretty much death. So rather than make people wait for 4 or 5 streams to then just die to the first raid, it's like, okay, let's just switch up. Because I had found a couple people who had actually played that tile, and they're like, yeah, it's actually a real letdown. I think we'll go with this, because this gives us good medical, and good plants. And that should be a good choice for a Naked Brutality. Because if I don't have decent medical, like we still have the danger if I have disease show up very much at the beginning, we're in trouble. So if you're wondering why this tile sucks so much, that's your build area. All that red, I can't build on other than like super lightweight by putting bridges. All the blue, I cannot build on. The yellow can only support very light things. This actually isn't as bad as the other one had. So basically I've got this mountainy area I can build and like little patches of area we can build. So making a kill box is very complicated because of just difficult room. It's great. Yep, island runs only really survive if you have training dummy mod. You can get new pawns through festivals and dance ceremonies. Well, yeah, so the issue with the one, I'm not sure if you saw it, Craven, yesterday, was there was a bug in the tile we loaded, and it was deep ocean the whole way around us. So literally, my characters who would walk on the tile and all that wouldn't arrive because they couldn't spawn onto the map. And like literally we had all sorts of events as like Manhunter pack, you know, do this thing to get a Manhunter pack. It's like, all right, let's see what happens. And then they just didn't show up because there was nowhere for them to show up at. All right, so we're gonna start with, you'll end up needing a place to be. Expect the, oh, no one's in the queue. I didn't pin the queue either. Where was the queue start? There. Pin. Until I manually unpin it. Alright. So we'll let that go for a couple minutes because I just don't think people knew it was up. Okay, so with Naked Brutality, some of the very first concerns is to get some food. Is one of the very first things. But yeah, so we want to get some food set up right away at the very beginning. And then one of the other things we want to try and knock out right away at the beginning is we will want to, I'm not going to go on my way for that little patch down there. One of the other things we want to do is we want to get some wood and make ourselves a bow as fast as we can. And the reason for that is right now we have no weapons to defend ourselves, and it's usually, honestly, to see if you have a run at all, is to see if you can't survive like the first handful of things that happen on your map until you can get a second pawn in there. And the good news is the game does pretty aggressively throw pawns at you. You can't make a bow. Club it is. All right. So I'm gonna try and get some plants down right away. We'll set that for harvest. I need to be careful about not queuing up too much stuff. It's a bad habit I have. Where, especially with like not many people, that you start queuing a whole bunch up. I should update my title to reflect what's going on. Naked, Brutality, Marsh, Random, Research, / no research. Okay. Oh, and that title on... Make sure tiles correct over there. Naked, Brutality, Marsh, Random, / no research. Okay, just getting the titles and all that updated and all the things. Because one of the important things when you're trying to like promote your channel and all that is that people actually know what the heck they're gonna find when they get there. Alright, schedule, put a little recreation here at the end of your schedule. But you don't get to spend too much time. So unfortunately, we don't have high enough crafting to make a bow. So that means most likely that first fight we might end up having to just throw down fist fight. I'll probably have to resort to traps on this one. Just by the fact that I'm not going to be able to kite a person. I'm not going to be able to make any type of like significant defense or whatever. I didn't expect you to do that. Did you already plant everything? You're not done there. What are you doing? Stop it. Yeah, so probably gonna have to make a couple of traps, whatnot. Get that sorted out. Trying to think of how I want to set that up, though. So, how much damage do you do? You do 40 damage. Alright. Because I should have plenty of wood. Like, that shouldn't be a bottleneck at all in this map. That is one of the few advantages we do get. Alright. Yeah, so I've got water here. Where's... Too close there. I'm going to try and do is make a corridor I can run past to kite things through. And the hope would be that over time this corridor could be made into some type of thing. That probably won't matter. Let's let them get the traps down first. That's fine. Finish crafting it. Get some kind of defense going on for our characters and all that good stuff. We will definitely have like a second game going on the channel later on during stream. I don't know what it'll be yet. It'll probably be the same thing that we've been doing, where I'll just put up to a poll, make whatever happen. All right, so we can go here. Let's shrink that zone in half, because I need to be careful that I don't overgrow stuff. And the reason that's such a big concern is I only have one person to do everything, so I make a giant area of growing and all that. I have problems. So what I've done is I've got rice just to cover me till now. We got some potatoes, and I've got medicine, and I've got cotton. That way we can get clothes later on, hopefully. But first things first, I just need to get all these things moving. Oh, you probably need to get inside here pretty soon. Because I'm looking at the temperature outside, it's like, oh, you're gonna probably get hypothermia. Versus if we go in the cave, it'll be a little bit more of a stable temperature. And those wolves are going to be a danger. Because we also need a place to get inside. That way if we get like a dangerous manhunter kind of animal, then I can get ahead of that concern too. I think I'm going to try and let them get the field down first. Then we're going to push the cave just to get ourselves a place inside. Then I'm going to go start building the trap to deal with it. So that means the most likely the first attack, we're just gonna have to try and hold it down. Make a spike trap. Oh, I can't make a trap. My construction is too low. It's probably not going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible. We're definitely not doomed. We're so screwed. The reason I'm queuing those up is that'll potentially give us a little bit of construction. Yeah, just the random scary. All right, so who gets to be the doomed person? Congratulations. Very last Lardine. Named. Welcome to the colony. I also like that there's this Arctic wolf chilling directly where we're going to try and hang out here. It's definitely not going to backfire when that thing gets hungry and decides where its next meal. And then we get to see if we're decent at clubbing things. All right. Okay, I just didn't want them to, like, harvest all of the bushes everywhere. It's like Shrek, instead of an obnoxious donkey, you get a bitey wolf. Both them hurt you with their mouth, just in very different ways. The one leaves scars on the outside, the other leaves scars on the inside. Alright. So you're gonna build the door. Now I need you to actually mine. I mean... Or deconstructing stuff? I mean, that's actually fair. I want you to spend all that time deconstructing, though. But I do really need that trap made. Because the issue of why I need the trap made so bad is we're actually a fairly decent pawn when it comes to melee. But the big problem is if I depend entirely on just the character meleeing, if we happen to get unlucky with the swings, even if we distinctly have the advantage, like a 1 melee versus a 7 melee, there's still just RNG about it, where we take like a bad hit to the neck, and we go down, the run ends. Because, you know, the down pawn can't bandage themselves. Oh, that reminds me of a couple other things. Set you to that, set you to that. Make sure you are set the doctor. Literally, you do everything. And honestly, we have 2, so let's go ahead and cancel all this, and this, and this. Let's go ahead and finish off their mask. They'll probably work on making a trap. You know, work on making a place to hide. Make a trap, work in places to hide. Can you still not build that? Skill too low. Alright, that's fine. I missed what the just like Minecraft is in relation to, but probably. Put a recreation out here real fast. Place to hide. Oh yeah. Yeah, Minecraft, like, early game, if you're playing in, like, hardcore ever, you just, like, knock out, like, 4 tiles at a wall and you put the 2 back, and you just, like, stand there all night while you hear the horrible things happen outside. Especially when you're, like, new to the game, where it's just, like, you're doing other things, and you're having to juggle your priorities. You're just like, you know what? You know what I don't need to deal with? Why aren't you putting on your mask? You made it. We'll just go like this, stockpile there, stockpile here. You're hulling. Oh, I actually set you to... I understand now. Okay, that should be better. I want you to actually mine, please. And reminder, the speed we're mining this is at maximum speed. Very Last Lardine is good at many things. Mining is not one of them. Alright, well I'm going to force you to wear that mask because there's no reason for it just sitting in the ground and get ruined. Does you remember your friends all the first few nights when we played? Scared to leave, watching a creeper blow up one of us as part of the start? Oh yeah. Well, especially when you're early on and you start like dealing with creepers and that kind of stuff and having to like blow up your entire buildings and just all that entails. Alright. Okay, and with this, we have moved up in the world. We now get to sit on the stone floor in a tiny little cave with a door on it. Minecraft first home right there. Not really. Minecraft's first home is a dirt box with a ceiling and a door. An elk is self-tamed. Sweet. I wasn't expecting to get meat that fast. So animals, go ahead and kill you right now. And I already have you set the butcher? Yes, I do. I need them to make the cave ever so slightly larger so I can fit the fire inside. It looks like your first apartment. Nah, come on, you could fit a bicycle in there. That's definitely bigger than your first apartment. I never had an apartment that bad. I did have an apartment one time that the entrance was like really, really weird. That you had like, there was the door going into the apartment. Actually, I'm gonna kind of show how it works. So if you look at the apartment, so here's outside. That's outside. And you'd go in, the door would be here. And right here, there'd be like, you could go past. And there'd be like, over this way would be, you know, the kitchen would be back here. And then over here would be like the equivalent of, you know, your living room or whatever. And then you'd have like the bedroom. And I vaguely remember that, like, I can't fit in here because the blocks. There'd be like a little teeny tiny hallway that goes there, and then the bathroom would be right next to it. But the issue was, there was this stupid closet thing right here. So you'd open the door, and it's kind of sort of lined up with the closet, and it kind of like this tucks slightly to the left. Actually, I guess it'd be better done this way. But there's a stupid closet thing right there that was like this little island in the middle. And no matter what you try to do, anytime you try to bring anything in and out of there that wasn't tiny, it was always in the way. So if you got like a little couch, you had to like turn the couch up, then, you know, roll it down outside just to get it around the corner. And, you know, like if you had a television, you had to get like two people to turn it up on its side and like shift it over, even if it was like not that big. And I remember, like, the apartment outside of that was really nice, but it was like, why is this here? You had a home kill box? It was definitely something. Yeah, so downside is this meat is not going to last very long. I'm not super worried about that. The rice is coming along nicely. We'll probably have to do like one batch of the meat to eat, and then we should have more than enough rice to go. Actually, realistically, I'll probably get 1 or 2 more rounds of berries. The big bummer is this. So my hope is that we can just mine a little bit more. I'm going to drop down a campfire to keep this from getting too... Well, actually, right now it's 70 out. It was like 50, which is the thing. I'm like, okay, I'm going to need a fire to keep this out of, from getting out of control. Visitors! Okay, cool. We'll want to try and get research going as early as we can. It is the problem that this colonist is going to run into. What's the jig this time? We are doing a naked brutality in a marsh hill map, or swamp hills. So it's like, all of this is basically unusable terrain out here. All this yellow and blue and red can't really support much. So I have like kind of a limited space to work with. Alright, so you should be able to get probably 2 more meals out of that before it rots. I'm actually kind of hoping the wolf will eat that and just leave me alone. Man, I have 2 Arctic wolves? Why do you have blood loss? You must have lost a fight with some... Oh. Give me your turkey. It's mine now. But, so we're in the early game here. It is going to be like that first raid that kind of decides how this thing plays out. And unfortunately, I don't have enough construction skill to actually build traps to, you know, bait them into the traps. Nor do we have enough crafting skill to make a bow. I actually have a bow on the roster here, but, you know. Yeah, no, that's basically what I have, is like, this is what I'm going to have to use for building for right now. I'm not going to use much of it, because with 1 colonist, if I make this too big, I'm going to lose all my time just running around cleaning that kind of stuff. But I need to clear up at least enough space that we can put down a research bench, a few other things. I'm honestly okay if we just mine this into non-existence and not do a proper ore base. Like, I get, it's kind of one of those bummers in RimWorld of how meaningful or important, like, having a place you can, like, with the, let me rephrase this, let's go back. It is one of those things that's kind of a bummer with the random research, no research, is because there is no counterplay other than mining into the rock to deal with things getting too hot and cold. With the no research, because I don't have passive coolers, that I kind of have to. Because I do know that means every other base ends up being like, you know, a diggy hole base. But that's the kind of nature of RimWorld, unfortunately. Like, I do plenty of outdoor bases. We haven't been doing them much since I got the random research mod, though, just because I really like the random research mod, and again, the one consequence of there's no counterplay other than passive cool, like digging, like the way you cool off is passive coolers, digging in the wall, and then clothing. Yeah, cave dwelling is a low-tech solution to many problems. Yes. I do wish I could have gotten one with a smaller, because I actually would have been okay if we had like a rock formation like that big. Would be fun. Like, enough that I could kind of fit in like 1, 2, maybe 3 rooms, and that's tops, versus this is actually a pretty decent size. We'll see. Alright. I'm gonna have you eat now, because that's about to rot. So get your last meal out of those before they go. I'll have you harvest more berries, so you got those ready for when you're hungry again. We're pretty lucky that so far we haven't gotten food poisoning. Yeah, there goes that. Good. And a Timberwolf went after that instead of us. Alright, we will have to find some steel for a research bench, and the fuel stove and all that. Alright, so there's that, and that, and that. So I need 58, 100 something, so probably 3 tiles of steel. A wild man wanders in. Oh man, you're an amazing doctor, but slothful wimp. Can you even tame them? No. Alright, so you just live here now. You'll add a recreation game over there. So we got our little closet area we live in here. Okay. We have no resources, but we have slavers who have shown up. I can't imagine there's much I could do with them yet, but apparently that is an option. Alright, so I literally want nothing I have, and I have no money. But that's interesting. Slavers actually give gene packs. I didn't know that. So yeah, so if we had money, we could actually free people and have them join us. But I have no money, nor do I have anything they want to give me money for. So that's a thing that's not going to happen. Alright, so you're still working on that. We need to harvest more berries. But once we get these going, we'll be good. There's actually probably more food than I need for one person. Because the big thing is you definitely, with Naked Brutality and just one pawn, you do not want that your crops to be too much more than what you need. You need at least a little bit of surplus you can survive one thing. Maybe we'll give a gift of the kindness of their slaver hearts. Technically it happens. It's a shame the gift won't be just like, you know, a free colonist that's worthwhile. But you never know, they might be like, here's a gene pack, it'll go, you know, as a tribal person who doesn't understand electricity, let alone like gene modification or something, we just look at it and go, thanks. Put it on the ground and let it slowly rot away. Maybe we'll plan to like do some well, it'll depend on random research, but if we get like xenobio, they did give us a gift. What did they give us? A recurve bow. You know, I'm not gonna say it because I'll take it out of context. Let's just say, for the type of people they are, that was awfully kind of them. It still doesn't make anything they do right. Very much does not. But it was very kind of them to give me a weapon that, in a pinch, I could hit something and possibly kite it. And hunt. And have, like, any bit of a chance in a fight at all. Alright. Ooh, I actually do have enough plain leather. Furniture. Get you a plain leather sleeping bag. Transport pod crash. Okay, we are going to try and save you. Because at a minimum, that could potentially get us some kind of standings. And we'll get a little bit of medical practice. They're definitely not the kind of pawn we want to stick around here. But like I said, we'll see if we can't patch them up, send them on their way. I'm just happy they gave us a weapon of all things. Because here's, like, I was dreading the very first enemy showing up and being like, alright, I have to somehow... Could make an ally? Yeah. I mean, for there with the Exodus Dominion, which is the Fallen Empire, whatever you want to call them. So, it wouldn't be a bad thing to get, I think it's like 6 rep or something like that, 6 or 12 rep when you get a person that you banish up the tile and let them go. I don't want them to join me that much. It wouldn't be the end of the world. Optimist is pretty good. Staggeringly ugly will lead to social fights, which is not great. But honestly, in this phase of the game, I wouldn't necessarily be against making them into a dedicated researcher. I want you to do that before those materials rot. Never mind. You had enough materials to make yourself a bed, and now you don't. It's just apparently how it is. Okay, health. Oh, that's... So you're from, Lanasidio or whatever it is? So, I'm not going to take them because they're a pacifist who has creepy breathing and all that. Which is gonna mess with people. And honestly, getting our very second person having a pacifist, I'm willing to rescue them. I'm not willing to keep them. So I'm hoping they won't join us. So I'm gonna say no, but I'm gonna rescue them. I don't... Did the, does Pig have aggressive? Yeah, no, Pig doesn't have aggressive. No, that makes sense for Pig to be pacifist. The ones that wouldn't make sense is they're going to join us. They shouldn't. We rejected it, and then we, you know, rescued them. Oh, bills. That's fine. Crisis of belief because you're ravenously hungry. The number of Arctic wolves around here is not my favorite. Okay. Let's see, they're mighty comfy at the door. It's fine. It's just cozy. Get a little bit of wood to try and keep things moving. Did you get the steel in place? You did. So yeah, so we're literally waiting on the woods. Oh my god, please. You keep giving me people. I get it, game, you're trying to help out. A tough gourmand with annoying voice, but you're also a pacifist. Come on. Stop it. They're named Man? Yup. Well, we're already babysitting 3 people. 2 who'll probably be here for a while. Now the good news is, if one of the factions that those people belong to come by, they'll usually take them away. So if, like, we have a caravan come from this group, they'll just go in there, grab their person, and bring him out to, like, rescue him or whatever. Alright. Okay, I was actually not expecting you to do that. Good, your movement is heavily penalized, so we can actually fight you. Yep, no, I saw it was blind. It's just one of those things that alright. Get a little distance. Oh, it's not blind, but it's heavily, heavily penalized. Cool. No, it's the wild man. So the game is trying to, you know, make things right. They're like, you don't have enough people. It's trying to throw people at me. But you want to be very careful, especially at the beginning, about taking really not good people. Like, it's fine, you're going to have to make a lot of compromises. But right now, the compromises they're offering, I'd rather just have my colonists by themselves at the moment. Because the only thing I have the big concern is if we get, like, malaria or plague or something like that. Which is a very legitimately significant concern. I'm surprised the caribou just randomly ran through 2 of our traps. Maybe Phillips? I mean, I wouldn't be too upset. Like, if Phillips joined us, which they probably will, I wouldn't be super upset about it. These two would definitely be the kind of thing. It's like, you've got a lot of skills, but you're a pacifist in a colony with one other person, which hurts pretty bad. Like, they're giving us lots of pawns that have lots of skills, but just nothing great within themselves. So I think in the short term, we could probably do is something like this. And basically have like a quick like trap maze to deal with a lot of basic enemies. And then like later on we'd make an actual kill box. But right now, just to close it off against most threats, I could have a door here I could open and close depending on what's there. Maybe put a door down here for the same purposes. One of these wall sections, probably like a door there and over here. But keep like a nice little enclosed space just until I have more than one person. At the moment, though, I'm feeding 4 people. And then if you count the wild man, a 5th person. With 1 pawn, so you know, that's great. Oh, it's getting hot enough in there. You're still facing heat stroke even inside. That's not something I have a means of countering right now. Oh, so you can't wait to die horribly? I mean, that is the naked brutality way. This is probably really bad if it's that hot already. It might be okay. So they'll get a little bit of heat stroke during the day, and then the evenings it'll die down enough that they'll probably have it drop off. And then step outside real fast while it's cool enough that that drops off. Okay. Okay, that's one less person I have to feed, so that's nice. Please stop failing on construction. Alright. Yeah, I'll end up having to cut down more trees as well. Disease flew on the very last Lardine. Well, let's hope you get ahead of that. Okay. So right now, you are winning just barely, but you need to be winning by a decent amount, because what ends up happening is once you get towards the end of the sickness, you're going to go down, and you need to be ahead by enough that when that happens, you can just keep going. That's actually the reason I went down here and I went out of our way to pull up some heal root while you're in better shape. So hopefully you'll get a better tend on yourself soon. Forced weather. And you would be willing to give us a recurve bow of masterwork quality, or a psychic harmonizer, which, as fun as a psychic harmonizer is, I have no one who's going to be able to surgically install that. Foggy rain for 19 days. I could probably live with that. Okay. Before we get tired again. Drop a little bit more medicine. Let's see, would actually help if you plan to rely on the traps? Would actually help if you plan to rely on the traps? Sorry, I'm missing the context of what it would. Oh, fog? Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to do much one way or the other, because right now we're just trying to survive. The game RNG'd us flu right away as, like, one of the very first events. You cannot break right now. If you break, the run's over. So you could take these for a little bit of money. Can't quite afford a medicine from you, unfortunately. Give me a good tend. 0% quality is not going to cut it, friend. So I need you to do that. Alright, I need you to be sleeping more. Yeah, no, I realize it does a penalty if someone tries to shoot you. Alright. They're trying our best to survive this. Did I already grab more medicine? Yeah, we did. But I need you to have better tens than you've been getting. You've been getting like 0 and 15% and all that. And a 2% lead is not enough. Because like I said, when we get to severe, you're going to probably go down. And at that point, you have to... Please, medicine? Oh, yes, please. Yes. Thank you. Combat Supplier, you're the best. Thank you so much for the raid, Red Hawk Black Sheep. I hope you had yourself a great stream. If I can get a shout out for Red Hawk Black Sheep, if I've got one of my mods here, that'd be excellent. If not, I can go ahead and take care of it in just 2 seconds. Here, I got it. Red Hawk. Typing in your name without anything else is not really the move. And Red Hawk Black Sheep. But while we stream today, it says some Baldur's Gate 3, so how was your stream? And for those popping into the raid, what would you say was your favorite part of the stream? I need you to eat. Oh, you just cleared the glitter world in there. I was like, wait, where'd the glitter world go? Please. We've got you set to use the glitter world on yourself next. That is probably going to save us. So the generosity of the combat supplier may have bought them a future customer, because if not, we would have died and there would have been no farther business for us in the future. For those who don't know, Red Hawk Black Sheep, another content creator on the platform. Been playing some Baldur's Gate 3 lately. If that's your jam, maybe drop a follow. Maybe you'll like something. Yeah, we're only 3% ahead. And the map gave us, like, there's the glitter, make it happen. 49% of the glitter world is pretty awful, I'm gonna be honest. That is a very low quality tend for using a glitter world. Okay, I have a desperate refugee. Alright, so you're gonna drop your weapon. Oh, and you're actually capable of doctoring. You're not capable of many other things, though, I'll give you that much. I can have you mine. Oh, Wait, did this person actually join? No, they're a temporary one. I'm surprised it triggered that. Usually, you have to have 2 colonists of your own to trigger it to be naming it. So we need a name for our faction and for the and for the actual colony. The colony, we are in a rock in the middle of Marsh. The land is terrible. And for the faction, right now we are a lone survivor who has nothing going for them whatsoever.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
No, there's like no really strong personality to the character quite yet. Witch's Swamp. I was thinking something like Muck Rock. Because I don't see where the witches part comes in on that. It is Muck Rock. And then for like the faction name, just like openly crying. Just you prefer prog rock? I don't know if that's a reference or something. Stuck between a rock and a hard place? Well, that's the problem, is we're not stuck between a rock and a hard place. We're stuck between a rock and a very soft and mushy place. Like, a hard place I could build on. We're surrounded by goo. Just mud, swamp, swampy soil. Faction name. It's like, why are we naming this? I'm by myself. Soft rock. The alligators? Okay. That's something. We definitely go with something animal themed, like the alligators. I mean, I don't have anything better. The alligators of Muck Rock. Okay. The alligators, parentheses, S parentheses, because there's only one colonist right now, of Muck Rock. Excellent. It is named. So good. So you'll start taking care of the feeding stuff. Man, even with a glitter world, we're not even leading that much. That's it's pretty terrible, actually. How technically delicious. It's technically right. The best kind of right. So right now I'll take self-tend off for you, because you'll probably tend better. Okay, I still think we're gonna make it with having all this sorted out. Yeah, you're gonna make it. You got a good almost 10% lead now. Did you seriously botch that again? Come on. We just want a sleeping bag. Oh, I also need to give you a place to sleep in here as well. So I would have him start mining more area for me, but the big issue we have going on right now, an Arctic wolf is hunting you. Okay. I need you to harvest as fast as you can, because you're probably going to go down here in a minute. And if you don't actually get some food pulled up. then no one's gonna be able to feed you, because this guy can't hardly do anything with food. The downside is we also got food poisoning, which is going to escalate your food need. A rat has self-tamed. A rat has chosen death. Can you cook? Not really. Medical emergency. Eat that before you go down. Okay. Foggy rain might help with the overheat overall. No, unfortunately, like the rain and all that has no impact on temperature. Don't do that. Oh my god, Larding, you're destroying literally everything. Stop! Oh, weird. I get a choice. Oh, yeah, I don't get a choice to bandage you. Oh my god, could you not destroy literally... You have destroyed every single piece of furniture here. And every single spike trap. And you're still in your... You literally have wiped out every bit of progress you made in the entire thing. And that's only when your mood break ended. Was the moment there was nothing else for you to break. Alright, well you have survived... the at least beginning part. We have survived the flu, but can we survive ourselves? No. That's a hard no. Yeah, I'm not gonna get to use the Arctic capsule for, like, in-game years, so... No. So you're here for, like, 7 days. So let's get these plants sorted out. Before people start starving. And we will go like this and say, yes, keep chopping down the trees in the area. We're gonna need that wood to replace all the stuff you destroyed. What's up?
Okay, if I think I picked some pictures that prompt your workings, my parents were like, let's see, ooh, how's it? Is that okay?
Yeah, here, let me switch the view for you. So it'll look better that way. So I can go to this. Get mode to connect. Or it could just not do its thing. It's fine.
Oh, yeah.
It's fine. Because if I switch it to that mode when people talk, it's way easier to read.
No, that's fine. But, like, this will get across, like, what it does, kinda.
Yeah, the thing that's not very clear is that they can't tell that there is a camera inside of it.
Yeah, but I don't...
Yeah, but the idea is that I'm looking at it, like I'm looking at the camera reading, as opposed to like the camera being over here, which is what I had before.
Yeah.
Yep. Because they're like, what's the thing you won?
Yeah, well, they were like, does he have it set up? And or like, are you using it? And I was like, oh yeah, he had it set up right away. And like, what's it do? And I was like, I'll say.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if her parents, when they see that, you know, reading, it's like, we survived the flu, but could we survive ourselves? Without any context of what's going on in the game, we're going to be like, what? Why would you have difficulty surviving yourselves? for those who didn't catch what's going on with that, so when I went to TwitchCon, well, me and Tomb went to TwitchCon together. Elgato is doing like a bunch of giveaways, and Tomb won the prompter, which is like their new piece of hardware that it's a teleprompter is what it is. So that's actually what I'm using now. So when you see me here, it is a camera in my teleprompter, and then chat is in like, so that way I look at chat and the camera is behind that. So I'm looking at the camera when I read chat. And it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, she was trying to explain that to her parents, and, you know, they know what a teleprompter is, but understanding, like, why we would want or need or whatever a teleprompter, probably not as easy to get across. Because, you know, I don't know that they understand whatever, you know, streaming, content creation, that kind of thing, which is fair. My parents don't really get it either. They understand what's happening. They may not get why people tune in, that kind of thing. Are you not going to do the constructing? Oh, I have constructing on a lower priority. Go ahead and bump up that priority so you actually get something done. But it is one of those interesting things for a lot of that. That wolf is absolutely going to hunt one of us, so we don't have the... Oh, we might get lucky. That wolf might end up hunting one of... Never mind, they'll be just past, because it's at 30% that it should hunt. So let's get Lardine, run back in here real fast. Excellent. It went after the rat. But that's the reason I pulled Lardine back, because I didn't want Lardine to be the closest thing, because it doesn't necessarily target closest. There's a bunch of stuff it considers, but proximity is one of the things it considers. So butcher whatever animals there are forever. Oh, you ate your entire rat, that's fair. Okay. The fact that you broke literally every piece of furniture is the one that keeps catching me. It's not even that you broke a bunch of furniture, it's that you broke all of the furniture. Every single piece. And every single one of the traps. And the door. And I've had to rebuild all of it. Usually they'll break like one or two things and then they'll get over it, you know, and move on to whatever the next thing is. Once you had a warg hunt and kill a pawn on the opposite side of the map while ignoring the herd of rabbits, it happens. Hey HD, how's it going? There is a thing where the animals, they kind of view like how dangerous something is to them, and it's a consideration they take with all that. It's one of the reasons why the wolves on the map will never like hunt elephants and that kind of stuff. They'll leave the map. So it could be depending on the type of deer, like maybe the wolves just consider that deer too dangerous to hunt alone or whatever. And the game doesn't have the concept of like pack hunting and stuff like that. Like when you have a manhunter pack, it's not that all of them work as like a collective organized thing. They just, it's a group of individual things that are going to hunt. Alright, where is... There's a berry bush. Okay. So trying to keep things moving. That's fine, I can live with you being in a daze. Have I almost got you converted? You are almost converted. If that person stays in a daze much longer, though, Like, that's the issue I've got right now, is I've got 2 wolves right here, just hanging out by the entrance. It's part of the reason I want to get this built, is that way if they attack, they do have to, like, run through all my traps that, you know, either one I can finish it off or I can get away from it because its movement is so penalized from all the injuries. A mad hare. Just watching the dot move. I'm gonna let it go after that guy, and then we'll, That's pretty much the plan. Just let it go after him. He's Neanderthal, so he's extra tanky to damage. So, we effectively have it tanking for us. I need you to not drop the rabbit on me, please. There we go. Good luck to you, buddy. I'll patch you up once you go down. There. I was like, are you gonna let... Because earlier I went to 10 without medicines, like, no. We'll patch him up. Yep, we will not be worrying about Chip to the Stars. I'm not going to be caravanning across the entire planet. Granted, that could actually be kind of an interesting thing. I wonder how easy it would be to have just one pawn caravan, because you wouldn't need a lot of food. So if you got like one pack animal and, you know, a bunch of pemmican or something, you could probably get to just about anywhere on the planet pretty reasonably. Well, that is unfortunate for you that that happens to be a torso one as well. Here, actually, you're going to prioritize harvesting that because you're starving. Please feed that man. Alright, we already got berry bushes marked. And those two are starving right now, which not a whole lot I could do. I'm trying to keep him from starving. Oh, you're super screwed. Synth thread. Cool. Please run. Please run. Oh, you're getting chain stunned. Come on. Who's faster, the two of you? You're at 70. You're at 42, so you just have to fight. You can't get away. Come on. It'll put you on self-tend again. So assuming you make it through, you did not. You just got downed though. So there's a small chance that he goes down from the injuries before he gets us off the map. But most likely this round just ended. That we got betrayed while we were in a situation we couldn't defend ourselves, really. And that's just the way it goes. Come on, you got real bad infection. It's gonna be close. He might go down from his infection before he hits the edge, but it's gonna be like right on the edge. Nah, I think you need like 2% more. And the run is over. Excellent. So, new colony. Naked Brutality, Randy Random, Strive to Survive, Commitment Mode, next. Generate the whole planet, next. Do that. Yep, Rip Lardine. And that's just the nature of Naked Brutality. Like, the things that almost got us is that if we had not taken that guy, we probably would have died anyways, because we got hit with flu early game. And you would have had much worse tens. We may have survived, but, like, been downed and starved, like, that was the whole thing. It's kind of annoying that they kept trying to rain down terrible pawns. Now, granted, whether I accepted them or not would have really changed anything. Because we never ran to a situation where we were actually starving. Nor did we have, nor did we, like, go far enough that we would have been able to get those pawns either. So I don't feel like we made a mistake in any way, just the nature of the beast that kind of really doesn't go either way. Let's see if we can't find more Marsh. Because then we will try it again. Alright, so there's some Marsh here. There's some more Marsh over there. Okay. Let's see if we can get our, Swamp Hill or whatever they call the map. Because I actually like the idea of Swamp Hill. And the only reason I'm not there's one. Oh, and now it's got a much smaller one. Excellent. Perfect. So we've got an almost year-round grow season. It's about 2/3 the year. And the reason I'm going with the Prolicizer with just one person, the only way we're going to get to kind of pick our own ideology, is basically to kind of force it on people. Which will be just being around them and harassing them endlessly. The only other way would be to take prisoners and do that. Absolutely not, because this is one we do need to be far more... Yeah, we're not starting having kids. A quick sleeper sanguine who's not really good at anything that's useful for our cause. No. Okay, jogger who can plants, shoot, social, intellectual. That's actually not bad. The lack of cooking sucks, and the lack of mining and construction sucks. But no matter what, when you're doing these runs, you're going to have holes in it. But jogger is a really good one to have. You probably don't want your jogger to be a researcher, but, we're going to make do for right now. Okay, so there's a new talent again. This is the thing that makes it rough. Is it's all water the whole way around. You can still get rated per normal. Are you just a room or are you an ancient danger? If you're a room, that's good. If you're an ancient danger, that's bad. And over on YouTube land, I would like to ask you to please keep it English. Just because I have an obligation to moderate, and I can't moderate if I don't understand you. So... why would they put this here? Alright, I'll just not deal with it. I can't see the message they have there because of, they've got things here you can, like, put hearts on your chat and all that, but it's covering up the 3 dots that might make it easy to deal with. Alright. You hear that silence? Well, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. For those who do not know, Iggy Mate, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Been streaming Like a Dragon Gaiden, a man who erased his name. I have no idea what that is, but tell us a little bit about that. Let's see. Yep, and I'm sorry over there on YouTube. I'm going to be putting you in timeout because English only. I have an obligation to moderate, and I don't understand you, so it is what it is. It's nothing personal, but, you know, it's the latest in the Yakuza series, released yesterday. Ah, I see. Well, that's underwhelming. I was hoping it'd be like a room like this big. Now it's clearly just one tile over there, and there's not... Like, I could probably make this into a little room, but I think what we're going to do is build a room somewhere. Where do we want to... Like, where's... Let's check. Where's some good soil? There's not enough good soil to be... I mean, there's some up here, but it's away from the wall. Alright. I mean, I could use this outcropping. It does mean I need to cross over water, which is a little annoying. But that'll be something to start off with. Meanwhile, we can go to your schedule. Put recreation on there. Go here. Get all your priorities set. So we'll have that for the first pass. Yeah, it'll be fine. Alright, so you'll start working on that. We'll need to go zone, grow zone. Let's put right here. We'll make this one smaller, so this will be rice. That'll be potato. You can't do it yet, but that'll be heel root. Oh, it's down there. I was like, that's not right. And then this will be cotton. Okay, that we get the stuff we got going in there. For those who don't know Iggy Made, before I totally forget, absolutely fantastic VTuber on the platform, plays a variety of games. Friend of the channel and all that good stuff. Definitely worth dropping a check out and all that. Alright. Let's speed that up. And who gets to be this victim? I mean, our next colonist, Moon Witch. Excellent. So here's hoping that it is not as tragic as what happened with Lardine. Which the last one, we had a refugee we brought in who saved us from the flu, made it so we could carry on into the future, and then in our moment of weakness, do you have to rejoin? No. If the only one who'd have to rejoin is Lardine, because once your name is drawn, it is removed from the pool. But otherwise, until we either one completely just get rid of the queue, or stream ends, then it continues. Alright, we're gonna intervene and make you get that bush, because otherwise you're just gonna starve on your own. And we're gonna have this situation again where I'll put a butcher spot and a crafting spot. And to the crafting spot, we're going to give you the priority to make a bow if you can. You cannot, so you're going to make a club. So that'll be a start. And if you get anything that you can butcher, just butcher it. Alright. Is there a psychic tree on here? It's over there. It's not the worst position. Yeah, so some of the first priorities you have when you're doing these runs is very early you need to get your food established, and one of the other things you need to get established right away is to get a weapon. Like any weapon. Ideally a ranged weapon, but, you know, how do you join the queue? It's the big prompt on the top there. It's !join. Let's see, I was sure that would kill us was the wolves, not rando. Yeah. The wolves worried me, but I was keeping a pretty close eye on their hunger, and then when they got to 30, I would get away from them, so they would hunt something else. And then you also notice the one time they did hunt us, we just ran in and closed the door. So I had that mostly well managed. The bigger issue is, like, honestly, against that other pawn, had we not been standing right there with them, we probably would have been okay. Because then I could, you know, tagged him with an arrow, run a little ways, tagged him with an arrow, run a little ways, tagged him with an arrow. But just the unlucky fact that he was, like, right there and we had just finished tending to him and everything, that he betrayed us at that specific moment. I had to, like, walk past them, getting hit the whole time. And by the time we got past, we were already bruised up enough that I couldn't run away. Once they're faster than you are, there's not really much point in trying to keep running. Because it'll just keep catching up to you again and again and again while you do no damage to them because you're trying to get, you know, that little bit of distance you need. Alright. In stargazing, we do need to get some recreation up. So we'll get a hoop ring going. That way you don't have to sleep on the ground outside. So this time we've got a fox. I don't believe a fox will ever hunt you. And we have a lynx. And I believe a lynx will hunt you. Goats join. Okay. That could be curious. Just put down a caravan spot. Bring the goats over here. They shouldn't give us milk or anything like that until we have a pen for them. But what it does mean, never click any suspicious links. Yep, they just made a baby. Well, they're working on it. No, actually they did not. We may have interrupted them. It's fine. But the idea is we can keep those around, and if our food isn't stable, that is later food. Alright, so we can harvest some berries. We've got our crops planted. Okay. Why did you not finish? I was like, you started and just like one little tab went, yeah, I'm done. Don't wanna. Can't make me. And that's all steel, so you take that apart for like the research benches and all that. Except the table, which has like, alright, you've already got a table, we could just chuck it in the room. Get rid of the 8 without table penalty. Yeah, it doesn't give you much steel, but that's okay. So get the door built. Is there something else we want to grow that might take a while? Because we don't want to build too much. That's the big thing. Is I don't want to put like a lot of stuff for you to build or to farm. Because if I do that, it just gets out of hand. But we will need more than this as time goes on. So we can put the research table here, the sleeping bag up there, the stove and the butcher's table there, and that basically fills up that room. All right. Daisy patch for goats. Oh, I'm not going to worry about that. They can eat just the random stuff on the ground. If they do get hungry and there's nothing there, I'll just move the caravan post. Right now, I need to worry about Moon Witch's well-being. We'll get back to, like, doing stuff for the goats, you know, when we have some capacity to help out. There's a dumping stockpile. There's a regular stockpile for right now. Because one of the things we want to do is we want to rush to try and make at least the research bench and the basics for our survival. Once I get that far, then we can start going and, you know, have Moon will just sit there and just crank away at the research short term till we can get some of the other stuff we need. Because if I don't do that, then, you know, we get in the cycle of just planting and harvesting and planting and harvesting and getting nothing else done to keep us alive. So there's definitely that juggle of what's the priority and trying to make sure we're still getting things sorted out. And for right now, we'll go bed there. Yeah, if they're eating the berries, any of the ones that we don't get to use. But we should be okay once we get the rice up. One person can get by and not a whole lot of food. No, actually, probably the next batch we do when it comes to harvesting. Because the good news is Moon is very passionate about plants. Somebody sleeping indoors tonight? That they are. Oh, let's also get you set to this and that. And then on assignments, edit, do not eat corpses. And then once we get to the point we can actually cook food, we'll get rid of eating raw food. That way we make sure we get the most mileage out of whatever food we pull up. But that won't be a thing until we get stuff sorted out there. Yeah, because you got a while left to go. That'll probably be enough food for us to carry over till the rice comes up. Alright. You know what's something I never tested? If you knock down a hostile pawn, you preserve them, and then hit them with Resurrection Serum. I assume it won't let you because they're hostile. Or you'll resurrect them, they'll still be hostile, and, you know, you won't really gain anything for it. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Trying to get a Naked Brutality run off the ground, doing a, they call it Swamp Hill. But like you can see on the mini-map, like this green area in the middle is buildable terrain, and even then when I say buildable, a lot of it's terrible. Like, it got patches of good spot, but even then you got the water running through it. So really building much here is going to be very difficult. We just had to live with that. But we'll get it figured out. But being Naked Brutality, it takes a while for it to get going and all that good stuff. Usually it's around when you get 3 pawns is when things get going. You need RNG. Pump will fix most trouble. The downside is the pump takes so long. I don't disagree that if we get a moisture pump, that makes that immediate concern not nearly as big of a concern. But we got to get to moisture pump, and we got to make sure we have what we need to take advantage of it. Okay, so we still have 191 wood, so that's plenty. So I've got the research bench, but I'm not quite ready to have Moon just stop and research. I want to get the oven, and I want to get the wood fire oven, or stove or whatever, and the butcher's table. I want to get both those sorted. You know what I might be able to do? Okay, it's probably not the greatest use of my time. Get rid of that section here. Get structure. You can actually take that out farther. Get a little spot over here. You can put a pen marker in here. And make a hay grass. And the only reason I'm doing that is because the goats will probably go through it relatively quick. Realistically, I need a way bigger pen for them. But we can see what we can do with it. Because I definitely don't want Moon to get caught in the thing where they're spending all of their time taking care of the goats and, you know, not building the base or researching or getting food or... Well, I mean, they're going to get some food from a lot of stuff, but... Alright. Okay, so need more wood than that. Alright, we have a pen. Okay. So they're going to struggle food-wise for a while. Is there seriously a rabbit in that tiny little pen? Whatever. So they're going to struggle with food until this starts growing. And maybe it's just not adequate for them. But it's what I've got. We can go ahead and we can add a new storage up here too. Clear. Important hay. You know, let's go furniture. Animal sleeping spots. Oh good, the animal can just get out, or the rabbit can just get out on its own. Worth hunting deer for at least tribalware? Honestly, the tribalware is not the immediate concern. The bigger concern is going to be getting the stove and the butcher's table up. And the reason for that is that way my food can go much farther, and the risk of food poisoning goes down significantly. After I get that, then honestly I probably don't even need to hunt. We'll just eventually just start knocking down goats. So again, some wood lined up. We are starting to get our rice picked up, so that's good. Oh, good, Strider. You're not late. You arrived exactly when you got here. Why are you doing that? I don't... Okay, that was a weird one. Which is late? I mean, then you're exactly late as you've intended. Like I said, my point is, you get here when you get here. Like, there's no need to apologize. Like, you're not on the clock, you're not on shift. Yeah, and I believe we just get milk from you? No. Yeah, it's just milk. That's fair. Which isn't bad. Oh, you're praying is like, you shouldn't be researching. So I've almost got this cleared out enough to start building the stove and all that. Because then once I have a supply for meals and whatnot, then we can start putting you on research, at least a decent amount of the time. Because we do have the no research, random research going on. Sorry, you didn't start at the very beginning of stream. Oh, yeah. Not here right at the beginning, straight up banned. Absolutely banned. What are you thinking? How dare you? You know what stream time is. Especially considering it's what's normally my day off, and so unless you're here at the very end of yesterday's stream, you wouldn't have heard me mention potentially streaming today. You don't get paid enough for that, seriously. You make Florida the minimum wage. Yeah. It's no fun. Alright, so you're missing steel for that. Should be just knocking out... Actually, are you steel? No, you're marble. There's some steel up there. So deconstruct that for more steel. Okay. You used to make $11 an hour? Yeah. Really sucks a lot of that stuff. Especially considering the type of work and all you're doing is, I would argue, important enough that it should definitely be paid more. Oh, I don't care about the sarcophaguses right now. I just want the steel. So we can get the fueled stove build. How are you doing? You starving yet? Because I figure we just open the door, they run out and eat, and then we close the door again. And now I close the door again. And we give you a bed. And they've eaten for right now. Yep, that's Florida County work for you. Yeah. I know. Any job that's necessary should probably pay, should pay more. Like, you know, people argue about what work is more or less, and it kind of makes me think of, like, you'll have couples where people will try and, like, weigh whose contributions around the house are worth more and all that, and the moment you get there, you're already in a losing proposition, because you're never going to agree on what's worth what. Which just means everyone will take different stances about where everything lasts, and people will do it with good intentions, that they're trying to be fair. But it ultimately, like I said, you know, for some people, like, to me, you know, working on the lawn versus doing laundry are just very different things. But, you know, which one Tombs sees as harder, we'll probably disagree on, which is fine. That you can actually work out really well, because, like, you know, I may find one task harder that she finds easier, and that's perfect. She can do the easier one. Like, she can do what is easier for her, and I can do what's easier for me. But, like, when people try and keep that score and all that, it's a whole big negative. And I find a lot of people, when they're arguing about, like, how much at the lower end things should pay and whatnot. I mean, even not even lower end, just how much stuff people should pay. It's the exact same thing, just, you know, on a macro scale where we're not going to agree what everything's value is compared to each other. But I personally feel if someone's working a job that is necessary, they should be allowed to, like, survive on that. Like, reasonably survive on that, not just barely eke out existence. And they usually always have, so it's like, well, job whatever isn't worth that. And I'm like, I don't know. It's like they'll use like janitor as an example. I'll be like, I don't know. I've been in a bathroom that hasn't seen a janitor in a long time. Believe me, in that moment, I really wish there was a janitor around. That janitor's worth a whole heck of a lot at that point. Like, you go into an uncleaned bathroom and like, oh my god, please, can I come back in like 5-10 minutes after, well, more than that? You know, could you have like back hired someone to take care of this so I never had to be subjected to it? Alright. So you can ignore the rest of these. You've got the materials you need for what you need to do. So we just need to keep working on this room, because pretty soon what we're going to end up doing is just getting Moon to work on the research. Because we're pulling up enough food from here, with the basics we need here. I've already got cotton in the ground that's halfway grown, so once we're able to pull all this stuff inside, we can get tribal wear made. It'll only be cotton, but I mean, you got to start somewhere. And Moon is keeping, you know, food being made. That's kind of what you hope in the early games, to get that type of stuff established. What I'm a little concerned with is there's very clearly a hollow spot back here. It's not that big a deal. It looks like it's probably just one tile. Let's see. Myself, Darstar saying there's something their union reps have been able to get a raise for the lunchroom workers, but for some reason they didn't negotiate for the managers and the floor managers, which is not okay with me. Yeah, no, that's always a bummer. Like, I've always been in the mindset of, like, with a lot of that stuff, fighting to get the minimum bar kind of thing raised, so that, you know, everyone benefits. And, you know, people be like, well, I get paid more than, you know, I'm in position X, which gets paid more than the minimum bar position. But it's one of those things that the minimum position gets paid more, then the other jobs tend to go up. There's sometimes a delay in when it happens, but that's always the way it's turned out. Oh, here. That's why you were so hell-bent on trying to grow potatoes over here. So you had a spot of potato there. Yeah, no, I do see it's getting warm in-game. I can't do anything about it, because no research, random research. But if it's anything like the last tile we did, it just means basically I gotta go scramble back in here in the evenings. Because it doesn't matter if I build up heatstroke during the day, as long as it doesn't go critical. If I can get back inside at night where it's cold enough that it drops back off. And I think for right now, we're going to take the goats and we're going to lock it in so they cannot have more than 3.
Stop kissing the husband.
I love wifey more in general.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Hi, Brian.
There was a tree in that tiny hole? Okay.
You have aminals.
I have goats.
That's cool.
They just showed up and wanted to be friends.
Hi, Darth Strider. So you trapped them?
I mean, they were tamed, and they came to me and they're like, "We're goats," and I was like, "Give me your milk." The tree was hiding. It knows you too well. Oh yeah, well it didn't hide well enough.
You're so nice.
No. I'm what people call a disappointment.
You're my disappointment.
Uh-huh, that's kind of how that works. Okay, so we can get rid of these crafting areas outside. Because you're now in 5 years of being employed with the county, and right now you're making equal to your manager. Yeah. Yeah, I've worked at a couple companies that were unionized, and well, that might be the end of this run. We'll see. The good news is they should mostly stay inside now. Just like pop out to harvest, then run back in, and just like pop out to grab food. But there is a good chance that that will kill them because I have no mitigation strategy I can do. We don't have passive coolers. So it's entirely just, do we survive this? Oh, and also, let's go here. Clear, preferred. Food, but not hay. Weapons and apparel. Okay. Just bringing the goats back into the pen. Like I said, that should be something that gets resolved once we get this first round of this, because they'll eat some of the hay grass, they'll get some of it harvested. If not, if that pen's just inadequate size-wise, that's fine too. We can deal with that when we get there. But right now, it's the fact that that is a source of food that I don't have to put a lot of effort into. The bigger concern is we're at 118 indoors, and that's too hot. Yes, temporary turn off the builds for the food. I didn't see what that temp party was. So your festival is the Party of Justice, which is a Sky Lantern party. And what will that give me if we succeed? Like, either way, it's probably worth doing. It'll give me goodwill with the nearest faction. Alright, just put this out here. Alright, so we're at that phase where it's slightly more comfortable outside. Okay. You need at least one participant. Oh, you won't do it because it's too hot outside. I'm gonna try something. This probably won't work. Oh, right, I have to actually assign the care. My hope is I could tell Moon to caravan out, wait for the heat wave to drop, or wait for the heat to drop off Moon, and then just have them come right back. I don't know if this work, but we're at that point. Moon might not even make it off the map before they go down from heat stroke. So trying to figure out any mitigation strategy we can. Okay. I was really hoping that would go down. It's not getting worse, which is something. Where Thrumbo's fine. They're just trying to fast forward time. The food is gonna rot soon. But I'm hoping what'll end up happening is that we can ride out the heat wave. Okay, and that's exactly what we did. Cool. Gargopods. A bunch of milk. Excellent. Alright, I mean, that's not a strategy you want to do, because had there been a raid or anything like that, I'd have literally a defenseless colony, plus we're not getting anything else productive done the entire time. But it is something. Alright, so those should be grown enough that the goats could start eating the hay grass. If not, they're right on that fence where that'll be a possibility. Yep, there they go. Then we should replant and have a bit of a rotation going on with it. Oh, meanwhile, we can go here. Not... There we go. 10 meals. Not 100. Yep, so we're just basically waiting. Okay, you're gonna upset my colonists, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't actually appreciate it, I'm lying. Alright. So I'll get us our meals. Then more likely Moon will go back to planting and harvesting and all that. And then, you know, eventually he'll just go to sleep for the day. But we'll be kind of in this pattern until we start getting... Usually it's around like 3 colonists that, once you get to that point, you end up having a lot less difficulty with a lot of stuff there. We're also very likely going to get at least a couple rounds of food poisoning before we get our food stabilized, because we have 0 cooking, so it's actually kind of surprising we haven't had food poisoning yet. But, you know, it'll come. Any day. There's going to be, like, properly avoiding it. We already got your schedule figured out. Yep, and you're all signed to not eat corpses. Cool. We are also at the point where you do not need to eat raw food. Do not eat baby food. You're incapable of eating hay, so that's fine. Do not eat kibble. So it massively restricted the diet so that they only eat their prepped meals, because that'll be way more cost effective for us. And all that kind of stuff. You don't have any animal skill, do you? You have 5. I think Thrumbo is 7. 10. And Muffalo are not that high, they're like 5. Yeah, so you technically could get Muffalo. Oh, we didn't build any traps at all, and we're melee still. Alright, let's play a difficult game. Was it attacks immediately? Probably was, usually is. Okay, how are our skills? So we're at 2 melee, and they're at 2 melee, so this is not ideal. Can I even build a trap? Where would I put traps here? So I don't have the wood. Yeah, movement speed penalty. A little one. Stone trap. I would need bricks. I don't think we have enough. I think it's more. Luckily, they have to walk through a bunch of marsh, so I'm kind of hoping we can knock this out real fast. They are definitely slower than us, so if we have to, we could do silly kiting shenanigans. Yeah, no, they're slow because they both have an injury on their leg and are currently crossing the muck. So I'm hoping I'll be able to get the trap up soon, and then all it has to do is score a hit that, you know, puts a decent bleed on them. If I get at least that far, then this is workable. It's honestly not also that bad because I can, in theory, just run away. And because I can run faster, I can get more food and all that kind of stuff. Please finish. Why are you slow? Oh, you're not slow. I'm just used to fast forwarding. Okay, how bad we get you? Excellent, that'll be fine. Now all I have to do is have Moon just run away, and as long as Moon doesn't have, like, a mood break, then this fight's already won. Could you not ignite my plants? I'm not gonna fight you. Let me see if I can run around and put out the fire. Let's see, so other than being naked and alone, any special stuff going on this run? Mostly that we are on this hellish tile that is just like a little patch of rock in the middle of a giant swamp kind of thing. Okay, so we put out the fire before they could burn down our plants. They're still bleeding a lot. Oh, I think the fox attacked the raccoon and they both sustained enough injuries that they both ultimately died. Because it went dead. There we go. Are you someone I want to keep? You are a depressive, sickly person. No. No, that is not someone I want to keep. However, those clothes... Oh, plus they're a wastelander, so I would have to get them drugs I can't make yet. Yeah, so our clothes were rubbish, but they did have medicine. Alright. We're just going for a walk? Oh, it rotted as they got inside. so butcher that. And then get the raccoon out of here before you die of disease. Alright. Trying to get a little bit of material so we can hopefully make a proper sleeping spot. Now, the good news is that cotton's about to be done. Meanwhile, you can go over here and say dumping stockpile. Clear, critical. And we'll say human-like corpses. Dumping stockpile. Clear, critical. Corpses that are not fresh. There you go, zone. We don't need to sweep it or anything. So that way we just end up with like extra capacity and all that. We can just deal with that. We'll expand this one more tile and tell you to grab that actual medicine. Because that'll be important if we do hit like malaria or whatever. Do I not have you set for medicine? You should be set for medicine. Manufactured. Medicine. Try again. There we go. Okay. And Storge, do not allow rotten. Do not allow human-like. Warfare for profit. So we can have a drifter show up in two. We'll actually have two groups of one drifter. We can get a fast walker who is trigger happy and amazing at melee, who can also do plants and animals. But what it had to do is it had to survive. Who has wake up addiction? Okay, you had me at the first part. You lost me at the second part. Because wake up addiction with one person, they're gonna go berserker murderous rage. And that'll be a one-on-one fight. Meanwhile, where am I gonna put my place where I actually fight stuff? I can make sort of a spot over here, maybe? Well, I mean, with the wood stuff, I can build it anywhere. So we can put it over here, make ourselves a perimeter. It's fine. So I need to not go all the way over the water. That's my boundary. Let's see, a water ring can be fun. So yeah, the downside is the water doesn't actually stop units from passing through it or anything. If we look at this, it's just shallow water, so you just cross right through it. It slows stuff down, but it's not the worst. Make a round box? Oh, for like a kill box? Sadly, they don't work well. Like, you can make it so like the last part of the kill box is like a semicircle you put all your people around at ranged. And just have it close enough together that your person holding the door doesn't get friendly fired to death. But there's kind of only so much you can do with that. Like, honestly, it's not a bad move for me to switch up, like, the kill boxes the way I have been doing it, where it's just, like, the long tunnel with, like, the little ting area. I could instead have the long tunnel where I keep everyone standing there, but then when, you know, the stuff runs in close, we just scatter the ranged out farther to, you know, a wider out defense area. Not that I think that would make that much of a difference from what we've been doing. Let's go orders. So that's that end. That's annoying. Give me a moment. It's just Randy doing Randy things, per the usual. So what we're going to have to do is the same thing we just did. Attacks immediately with a knife. So what I need you to do is need you to stop what you're doing right now, hack down a couple of trees, and make us a trap real fast. Let's see, But you do think doing no kill box runs are interesting? Still get defenses, but not a kill box. Well, one of the problems you have right now is because I'm at the beginning of a run that is naked brutality, and I can't make a bow yet. It's just I don't have high enough crafting. If I go into any kind of melee fight, I'm playing a very dangerous losing game. So I'm going to have to depend on Please tell me I have movement speed penalty. I didn't check you. Okay, you actually have lots of negatives on you, so you're gonna be nice and slow. Thank you, game, for giving me like really, really slow pawns to deal with. So get the stuff there. So we're gonna run away for the moment, and we're gonna circle around and build the trap. But yeah, no, because I'm doing kind of a challenge, doing this without any form of kill box, I don't think is a realistic goal, unfortunately. Like, if I wanted to really go for something like sweaty difficulty, that kind of thing, it might be something. But it is just kind of, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to cheese a little bit by the nature of what we're doing. Oh, here. Because there is a good chance, if I were just one-on-one Haku here, between Frail and Bad Back, and an arm injury, there's a very good chance I would win in a fight against them. But the risk is, if I get like an infection or anything like that, the run still ends, we still die to them. So I'm going to just need to kite him away, circle back around, keep building the trap. And the goal is to get it to where I knock them down enough that they start bleeding out, and then I can go, go try and finish the job, kind of thing. But yeah, now we're gonna have to cheese a little bit here. That's just the nature of any of your challenge runs. It's kind of, there's a lot of games that suffer from this. And that's actually the thing where I talked about where I almost never play this game on like the 500% nonsense, is because I lean even harder into like meta strategies and whatever. Because, the harder and harder the difficulty of the game, if like, here's like the maximum you can like cheese, and then, as you make it harder, the distance between maximum cheese and what you can just accommodate in general gets a little bit narrower. But yeah, so like if here is what you require to accomplish, like the absolute maximum, and then here's what you require to accomplish the goal. Each time I make the game more difficult, it just slides a little bit more over until like the maximum cheese, you get closer and closer to what you kind of have to do. So we definitely can't wait them out till like they get sleepy before us, because we will get sleepy before them. But like I said, if I can get this trap, the trigger on them, they've got enough penalties. The trap will probably knock them down with almost any injury, because they're already down to 40% moving, which is the reason I can sit there and just do a lap, work on the trap. Considering we also, I believe we have pretty terrible construction, if I remember. Yeah, we have 3. Alright, it's 3 off. We are going to eat something soon. No, don't. Okay. I thought I turned off where it sped up. So we did manage to snag the meal. I could run back down here and finish building that. I meant to bait you in a trap. That's fine. Put a circle around you. Let's go to the other side of the trap. Make it happen. Let's see. If you make a wall, and you put another wall 2 paces out, then zigzag the traps between the walls, and then make a door in the middle front, but the raider entrance the far side, so there's a front gate almost. One thing to note with the traps is the traps are kind of weird that I can't put a trap here. Okay. He did get a knife hit in, but we knocked him down, so... Strip to close. It's mostly junk except the cowboy hat's okay. So like what we have here is... For example, if I wanted to place my traps... I can't go like that. They're too close. The closest you're allowed to put them is like this. So that's a negative. But what you can do is do stuff like this. It'll let you put them one by one as long as there's not another trap over here. Just thinking, a medieval wall and a gatehouse vibe could be fun. Yeah, unfortunately, RimWorld, mechanically with how it works, it's pretty restrictive on what you can actually get away with. It's hard to make stuff look like real, meaningful defenses where it still actually works. You can eat a meal, it's okay. Ah, food poisoning. Fun times ahead. It is a nature with a lot of games that if there is difficulty, that it can be very constraining on how much creativity you can have with the game. And then the other unfortunate reality with that kind of stuff in streaming is while there's definitely some games that do cater towards creative audiences, like The Sims. The Sims is one that you can be very creative and there's a demand for that. I've generally found in games like RimWorld and that people don't... Like, it's cool if you can do creative stuff while doing other things, but there doesn't seem to be much of a following in RimWorld for people... Like, the two big things, well, 3 big things that you see in the RimWorld category is you have, 1, people doing challenge runs, 500% naked brutality, no pause runs, like whatever you got going on. So typical challenge runs. And most games have challenge run as one of the things people go out of the way for. The next one you have is you have storytelling kind of runs. Those are usually people who don't consistently play RimWorld. That's more people who like pop into RimWorld, they do a colony or 2, and then they pop out to do storytelling in like Kenshi or something. And then they pop into the next game, they do their storytelling in our game, like they kind of pop in and out. And those can be very entertaining. I'd actually say that's something that Ziggy D Live does really good, is popping in, having a storytelling in a game, having a lot of fun, getting audience engagement, that kind of thing. And the last thing you have that's a big draw to RimWorld would be like chat interaction, TTK, Rim Connect, that kind of thing. But I also feel like that also mostly falls kind of in the same thing as the storytelling, of where most channels who do that, they hop into that, they do a couple of colonies with chat support, chat integration, and then they hop back out. Or they massively limit what chat can do, which I've debated doing, but I don't want to take the time to set it up because I have to like adjust everything and like how much or how little viewership, you got to tweak it. So for the creators who do that, it is a lot of work on their part, and it can be really a blast, but it's also more work than I want to do. You suppose you're very on the creative RimWorld audience side myself? Yeah, the problem you run into, though, is there's not been, like, honestly, RimWorld's numbers, not like this channel, but RimWorld's numbers on the platform have been not amazing lately. Let me see if I can't pull it up real fast. And not like I'm going, oh god, no more RimWorld or anything like that. It's just been an issue that, I don't know what it is. Right now, there's been like a real big shift in a lot of things on the platform. But it doesn't seem like there's any specific change or like new game that's come out or whatever that's like, that's why. Because normally when you see like a big dip, you're like, oh, there's not been an update in a long time, and this other game arrived in the category that this other game's in. Sure, makes sense. Yeah, like if we just pop in Hero Fast, you can see RimWorld's viewership has been down almost 30% in the last week, or sorry, last couple of days. Like, it's just been dipping. It's been up lately, but it's kind of dipping back down. And again, don't really know why. Usually with that kind of stuff, you can kind of it's not that you specifically know for sure what's going on, because like, a new game came out. So we can get a new person. We have no idea if they're any good, but we are going to take a shot at it. They do have 2 man-hunting rats after them. I'm going to make them basically just tank it with their face and hope it works out. Because I don't really have a whole lot else I could throw at it. We got to take on, sir? Yeah, we're going to try taking them on. If they're a terrible colonist, they're going to go for a walk. But at the moment, like getting that second colonist is a very big milestone in a run. That's fine. And the reason it's got negative food points, we'll get rid of the knife. We'll get rid of all the clothing that's in bad shape, because we won't wear it anyways. And honestly, we're just going to leave it right there. Okay, so what monstrosity did we agree to? Okay, we've got someone who's against the use of drugs, but they are someone who we could make a dedicated researcher. So, that's fine. I'm kind of also hoping that the rats arrive before the trade caravan goes away, so I could kind of just brush them off on that. Alright, so I'm still going with the idea of Muck Rock, and then we had, I don't remember, it was something of Muck Rock. I don't remember, we had it just a couple minutes ago, not a couple minutes, it's been a little while. What was the name of the colony we agreed on? Yeah, so that's when Lardine died. Oh yeah, we had like the alligators. Yeah, it was the alligators of Muck Rock. I'm still putting it there, even though I do have 2 people. I was going to spend the time, like, half an hour coming up with a new colony name or whatever. You will defend yourself if you get caught out. And we're going to have you prioritize grabbing that club. So there's the rats. So for the moment, I'm genuinely hoping we could just make them deal with it. Make it a not me problem. Alright, door's locked. You're not allowed to leave. Okay, so we didn't get so lucky that they would, they went after that. Alright, Paula. Here's the deal, friend. You brought it. You take point. Nicely done. Is it gonna die? Yes, it will. Good job, Paula. You get to maybe survive this experience. And for the moment, everyone is going to just have a bunch of stuff set. Neither of them can actually do that. So I guess you're gonna take over that. Oh, actually, no, I can make you the dedicated researcher. Because you're already going to be growing stuff. You'll just be the dedicated researcher. We've got other stuff on the agenda, but you're going to research. But first, you attend to those injuries. Alright. The gators in Muck Rock would be great. Yeah, no, I'd choose to do alligators. Mostly because there's like all sorts of sports teams called gators, and I don't really have any care or consideration about them. Like, I don't like or dislike them in any way. But being in Florida and one of the teams around the area is gators. I don't know, a whole bunch of like, oh, did you go to this college? No. Oh, you must be really into football. No. Alright. Okay. The bog hags? No relation. I would say at the moment, aren't they both male? Yeah, mild heat stroke because the stove is in there. Yeah. Next run, the bog hags only ladies. I don't know, like, a lot of people when they say hag, they usually mean that in a pretty negative connotation. So I kind of just don't want to make that impression. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand, like, in games... Yeah, no, I get it's a D&D thing. It's like, I was about to say, like, in games, they'll have, like, hag is a type of monster. That is, like, a D&D monster that's, like, actually... It's almost like a troll-like creature, but it's usually magic, usually lives in, like, swamps and bogs and that. You know, they usually use trickery and all that to kind of do stuff. Unfortunately, it's also something that people say is, like, a negative thing as well to refer to actual people, so generally I try and distance myself from stuff like that. Yeah, it's basically like a witch monster, like a swamp witch monster thing. Like, I believe I saw that Baldur's Gate 3 has an entire sequence with one. Okay, you can probably take off crafting as well. Granted, I probably will never have them. Yeah, the first zone, there's a hag thing. Oh, it's in, like, even in the first act? That shows you how far I've gone in the first act, that I've actually not run into it yet. But that's just because, like I said, it's kind of the same problem as I'll start playing it, and then by the time I get a chance to play more, like, you know, it's just one of those things I just don't get to. I guess you'll stay on this. And you'll pop off this, because you're just going to research forever. Whereas you can go back and forth in this other stuff. It's skippable, I think. Yeah, no, I don't think I skipped it, because I was actually being fairly completionist when I was playing, because that's usually how I play it. Oh, that'll help. Alright, so Paula and Moonwitch are going to absolutely end up fighting. I also need to draw for... Watch this person die, like, right now. Just like the bad luck, like headshot or neck hit or whatever. So I'll name them and they'll die immediately. Okay, any serious injuries? No. Just some bruises and scrapes. Okay. They bit each other? Yeah, they typically do. You got a bite on the arm there. Actually, no, that's not true. Moon did not get bit. They just got bruised up. But Moon did bite Conrad. Which, let's see who actually started it. Moonwitch compared Conrad to a flamingo. This drove Conrad into a rage and he began to fight. I don't know. That all depends on how you're comparing someone to a flamingo. That's one that could go either way. Because, like, flamingos do some pretty dumb stuff. And if you're referring to in that regard, it goes, okay, I get it. Like, if someone's, you know, is insulting about that kind of thing, then sure. But also, like, you know, there's a lot of things about, like, flamingos being, you know, these bright, colorful, and interesting birds and all that, and having a good sense of balance and yada yada. Yeah, they're not smart birds. Flamingos are definitely not smart birds. You made relatable. I'm also not a smart bird. Yeah, as far as my bird aspects, I am not a great representation of bird kind. Oh, right, sir. No, I don't want to deal with the addiction. That's who you're asking about, sir. I don't deal with the addiction because they're going to throw a hissy fit for, like, literally an in-game season where they'll probably go murderous rage and a bunch of stuff. So even though the pawn itself wasn't that bad, that addiction was going to be a real pain in the butt. And right now, I just need things to be small, stable, and goes that. Other rewards worth it? I didn't think so. No, just goodwill or honor. Like, the goodwill's okay. Like, it's an alright amount of goodwill. Could you... Oh, right, because you have, like... Both of you insulted each other, so it's, like, super high. Oh, good. Dazed is perfect. If you're gonna have a mood break, Dazed is, like, one of the better ones. Dazed, and then, like, where they lock themselves in the room. Those are the kind of, like, the two you're, like... Because it just means the pawn's not gonna do anything destructive. They're just gonna go in their corner and do their thing. It basically means your pawn's not gonna be productive. Is really the only loss. Unless you get unfortunate, they, like, wander out and get attacked or whatever. Yeah, it's... Of the coping things your characters can do, it's one of the better ones. Because they do certainly get way worse. Alright. So one thing we'll probably need to do is we definitely want to expand this area, but I want Moon to just keep working on what they've got working on. Conrad's just gonna, like, focus entirely on research, but I want Moon to work on, like, building our wall around here, getting the basic defenses on, and then I'm gonna start carving to expand the space. Psychic Soothe. Oh, Animal Starvation. Alright, so they'll eat stuff around there for a couple minutes. Then when we go to harvest the next thing, they'll close the door and they'll bring him back in. You said you're going to put a dead body in the common sense, but I'm just going to go to my room instead. Yeah, it's fine. What? Why did you just immediately beeline in there and start fighting? The moment you had your mood break go away, you just immediately attacked Moonwitch. Oh, that one is actually on Moonwitch. Said Moonwitch slandered Conrad's lovers. Please rescue them. Please tell me you didn't, like, take a leg off or something. Okay, still just bruises and scratches. Did you finish taking care of them? Taking a second pawn was a mistake. It feels that way. Because, like, it's not like... You don't have... Yeah, because it's not like chemical interest versus that. One thing we will do is we'll say, no drugs, no drugs. Because if we start using drugs, then they'll start getting moody at each other. Why is your mood so terrible with each other? I mean, there's the... The insulted is pretty bad. They're just training their melee and medicine. Yeah, but I want them to do other things. Considering I don't actually want... Both these pawns I don't think were particularly great melee pawns. I think Moon was okay. I mean, Conroy could be a melee pawn. But, I don't really want both of doing that work. Yeah. Oh no, Moon's not kind. In this one, they're not kind. We looked at a kind pawn. I can't remember why we didn't... Oh, I think was the kind pawn we looked at, and then they had, like, an addiction, or some... Like, there was some health thing. We're like, wait a second. Nah, Moon is jogger. So they go fast. All the injuries to bandage up. We have to be careful. Some of these injuries are getting to the point that we were getting close to, like, losing arms and all that. So I need them to not keep fighting. Yeah, it's those... The insulting spree is the big one. What are you... Oh, you're doing recreation? That's fine. Let Moon sleep for a little bit. You go rest up again, and then we'll get back to bandaging you up. Okay. But having them fight and injure each other and keeping each other from getting work done is counter to helping us actually make any type of meaningful progress in the colony. Alright, so bear with me real fast. I need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm going to put up my away screen. I'll be back here in just a moment. So thank you again for watching. I'll be right back. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. Don't let him know, chat.
Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Like, are very not comfy. Alright. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Yeah, not enough. All right. So let's get back to it. Sorry about that. Grabbed myself a little bit of snack because Tomb was in there munching on some. They were pretzels covered in like cheddar, and I was like, oh man. So I may have stolen some of those from her. It had to happen. It existed and it looked delicious, and therefore it had to happen. Now all I need is those two to not fight immediately, considering their extreme break risk, because of recreation starved and everything else. Yeah, stealing. Stealing, it's all I've ever wanted. Oh, you can't build that. Well, that's one thing that's hurting us. We're getting no recreation right now because you were torn to death by... Oh, I understand. A whole bunch of chickens appeared in the map, and one of them was like right next to a grizzly bear. So grizzly bear immediately went, nom, lunch. Is the fact that like showed up as like instantly, this chicken was torn apart. I'm like, what? What happened to the chicken? Alright, I'm gonna deprioritize bed rest for a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry. I would take more pawns, but right now we're trying to think things are. During Thursday? Yeah, towards the end of stream. Oh. One of the other clans lost their leader. Okay. Yeah, no, it was toward the end of the stream yesterday. I was like, yeah, so Tomb's not working tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a Thursday stream. Because I debated during the day, and I was kind of like the other day, I was like, yeah, I'll probably do that. So downside is now I got a grizzly bear on the map. Don't really have a way of doing that. You serious? Do you not have something else you should be working on? I guess they're not grown. Got stuff for you to cut. Alright. And we are going to get rid of those chickens. The chickens would be a fun one later, but I think it'd be one of those things that'd be chickens or goats. And I think we'll just keep the goats right now. Alright, so they're getting a little bit of recreation. But like, this is all just rotting out here because everyone's injured. And we still don't have ranged weapons yet, so I do really want to get our defenses in place. It's just all the social fighting. I also don't know how long it takes for those to drop off. I know they do actually drop off, but like, You know, we have the cathartic fighting and insulting together. That if we can have those drop-offs, it'll improve that. The Deserter. I don't want to deal with the Empire right now, so that's just nothing to worry about. And the chickens are all gone. Because I'm not super worried about getting the food. Alright. So I might carve the room slightly larger. Yeah, I got rid of our first goat because I told him only to keep 3 goats. Mostly so I have a source of like hides and all that. And because that's the little pen we're using at the moment. They're just out here because they were starving in there, so I let them go. An animal comes before grow? Yeah. We'll definitely need a storage room that we'll have to figure out. And like, I could work on that, but it's kind of those things. I could work on the storage room or the defenses, and I feel like the defenses right now, with only 2 people, neither of which is ranged, seems like the much, much, much more important thing. How are you doing on healing up? You're getting there. I just went ahead and canceled bed rest entirely because, like, I need you working. Normally I don't like to do that, but in this particular case, I can't have them not working and then just social fighting, and then not working, then social fighting, then not working. So you still got quite a few bumps and bruises. Same with you. Alright, with that they'll be able to cook to be able to make more food again. But I'll need to keep cutting down trees to give myself capacity to make that outside perimeter. You're going berserk due to an awful barracks. Crap. So the problem is, if I let Moonwitch just run while berserk, there's a good chance that Moon goes after the Muffalo. If that happens, the Muffalo will go Manhunter, and the colony wipes. So I'm just hoping they can knock each other down without killing each other. Which is an maybe because they've been injuring each other a lot. Well, I tried. Alright, well, hopefully that doesn't get infected. Okay, so you are getting up and you are tending to yourself. Just cannot get anything to do. Yeah, Danger's, that one's got a pretty good chance of infecting since it was a bleeding injury. I know people are having major break risks because they're starving and they have mind-shattering pain and they're recreation starved. And all the other things that they're self-inflicting on themselves. You go help them? Look, I know you got into a fight, but I think you should help each other. That's not tending, that's not feeding, that's not doing all the things that need to be taken care of. I understand they're on the edge of major break risk because mind-shattering pain and recreation starved. Well, that's not good. So they did get an infection in their arm from the goat bite. I would feel bad about it, but again, why? Stop giving me chickens. Alright, so with that, Moon is going to bed rest. You need to be fed. There's a good chance Moon doesn't survive the infection. Because we don't have any real medicine. There's a lot of injuries. We can't keep them fed because they're busy just beating each other to death again and again. I've got a grizzly bear sitting directly outside my home. We now have a manhunter pack, so you know, that's cool, I guess. Alright. Chickens are going to run the colony at the rate it's going. Oh yeah, that's absolutely going to kill Moon. Because what's going to happen is Moon's going to go outside, and those guinea pigs are going to go kill them. Went down instantly. And that'll be game. Because Moon won't get treated, and they'll die to their infection. And I mean, those injuries have racked up. If Conroy does get back up, they're going to go down immediately the moment one of those guinea pigs get near them. Yep, went right back down instantly. And we are set to have them fight, so... That one's kind of annoying, because, like, that feels self-inflicted, and it was just RNG of them social fighting again and again and again, despite having no real negatives with each other. So... that is the way Naked Brutality goes. It'd be super funny if the bear attacked me. It probably will. Where's the bear go? No, the bear's too far away now. It'll go after one of those with one of the goats. Yeah, she gets just a moment where she's not in too much pain. It just doesn't matter. She's lost to her infection. So, the guinea pigs are just going to finish the job off. But that was, we had, what was it, 3 social fights in a berserk? And no gap for them to actually recover their injuries in between. And again, we have, Jogger and Teetotaler. Neither of them have negatives. They just, for whatever reason, decided to insult each other again. But yeah, no, honestly, the bears actually go for them. They're dead anyway, so like the run's over here. Alright, well... yeah, see, like, the moment they stand up, he's trying as desperately to defend himself, but one tag knocks him right back down. You didn't even get a hit in, because the hit was from earlier. Yeah, and you're bleeding out now. Yep. Okay. That's done. Because like I said, Moon is not going to be able to survive that infection. Alright. So, what we might do is we might do the poll a little bit early today. Because we have had like 2 colonies who've started up and they've died right away. I'll put RimWorld on the poll. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, I do a poll halfway through stream to see what we're doing. I'm just doing it a little bit early since we kind of had some like false starters. What are we doing now? And the streams have been a little bit short recently, so I'll put RimWorld on the list. American Truck Simulator's on the list. Farming Simulator 22 is on the list. That's not how that's spelled at all. Simulator. We'll put Project Zomboid on the list. And I need one more. Because I've really just not known I've wanted to play. Like, the issue is there's a lot of games I want to play, but when they have their updates. And so we're kind of just, like, waiting for all those updates, which start the 14th, and then there's, like, an update every couple of weeks or whatever for different games. And so I've been kind of, like, almost like a holding pattern, just waiting. Hey, I can't actually see who raided me because I've got the pull-up. Hey, Digwood, thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream. I'll get you a shout out here in just a moment. I'm setting up a poll so I can't actually see chat. But how was your stream? And for those popping in with that raid, what would you say was the best part of that stream? We're just basically putting up a poll to see if we're switching games and all that, but we do have the thing for like continuing the game we've got going. We've been doing some Naked Brutality starts. We've had like 2 false starts not going on, but I can't see you in chat at the moment because the poll covers everything. You're playing My Time at Sandrock. I can put that on the list as well. My Time at Sandrock. Alright, so we're gonna get that poll up here, and then we can properly welcome in the raiders. So, first of all, I'm gonna go ahead and do a shout out for Digwood. For those who haven't checked out Digwood has been playing some RimWorld. So if you happen to like RimWorld, you can find it over there as well. You've been attacked by 39 tribals. They're attacking immediately. Oh no! We actually just had a colony go down because we've been doing Naked Brutality, and it's actually guinea pigs that finished off because their people kept social fighting again. Oh, did I just horrifically misspelled Farming Simulator? That's totally fine. I'm totally okay with it. But yeah, so we've got a poll going on. If you do not see it in your browser, don't forget to refresh. We're basically seeing if we're switching games or sticking to what we've got going on. So if you'd like to see us pick up a new colony in RimWorld, you just vote for RimWorld. If you want to check out American Truck Simulator, which is still trucking time, you drop in a vote there. If you want to see Farming Simulator 22, which we've got a farm that it's this big hilly area with a bunch of trees on it that we've been cutting down all the trees and then making that into farmland. That's what's going on with that one. Project Zomboid, if we go into that one, we would either jump into the character. I'm at 165,000 kills in one character in one life on Apocalypse setting, well, harder than Apocalypse settings. It's basically Apocalypse with 16 times pop, multiple helicopters, that shenanigans. Infection still on and all that. Or we would start some kind of new run in that. And in My Time at Sandrock, we've been playing a little bit, which is a slice of life style game. With all that said, welcome in everybody. You caught us like I'd already been typing up the poll just because we just took another death. We have had a couple of false starts, but that's just Naked Brutality. But in the meanwhile, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to have the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, at 135,120 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record's been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, and I do play a variety of games, including RimWorld. Okay, so you gotta go to the follow button, and I'm already following you? Yep, it happens. It's a lot of zombies? It is. I mean, it used to be the record. It's one of those reasons why when people pop in, it's like, I heard that someone fully cleared the map on 16 times pop. And you'd be like, well, they would have more than like 10 times the current record, which took, people literally like 8 straight months of playing almost nothing but it. So I'm gonna call liar. But it's a fun game. But you have lots of people claim stuff that's not true. But yeah, so in the meanwhile, we're just doing this poll. Normally it happens a little bit later in stream. My typical format is I do about 4 or 5 hours of one game, and I do about 4 or 5 hours of the other. The stream is actually 11 hours long, typically. Like, right now, it's a 9-hour day, and normally Thursdays are my day off, but I chose to stream anyways today because no specific reason. It is looking like the vote is very heavily going for more RimWorld. Do we want to keep seeing me do naked brutality shenanigans, or is there some other kind of run we want to do? Generally speaking, when I play RimWorld, I don't do like 500% naked brutality, ice sheet nonsense. I used to do that back in the day, but then I got kind of tired of all my bases feeling to the same. You didn't vote? That's fine. You can still vote if you'd like. But you'd personally like to see a Mechanator? Yeah, we did some Mechanator pretty recently. The one downside with Mechanator runs is they tend to be very slow. Misala says, oh, you found a way to totally cheese the game with the character editor mod. You did a revolver. Oh, yeah, no, you could, like, if you get into modding, you do that. Imperm run. Easy run, except everyone has some sort of permanent disability. I don't think I'd want to go that way, because that feels like it's not gamifying disability, but, like, kind of making a joke of it. I know that's not what it is. But it's one of those things where it's like, it feels like it's not in a great place. Plus, realistically, to do that, I'm gonna have to get like a mod to edit the pawns to add that kind of stuff, or like dev mode, which I'm very lazy. Or the vampire guy, you did a few runs. Yeah, we've done a lot of vampire recently. Not super duper recently, but we've done some vampire recently. I find vampire very annoying. Move one map tile over every something. Well, that's just resetting the colony again and again. I mean, we could do like an Arco Nexus if we want to do that. Alright, so it's staying on RimWorld, that's fine. You can make a run where only grandmas exist in the colony. Again, that would... I know you're memeing, but that would require a bunch of mods to edit your pawns, because realistically that's not a thing that's going to happen. Either way, we're going to new colony. I do think I'm going to go for the basic Lost Tribe, which is basically I have mods, Man in Black run, you immediately get your colonists killed and do like a solo Man in Black. What about Toxic Colony? I haven't done my pollution challenge in a while. We can do a pollution challenge. I haven't done that in a while. No research, random research. Return to pollution challenge. Done. Good enough for me. For those who haven't seen, this is a challenge I've done a lot in the past. It doesn't really matter which one we choose. Strive to survive commitment mode, full world generation pollution, yes, all of it. But this is a challenge I've done in the past that I'm sure others have done similar, so I'm not going to be like, yeah, it's my unique idea or whatever. I didn't get it from anyone else specifically, but it does seem like it is a mechanic of the game that others would see, what if yes? But what we're going to do, let's see, you have a scenario for the workshop that starts you, the seniors fed up with the place and breaking out your RimWorld. That's a fun challenge. Actually, that wouldn't be that hard to set up. You could go into the scenario editor and say, like, minimum age needs to be, like, 60-something. Because RimWorld, it's very difficult to keep a pawn alive once they start getting to late 60s, early 70s. RimWorld is very much one that goes, okay, heart attack. Okay, again, heart attack. Did you blink? Heart attack. So, like, I think the oldest I've been able to keep a pawn alive is, like, 89. And that was, I had a doctor who's basically hitting them with Glitter World, constantly trying to keep them alive. Yeah, happy birthday. Hi, music. Oh, there we go. It's just figuring it out. Okay, so with the Maximum Pollution Challenge thing that I do, we don't need a tile that within itself is an extremely difficult tile, because the challenge is going to be right there, 100% pollution. That's what we're looking for. 100% pollution. So the rules I give for myself with this challenge is that I may not bag up the pollution and just ship it off the map or drop pod it off the map or anything like that. I must deal with the pollution on the tile I am playing on. I can bag it up and throw it in the freezer, With this level of pollution, they'll give us 3 Pollux trees on the map naturally, and hopefully they're not horrifically placed. But that'll be another thing we deal with. Where is it? I also give myself, like, I have tons... Oh, it's already set to frequent. I have a bunch of rules I give myself, like, I'm doing no research, random research, so we'll start with no research whatsoever, and I won't get to choose what I get. It'll just give me what I end up with. With the ideology, I start with just the meme, and I just set, like, for this one, I just set the one thing. And then from every time I re-roll, like, the meme, I'm allowed to change one thing. Okay, so... I am going to deal with getting rid of, like, the truly toxic pawns. I've started, like, I used to not be picky about this. The only rule I used to have was I earn all my own scars, so I won't take existing scars. But I've kind of gotten frustrated with, social fighting being just way too frequently because you have someone who's, you know... Like, you have a bunch of people with a bunch of super negative traits that all just get mad at each other all the time. Too smart's okay. Alright, so that should probably be alright. So, looking at what we've got here, we've got cooking. So we've got cooking, medical, intellectual. We have basically no plants. We've got mining, shooting, melee, and basically no construction. And so we will live with that. Force world trait kind. I don't go that far. The only time I've done that is we had... The last big run we did, what we called an Adam and Eve run, which is we had 2 pawns to start with that were kind and, was a kind and beautiful. And we chose that way they would pair up very quickly in a romantic relationship. And then the idea was the only colonist was allowed to have was their kids. And we got up to, it was something like 16 children before everything went sideways and everyone died. Alright, so you're going to be a melee pawn. You can go either way. Okay. We don't have anyone that's, like, tough or anything. There's Jogger. Alright, so with our initial equipment, you get 1 bow. You get the other bow. There should be a Pila here somewhere. There's the Pila. You go ahead and grab the knife, wherever it's at. I think that's it up there. And you grab the Equa. Alright, so map doesn't look that bad yet. Just wait a second. You'll change your mind. Because if we look at this map, you know, it seems kind of like it's a little muted out. It's a little weird. I mean, there's our ancient danger. But if we go to the pollution, that tells a different story. This map sucks. But that's the idea, is when you choose like more than 80-ish%, it'll carve out a little spot here in the middle for your people to spawn on. All the rest of that's pollution. And the dangerous pollution is if you walk in it, you get toxic buildup, and that causes permanent injuries or permanent disease that can kill you and all that. It also means there's going to be very few animals on the map, and if I kill those animals, they usually will just leave a rotting corpse, because animals with toxic buildup, when they die, they have a chance of just not giving you anything. So kind of the first thing I'm going to do here, you know, we'll just make it kind of a weird shaped room. It's fine. We're going to get that carved, but I'm going to need to go in here. Here, let's set the pollution. We do want to try and utilize as much of this space as we can for our food, because you can grow potatoes that are called tox potatoes in the pollution, but they suck. It's being frank, they suck. We're gonna go ahead here. That's fine. We don't have anyone with enough growing skill. I'm just queuing up a bunch of stuff. And corn is the best output. And we could change you to cotton. Go down here. And again, they won't be able to grow it. But basically, we just set a whole bunch of plants. They'll have a lot of work to do. Let's let them all grab their weapons real fast before I accidentally unset all of it. We will end up restricting where they can go. Okay. I was about to say, like, don't give me terriers that I can breed, because I would definitely try to see if we can make that work. Alright, so first we're gonna tick everyone anything they're capable of doing, as, like, bonuses and all that, and then we'll decide who's doing what. Alright, so that's what we've got here. So let's go into our priorities. Everyone will firefight. The doctors will doctor. Plan purple for childcare. All these go up here. Okay, so you're going to be a warden or handler or cook. And you can hunt. And when you can't do that, you research. So purple is our cook and our researcher for now. You're going to be our crafter, I think. Right now. So we actually have 3 cooks in this colony. I don't think I've ever had that in Strike Colony. Our growing people suck. But we'll go ahead and deprioritize that. You're a growing person. So congratulations, you have that title. You'll be our crafter in the long run. I don't really need anyone doing that. I mean, I have 3 people capable of craft. This is a really weird setup. So you'll mine, and you're going to do construction as well. So that's our mining construction person. That is our cook and researcher. This person is going to be our crafting person, who will back up in researching as well. This person is going to be our farmer. And monkey down here, you're going to be hauling and cleaning. Alright, so we've got those priorities set up. So first step, get that set up. Get this room set up. Oh, we need to take you off hunting. Right now I'm not going to worry about hunting. But what we're going to look for is in a little bit here, we're going to notice a little spot of pollution get cleared out here in 3 different locations. And that's because there's really special trees that appear on the map that absorb pollution. And so what we want to do is we want to locate those trees, because the way we get rid of the pollution is I slowly bag it up little by little. I take it over the tree, I dump the toxic waste at the base of the tree, and then, you know, it decays, the tree absorbs the pollution over time, and then once it's got more availability, we bag up some more and we drop it in our tree. Which does mean, as far as me claiming land, it's a very slow run until we get air conditioning. Once we get air conditioning and stable power... What do you mean, oh, the trees? No. You can only chop down the trees. So wherever the trees are, they stay. Yep, Pollux trees are really good if you're dealing with pollution. So like Mechanator runs, getting some Pollux trees, while it won't be able to keep up with the pollution you generate. That's just a door. They won't be able to keep up with the pollution you generate. They will end up being something that helps make it better. And I'll turn off this overlay once I locate these trees. It's fine, we'll come back, but we're not ready to deal with it anyways. Because after a while you will notice like the very vibrant color areas. That's where this is all going down. Alright. And one thing we'll need to do is get recreation. I'm going to try and put the recreation inside so they don't stand in there. That's the purple seed ones, right? You have 2 dryad trees. Last run you got 3 trees, never planted them. Oh! If you had a run you got like 3 of those trees, never planted them, it's really, really rare you get the seeds of those trees. It's one of the things that's really painful about this run is there's just not a really good way to increase the amount of like trees you get. Like you can very, very rarely get them as a quest reward, or you can trade for them. But like it's one of those things that you see and you're like, oh man, it's one of those. It's like mech serum levels of rare. Like the resurrection serum levels of rare. Except you can't even target farm them like the mech serum, where you can go after ancient dangers again and again, hoping to, beyond hope, to get them. Oh, and also, if you don't know what the no research random research mods are, you'll notice, even though I'm tribal, I don't have passive cooler or tree sowing, where normally you have those. And you also notice I don't have a research button. And that's what those mods do. Basically what'll happen is once I get a research bench, is it's just randomly going to choose any one of the researches I'm eligible to do at the moment. And it won't tell me what I'm doing. It'll just start working on it. Please don't lay out in like the toxic waste. There's also one of the runs that as fast as you can get masks to put on your face, the better, because it gives you a resistance to pollution. Yeah, let's check for those trees again. Ideally, I want them close-ish to where we're based. It's fine. Alright, so before anyone starts sleeping out in the pollution, got the beds up. Now, we are definitely going to be fighting with some toxic buildup. You had a defoliator hit your map so you could try figure out the pollution thing quick. Yeah, it's not bad. It's only when it gets really, really out of hand that you have to start really worrying. Which usually only happens if you take the every once in a while be like, I'll give you 100-something bags of pollution. You know, if you let me give you that one thing. And then, like, bad things happen. Alright, come on. We probably will have to have someone hunt. I think that someone is going to be you. So Monkey will be our committed hunter for right now. And a reason for that is there's going to be like next to nothing we can pull up food-wise out here in the pollution. And as I mentioned, they'll start getting toxic buildup on the animals, and once that happens, hunting them stops being worth it because they just insta-rot when they die, and then, you know, that's completely useless. Alright, so production. Research bench can go there. Furniture. Plop the table down. And one of the other things that's going to happen is we're going to 100% get rid of all the dogs. Early game food ends up being a problem. Like, right at the beginning it's okay, but once all these animals start getting toxic buildup, that's kind of when food starts falling off and being difficult, because this is all the growing area I have for a while. Alright, so there's one of our Pollux trees right there. So we can go zone, dumping zone, and then we go critical, clear, toxic waste. Copy that. We got another one down here. Dumping zone. Paste. And where's the third one? They usually give you 3. There's the third one. Paste. And now we're going to take away the pollution UI, and we'll go zone. Okay, we can also go here and go orders. I'm not doing anything with this yet, but I'm basically showing the range. That way, as I see the pollution disappear, I know if it's getting close to that range. It's time to deal with it. Because one of the mistakes you can make in this run is not pay attention to the tree, let it fully clear all the pollution around it. And if it ever gets to the point that there's no more pollution around it, it's literally just wasting your time then. Like, when it starts to get anywhere near clear, you want to immediately pop up and deal with it. And the last one is up here. There you are. Also make it way easier for me to find these when I go check in on them. Now, the one catch is you also cannot build anything inside that circle or the tree stops working entirely. Whether it's putting a ceiling or a floor or whatever. I think you can put farm down if I remember correctly. But, you know, it's going to be going back and forth between toxic pollution. Check for 4th JIC. Will it die without pollution, though? Isn't the turning point now since they patched it? Wait. Hunt them before they hit 80%? Oh, it's random chance. That basically, the higher the percent. 4th tree, just in case. There usually is never a 4th tree. I'm willing to check for one. Yeah, normally you only get 3 trees. To be clear, I've done this challenge a lot. So there's the 1, there's the 2, and there's the 3. Yes, there's only 3. Because the other one would have already cleared the area around it a little bit. Like, for the record, I've done this challenge many times. But yeah, anytime you're over like 80-ish% pollution, you'll get 3 trees. Holes in the fog. Yeah, that one door on the right kept making me look at it. Alright, so we'll go over here, we'll have production. The old stove. Okay. And so Monkey will start hunting stuff tomorrow. But yeah, it's the way the hunting thing works is like, I don't know what the cutoffs are, but any amount of toxic buildup, there is a chance the body instantly decay, and it just gets worse and worse and worse until it gets all the way up. I don't think there's ever a point where it guarantees it'll decay, other than when it hits 100%, it dies of toxic buildup. Lemon Bar says, hi, kitty? Oh, is it Lemon Bar is the kitty that says hi? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. Gotcha. And for right now, we're not going to do a bunch of fancy stuff. Not fine meals. Just say simple meals, do until you have 10. And we will have just a regular dumping stockpile over there that they can just dump this, like the stone we're going to have in here over there. Got production. We can put the butcher's table down here for right now. But as you can see, like, one of the things, you have 17 cats there? That's a lot of cats. But this is one of the things you'll notice early on, is I will carve out, like, a little spot inside here. Have you ever tried the expanded roofing mod? No. Generally speaking, if you go, have you ever tried, and you name a mod, the answer is most likely no. Just generally speaking, I don't really prefer to mod my games. Like, nothing against mods, it's just not my preference. And when it comes to, like, playing games, I tend to be very completionist, more so than the kind of person who mods their games. Who is our best social person? Probably Purple. Alright. I'll take your pemmican. You can have my wooden club. Now get out of my sight. But generally speaking, I really do very little modding of my games. You should be taking off hunting. With being underground and toxic like this, if anything, dub skylights are pretty cool. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, we're going to, and I should put it in here now, the last couple runs we were doing tiles that were really hot, so I wasn't using the torch, because even though I want the light, the issue is it does give, like, a little extra heat. And with no random research, my chances of just getting passive cooler right away is not high. So we kind of just had to endure it. Alright. So I have a little room back here. You make this a little room back here as well. Probably make that into a hallway. Poke a door there. Can make a hallway over here to this room. There's a hollow spot up there, which we're going to see where that is before I start mining there, because that should be just that tile, which will be fine. I'm not... Oh yeah, just enough to keep... Well, yeah, the big thing is like when it's hot outside, that they can't quite recover from heat stroke, which is a problem. Yes, I've also got a tile there. Alright, so we got Mad Rat. Alright, you're already good. Cool. That's your last run. You were on a pretty hot tile, and then I was hit with the mod event global warming, followed by rapid fire heat waves. Was getting to 80 sometimes, I'd say. Yeah. Like some of those like mods that add a bunch of like side systems and all that could be fun. All right, so polluted terrain. So as you can see, Monkey here is already getting toxic buildup way higher than I'm comfortable with. Trying to hunt. So we're gonna go in here and I think we just about to do this. We're gonna go to this location. And we're gonna go ahead and remove a bunch. That this is the, you've got too much toxic buildup, get back inside zone. So you are gonna see me have to like constantly, especially early on until we get the masks, you'll see me very regularly taking people and like locking them back in here. Now the other big problem with this is even doing this the way I'm doing this now, there's always a risk that now that Monkey has toxic buildup, that as it goes away, that Monkey ends up having the issue where they, please harvest those. Monkey ends up having an issue where that toxic buildup causes disease that can be fatal. Alright, so this is the point where we're hungry, we have animals, and they eat our food, and they can kindly get out of here. Luckily we caught that dog before it finished eating our berries. Because right here at the beginning is kind of the hardest part, just getting things... Insulting spree already? Come on. Oh good, you only insulted once, and then social fought, and then that was it. I can get behind that. And who is our cook again? Alright. Where'd the last dog go? Okay. And why are none of our doctors doing the doctoring thing? Alright. So basically what I'm trying to do right now is just open up space so I can add little side rooms and that for, you know, storing stuff, tables, whatever. I have these two tiles set to get carved just so I can see what the heck we got going on here. More than likely this upper area we won't be able to use. I could probably fit a room up here. More than likely it'll be like that with like the one tile over. We'll see. Oh, and that's unusable. Go ahead and mine that off. Same with that box. Okay, so we get to name our faction and our colony, and then we'll actually go and assign the names to the characters, because normally I do that earlier, but I've just been trying to like get things going. Alright, so right now... Ooh, I don't even remember... we set our pro... I'm sure we set our ideology. So local sentiment is just everything is as toxic as possibly can be, to such an unreasonable level that that you know it's just polluted. So it's definitely YouTube comments. No, I'm teasing. Basically Twitter. Blue Ocean. It's already a good name. Blue Ocean. You know what? You're not wrong. It's just, you know, people would assume blue ocean means water, versus chemicals. And meanwhile, as the faction name, I don't know. Like, part of me wants to have, like, almost like an environmentalist thing, but I don't... I'm kind of drawing a blank. Kappa Ocean? Let's see, the buried comments from hundreds of years ago. Years drilled. Or no, it's, what's it? Comment hidden. Toxic Avengers. It's like anti-toxic coalition. I like the idea of having, again, like, you know, a colony name around some type of like environmental thing. It's just my mind is drawing a complete blank because of course it is. Anti-grain warhead testing range. There's a good chance I'll never see an anti-grain warhead. Yeah. YouTube comment section. Comment hidden. Good enough for me. Actually, to be honest, lately I haven't seen that bad of stuff on YouTube. It's like been comparable to the other platforms. Cause like I you know, right now we are actually streaming to Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok all at the same time. Now we're allowed to do that. And where it used to be back in the day that YouTube comments are kind of like the joke of how incredibly terrible they were, I would say I haven't personally noticed that too much. It's not that I've never had anything like crappy come through, but not to a degree I would say it's particularly better, worse, or otherwise. The one that's honestly really bad is Twitter. Twitter is the by far outlier for just being ridiculously awful. Alright. They're mining this out. I haven't figured out exactly what rooms I want. I'm thinking this would be like storage over here. We'll just literally go here, say stockpile, clear, important, food. No hay grass. And we will also put medicine there too. Okay, so how are you doing your toxic buildup? That's the other problem with toxic buildup, is it takes forever for that crap to fall off. We need you to go get those. Stop insulting Spree. It's like the worst break in the game. And stop insulting Spreeing the same person so you keep fighting so that people don't do anything else. Okay, no permanent injuries between the two of you. I'm gonna guess, actually. Yeah, can mine that tile out, there's no reason not to. Can take those off. Take those off. Basically, I'm taking off the rocks in the outer edge that I'd have to like expose a corner or whatever. Just because there's no reason not to. Sooner or later, I'll get rid of that redeem. Like, the only reason I haven't gotten rid of the scary redeem is I have promised I'll put something to replace it. Like, there's been a retheme that's been working along the way. That the idea behind it is, like, we'll have these, like, cute crabs and everything is, like, the new thing that's just kind of going on. Oh, here's one thing. If you're just gonna stand around, so it was Monkey is standing around. You might as well mine while you're in here. Okay. So we've got a waster who has chemical damage. Sure. What storyteller? That is a good question. Probably one with Cassandra. Because while I like Randy the most for streaming, I found Randy has this habit of just Cassandra. Randy has this habit of just going on vacation for like 2 in-game years, and you're just going, please, Randy, I need you to do something. Like, run be getting boring. I need you to wake up. Next colony needs to be a faction called !Stary, and the colony is just named just Maka. Alright. Oh, I meant to name these people. We'll do it here in a second. Oh, you need to grab your weapon. Oh, because, like, I really want you to slow down more. Well, I think that's going to be an upgrade. Alright, so where the heck are we putting the buys? Is there any water on the map? There's a tiny little pool of water down here. The storage, critical clear, human-like corpses. Okay, so it's still warning me that monkey has too much pollution. Alright, let's start naming people. So we got the first one here is going to Urban Hermetus? I'll figure out how I want to pronounce it someday. Well, how it's pronounced, not how I want to pronounce it. We got Luxray. We've got Zidian. We've got... Where'd it go? Dick Butte. And finally, we've got Roger. Alright, so we've got our people named and all that sort of stuff, and it's just titled them named. That way, if there's someone who's, like, not a regular in the channel, so I don't recognize the name, that I don't accidentally, like, name someone then wipe out the name because they just happen not to notice it. Starvation on Butte. That is unfortunate. I don't have any more stuff over here to deal with. Alright, we'll work. Yeah, honestly, for all you, we could take that off. So we're just gonna assign a bunch of people to hunting to try and make up for our current situation. They still don't have any... Oh, they've got some corn down. Or no, not even the corn. They have the cotton down. And a little bit of the corn. That's what I get for assigning too much too fast. Grow? Yeah, so I want to keep you up. Oh, that's the problem. Alright, I'm going to tell you just not to worry about bed resting. The problem I've got is one of the people who's gotten into a social fight like 2-3 times in a row is my growing person. Because of course it is. Okay, hang on just a moment. That's not what you're gonna do. You're not gonna feed a dead raccoon to someone directly. Instead, you're going to be assigned to cook. And we're going to go to assignments, food restrictions, select lavish. Do not eat corpses. If you're gonna eat something, you're gonna at least butcher it first. There we go. I was like, everyone's a terrible shot. Please get better. Been feeding someone a dead raccoon. They had a bad breakup or something. It's just the way the game rolls. Alright, butcher that raccoon. Trying to stave off starvation. Oh, you're also hunting. No, you shouldn't. Yeah, I need you growing. What I'm probably gonna have to do is, even though you're dealing with that, let's go ahead and unrestrict you. You've got toxic buildup that's a problem, but I need food coming in. I didn't catch that, you know, our growing person, unfortunately, was the one who got in those 2 social fights. So we're 7 days in, and they planted like 8 units of corn, so would you give it a break? Alright, come on, Zidian. Between the two of them, Zidian should go down way earlier. But the problem is, that's again, the person who's supposed to be getting our food is the one having the break. I know you're gonna have a break soon. Yep, and Zidian's getting in trouble from too much toxic buildup, because he's busy chasing Luxray all over the map. I need you to go down, Zidian. This is actually one of the worst starts I've had for this. Like, the map's fine. It's just all the social breaks we had early on have not let us get our food where it needs to be. Like, this is just wasting these two's time. No, you're not about to die. You're hunting Luxray. You're on a murderous rage. I'm just trying to, like, wait you out. Love everything. You need to hunt stuff. That's fine. I'm trying to have you collapse from... Okay, can I retame you? Do I have anyone capable? No. So technically we just lost our grower. I think we're just gonna mulligan this one. We're just gonna mulligan this one because we lost our grower before they got anything planted and we can't retame them. Yeah, we're just gonna mulligan this one because that is straight up a disaster. The big problem I had, well, that's fun. The big problem I had in that run is I didn't catch that the social fights were our grower. I was just like, yeah, it's fine. They're social fighting. And then we had 2 rounds in a row of social fighting with our grower, so we didn't get the plants in the ground that we needed. And so we kind of just completely screwed our food, because normally, even with everything going properly, you end up with problems right towards the beginning with food, that you have to like kind of just barely like get yourself over that hill, because you usually get like the one wave of hunting things and then you don't get anything you can really hunt on the toxic map anymore, and so you have to have that last long enough to then, you know, get your crops going. But because the crops didn't even get in the ground, and that was also on me because I got greedy and just started, you know, doing a whole bunch of crops at once, so that was That was a mess. And the reason I went ahead and restarted versus just playing it out is I disabled the Man in Black event. Not that that would help when you're starving to death and can't really fix that problem. But I disabled the Man in Black event because I've brought Calanies back from the brink and, you know, finished a run that way. And that's fun. It's a good story to tell. But nowadays it kind of gets annoying. The Tweaks Galore has the greatest counter to the insult spree everything. Doesn't remove it, but nerfs it a bit. Like, don't get me wrong, Insulting Spree is one of the more troublesome ones. I don't really mind it that much. So I'm looking for ones that are very high pollution. We're talking, like, I want upper 90s or bust. Once you get, like, okay, so you're at 96. $97. I'm not looking for a cave map. Because that's one of the other rules I have for this was not to cave map it, because the ground tiles, as you saw, don't contain pollution ever. So it's kind of like having the challenge, but then circumventing the challenge part of it by just allowing you to go inside and just ignore it. Yeah, that's all gonna... actually, wait a second. Yeah, it'll work. 96% temperate forest. Because you can go in 100%, but it doesn't really matter. Like, actually, here, let me find 100%. That way I can just show you what happens. So there's a 98%. I don't think I want to mess with the shore tile with 100%. I think it'll have weird side effects because it's not... It's a special biome thing. But we find a tile that's at 100%. Here we go, those are some dense ones. There we go. So we've got temperate forest, 100%. So you see it's 100% here when we start. You're gonna pop in here. It doesn't have a full year grow season. Can we get a full year grow season? It's okay if we don't. That's fine. Because all this is going to have mountains around it, I think. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just do that one. So we get about half the year grow season? Really? We're that close? Oh, I guess we are close to the cap. That'd actually be pretty rough. I didn't realize we're so close to the ice cap. We're practically boreal forest. Come on, give me a nice high pollution one without a lot of hassle. Yep. Oh, here we go. There's a dense spot. Okay, this one's much better. So let's see, we can't find one that's like at 100%. There we go, 100%. Got a nice little tile here. Got a couple of tiles here. I was curious what we have around here real fast. Yeah, so we'll do this tile here. So we're at 100% pollution. We've got most of the years of the grow season. We got about half a season, no good. But you notice it's at 100%. I'm highlighting that for a reason. Just keep in mind, 100%. So we'll create fluid, ideological. I do the one that you can spread the ideology really fast because that just makes recruiting more people way easier. We've got frequent. Okay, first rule I have is all my scars will be earned. Oh, and I'm not dealing with an addiction. We're gonna go through and doing that. What I mean by that is I don't want to have a bunch of characters that have like a whole bunch of scars all over them. I want every scar we see that's like, yeah, that happened. Neurotic? What was neurotic? Oh yeah, so they break easier, but they work better. That's fine. Tough is fine. Wait, how many you have that can't care? Okay, it's just 2. I can actually live with that. So tough. I'm being picky about my pawns these days. Just because I get so annoyed with social fights. Most of my colonies, honestly, these days, I would say lose to social fights more than any other mechanic. That's the reason I'm actually skipping out on Bloodlust, is because it leads to a bunch of social fights. Okay, we literally have all skills presented. Sure, what do you have down here? You got some skin. Cool. Alright. I almost never get a colonist with, or a colony with all skills represented. With passions and everything. But before we actually get like building the colony, let me quickly show you what happens to the pollution when you pick a tile with 100%. Come on. You can do it. Okay, so we picked a tile, it was at 100%, but now if we go here and we look at the tile's information, it's at 99%. And actually, usually it goes lower than that. It goes like 98%. And it's because of the whole thing where it carves out a chunk of pollution in the middle. This is actually really bad for us because that's stone. So a big chunk of the area carved out for us, we can't actually grow stuff on. We got a much smaller chunk of stone here to deal with, but that is fine. We can make this work. It just means food is going to be a bit more of a problem than normally it is. Alright, so let's see here. So really strong melee. You'll probably be melee because you're tough. I have a whole lot of people who can melee and have no passions for anything else. So even though you're tough, you're going to move over to ranged group. You're going to move over to ranged group. So you have passions for both. You'll be our 2 melee, you'll be our ranged. Pull that floor up? Yeah, we're gonna have to pull the floor up. There's the Pila, there's the Equa, there's the knife. Alright, so I have our weapons sorted out. So the recreation stuff. Go to your work schedules. If they have a passion for it, we're gonna tick it and go from there. So good news, we do have 2 doctors. Okay, so it's gonna be a little weird. So I think you'll be our cook, even though you're slightly better at it. You're gonna be our construction person. You're going to mine. You're going to farm. You'll be our researcher. We'll put you to deal with that when you're not cooking. Yeah, so don't have anything set to mine, you'll hunt. When you catch up with growing, you'll hunt. And you probably just won't. Alright, so let everyone grab their weapons. Okay. So just like before, I'm going to carve in here. Not because we're like going out of our way to mountain, but because the mountain is a place that is material-wise inexpensive for us. So we can just kind of carve in here. Honestly, with this mountain, I might just... We'll make it 2 rooms over here. Alright, so that'll be the way we carve all that. So we're going to release them. Meanwhile, I can go over here for a grow zone, and this time I'm just going to go, okay, rice. That's not rice. Rice. Start with the rice, don't touch anything else until the rice is done. Uninstall those tables, because we can use those for, you know, furniture later. I haven't looked around, so again, Ancient Danger down there. Yeah, so we got the Ancient Danger down there. We got a big pool of water we could probably dump corpses in over there. Got another pool of water up here. Here, let's get this off. Just got pool water up there for corpses. You got a pool water down here for corpses. I've got a nearby one, but we're probably not going to put that one to use. Okay. So pen needed. We're definitely not going to do that. And this time things with the animals are going faster. I'm gonna assign anyone who's not busy to plant cut to try and help out clear the field faster. Here, we can go ahead and do this. Not that I think we'll get much effort done to that end. And this time we have way less wildlife on the map. This is actually closer to what you expect. So we'll end up wanting to get those rats pretty early on. Yeah, once we get these down, we'll get some potatoes down. Once we get the potatoes down, we'll get the next thing down. So we're going to try and be better about this time so I don't get myself caught. Because basically we're trying to run the timer to see if we can't get this sorted out before it's too late. All that, we can go stockpile over here. We can also go stockpile here. Alright, so production. Butcher's table we'll put there. So that way when we get rid of our own animals, you know, I already have butcher tables there. Drop caravan spot to have the donkey. Oh, I'm going to kill that donkey real soon. That donkey's going to go very early. It's still probably not a bad idea. But that donkey's going to be the first one to go because it's got the most food demand and everything. And I'll put the stove over here once we've got some steel. I can actually dig one farther. Alright, and next grow zone is potatoes. Spot is free, it keeps it fresh on rocks. Spot is free and keeps it fresh on rocks. I'm sorry, I'm not really understanding. Okay, it's just a one tile area revealed. Alright. Okay, so we're looking for a little bit of steel. We need a little bit of steel to be able to make the table or the stove and all that. All right. So it doesn't get pollution buildup. I'm sorry, I'm not under... Spot is free and keeps fresh on rocks. Sorry, one-handed fighting kitties. No, I got you. I'm not really understanding what you're... Like, I understand you're looking to... So it doesn't get... Oh, yeah, like, right now, I'm just chucking these here. We're going to move them all inside. Like, right now, I think this will be a storage room just temporarily. I'll do something else with it later, but... You know, limited capacity is limited capacity. Alright, so we're going to set you to be storage for clear, important foods, medicine. Detoxing the map is something advanced, right? Not necessarily advanced, but time-consuming. Because as I mentioned before, like, there's the Pollux trees, and normally you don't get, like, any, but with this kind of run, you can get some. Oh, here. Yeah, so we've got everything we can get for those. So the next section over here, we'll set those to strawberries. And honestly, this won't matter too much now, because we've got the initial plants down. Set you to corn. Go down here. Switch you to heal root. Yeah, so I can't grow there at all. I can grow tox potatoes, but I don't want to. Yes, oh, clicked out of the window. So I'll go down here. And we can make cotton plant. Actually, even though I won't be able to use it anytime soon, we'll make that dye. I switched you. You were strawberries, right? You were corn. Okay. I figured make that into that, and then we can go up here. And your cotton. Okay, so we've got basically all the growable stuff. Tox potatoes. It's not that. The tox potatoes have a higher risk of giving you food poisoning and all that, which is annoying as enough. You like in a pinch, you can absolutely use tox potatoes, but it's often a bad time. Like if you're a waster colony, you do that because everything's pollution around you anyways, usually. So, you know, fine, whatever. But if you're not a waster colony, usually it's in your best interest to just not. Alright, so animals. Time for them to go. And we're gonna go here to production. The old stove. Furniture, do this. Here to that block. We'll get rid of these ruins down here. Probably all those rocks will go as well in time. Because I need to peel all this up. Because there's growable soil underneath there. Now I can put some more plants down. So you're guessing we restarted because I swear this is a different colony. Last pay attention? Yes. Basically what ended up happening with the other colony is we had 2 social fights, and I wasn't paying that close attention that the social fights were the person growing stuff. And so what ended up happening was, by the time I realized that our person who should have been growing stuff was just literally had planted like 3 or 4 things of corn, and that was it. It was like way past the point we could recover. And then we had a person run wild, so I didn't have someone who could retame them, so they were just gone. Where's the third one? Got the one here. Got the one down there. There's the third one. So these are okay positions for these. I've got these 2 are relatively close to base. This one down here sucks. Because it's really close to the edge of the map and way across the pollution, which means I gotta trek across the pollution to get at it. In the meantime, you go ahead and plunk you right there, because it's on stone, so it's not like that's a wasted space. And it's wide enough an area so they don't have to worry about them standing in the pollution the whole time. Let's go through the names here real fast and get everyone named up. So we got rhetorical answer. We've got sniper spice. That's not what I want to do. Actually, I pulled up Steam UI. Got codename Insanity. We've got Mally's. I missed a draw. What draw did I miss? So I've got codename, I've got Mally's, I've got Sniper Spice, I've got rhetorical answer. Oh no problem. Just making sure I'm doing it honest in case I could double hit it. And Kira Liz. Oh my god, quit fat fingering key. There we go. And named. Cool. So we've got our new team for this one. So the goal here is to plant as much as we can. We're apparently throwing a party outside in the pollution. Nicely done. Definitely going to help our cause. Yeah, so we're cleaning up all this. We'll pretty soon we'll go in here and start smoothing stuff out. This will probably be the barracks back here, I think is what we'll do. So for right now, so we can set these all to be open. Cool, so we got our production room, we've got our barracks, and we've got a storage room real fast. And we'll have very limited space, as you're probably noticing. But one thing we will start to do is, we're going to say the pollution removal zone. So we're going to start that covering most of our existing space. And that way, as stuff happens, we don't lose area that we've already cleared. Like, if we accidentally pull up too many tox packs and let them decay under a tree or whatever, that if we've already cleared it out, it stays that way. And who is our best social person? It's like Mally's? Okay, take the club we're not using. Give us your pemmican. And I'm mostly concerned about stuff inside here. Because what you can do is you can actually clear up the pollution manually. But it baggies it. So, like, basically a person just walks up, somehow just magically, like, just shuffles around in the dirt with a couple mitts with their hands, and they pull up a bag of pollution, and they can take it somewhere else and dump it and let it decay, which then the pollution falls back in the ground. Now, if I have the pollution fall back in the ground over here, and it's full, it will pop up over here. There's no limit on how far it can go that I'm aware of. So, what we're going to do is I have those trees, is I'm going to ever so slightly... Let's carve out that little area and see how we go. So they will start picking up the pollution here to clear out more of our field. And we can get that moving. And what should happen is they'll clean up that pollution. They'll take those bags, they'll dump them under the trees, and it'll be good. Let's see, pollution is like dead leaves covering everything in autumn. Pollution in this game is like... businesses dumping toxic waste in the river. It's not a good time. Causes toxic buildup and makes people very sick. I mean, apparently, since they can just pick... Oh, yeah. Yeah, now I see what you're saying. Yeah, they can just, like, weirdly just pick it up and carry on, however. Yep, so we just kind of crammed everyone in this little space. Once they start getting cotton and all that, we could start going over here and doing this. One of the other things we could do is production, crafting spot, bills. Set that. One of the other problems we're going to run into in this run is we've got a bunch of wood to start with. This actually was not too bad of a map for the wood. But as you start getting later on, it'll become very problematic with the wood. Why have you not killed the snake yet? Mage is a couple inches. Yeah, so you see like they put in a little baggie here. And so the idea of way this run works is they grab that bag, they go to one of these trees, one of the Pollux trees, they dump it at the base of it. And you'll notice with each of those trees, let me go ahead and bring this back up. With each of those trees, I set only one tile for a dumping stock, and that's because I don't want them to, like, if they fill this whole area with pollution bags, when they decay, it'll just blast out the whole area to fill it up with pollution again. So you just kind of want to be a little trickle feed of pollution being spread again and again. Alright, so we can also go ahead and say weapons, apparel, and manufactured. We'll just make it in general. Because I want to get those components inside. Okay, so we cleaned up an area. So how many baggies did that give us? 3 baggies? Okay. So we can afford to clean up more than that. So pollution clean area. It did clean up that pollution, because it doesn't take just one tile. Doing that whole area is probably too much. Let's bring that out and see how it goes. Alright, so we said hidden, comment, and YouTube comments section. Just so we don't have to worry about figuring out the naming and all that. But yeah, so that's what these two are doing right now, is they're just slowly bagging up that pollution. Okay, can make 1 plain leather bed. Well, not bed, like sleeping bag thing. There's also a reason why I made a grow zone larger than I needed. So we can actually go over here. And also make another large grow zone. Even though they'll only be able to grow like a tiny little fraction, because I saw it popped over there a little bit. Alright, so someone's, another new colony? Yeah, we did the first toxic one. I wasn't paying attention carefully. And our grower got into a social fight, and then got into another social fight, and I hadn't noticed it. And so basically what ended up happening was just they unfortunately didn't get anything planted. And by the time I realized it, it was like too little too late. So we ended up having one person who had a mood break that they ditched the colony and I couldn't bring him back. That kind of thing. So as well as saying, it's like, okay, we've already, like, this run is already in a very bad place. Okay, so who is, so you're dedicated cook. I'm gonna have you, oh, release the snake. Is the snake, okay. So the cobra is, the cobra, the reason why we weren't killing it is it must be our venerated animal. Actually, do you attack me if I'm suddenly, yeah, you're gonna attack me if I try and tame you, potentially. Okay, well, that's fine. So you're dealing with polluted stuff because you've been the one hunting. So after this raccoon, I need you to pack it in for a while. Because unfortunately, there's no, in the pollution, there's no berries, there's no agave, there's nothing like that. Did the previous colony fail, or then? Let's see, just turn in, the map looks a lot different the last time you followed along with RimWorld Big Family Project. Oh, if you're looking at the Big Family Project, yeah, we died 2 streams ago, as well as ones that just the mechs kept escalating till they got to the point that they started picking off 1 or 2 people here and there. Like every 3rd, 4th raid, they'd get 1. And then once that started, like as well as things, they picked off a couple here and there until they got to the point that we couldn't handle a siege mech cluster, the terminate by one. Alright, so you're gonna prep. Let you do that for a minute. And we are gonna start putting people on restrictions. Okay. So zone, area 1. So we'll say all of that. Here, let's turn back on this map. We do the same thing we did the last time, is we're gonna basically set that up. Not gonna worry about being perfect this time. We're just gonna take chunks out until it's mostly right. The big thing is to restrict them so like they don't go for a walk through the pollution kind of thing. They don't stargaze in the pollution. But yeah, so the family one did thing. Yeah, nope, people dying. It's RimWorld. I said I'm not gonna make it perfect, and I'm just immediately kind of crossed. I was like, oh yeah, they're just gonna like lay in the pollution. There'll be like one tile of pollution in the zone, and they'll go stargaze from it. Because that's the way RimWorld AI be. Okay, we can go. So we see anytime it says over there, like someone is polluted ground or whatever we see the prompt for, that means they've got a lot of toxic buildup and they're in like polluted area. So we'll go ahead and clear them out. So we're clearing all this. Alright. Grab everyone. Okay. And we're not going to be keeping anyone at this phase of the game. And you can't befriend the Wasters. So we are just going to knock him down and get rid of him as fast as we can. And the reason why I'm not taking them or anything like that is right now the big concern is going to be just trying to... That's polluted deep water. Is to be just trying to not starve. Is the very beginning of the game. Once we get established that that's not that big a concern, then we can go ahead and start doing our stuff. All right, let's go up here, clear that zone. That's just where we're gonna dump the body. Okay. With that there, let's go ahead and delete that zone from there. Gonna move it down here onto the like not growable soil. Got all that planted up here. You're still pulling up tiles, so we'll wait till that tile's pulled up, then we'll get some more stuff planted over here. The rice should be done soon, which is good. Because we are starving now. Have you pull up a little bit of that rice. It's 95%, so we'll have rice very soon. Okay. So with that, we can go here for the pollution. We make a really big zone here. And we're going to set that to corn because it's got some of the highest output. We go over here. We're going to set that to fiber corn. So I have some wood. And honestly, we'll just leave it potatoes. Alright, so that'll mean we'll be fully utilizing all of our grow space we currently have available. Now, the snake should just leave. Because it won't be able to get a hold of any food, and it won't hunt us. So we got a bunch of colonists who are idle. Which isn't super unexpected. So since they have not a whole lot else they could do right now, we're gonna have smooth out the entire interior of the base, so at least it's not got attractiveness penalties from that. So you've got 5 packs under there. You have no packs there. You have 3 packs there. Okay. Ambrosia sprout, that's fine. It'll get pulled up. So we want to go pollution remove. Take another chunk out of here. Alright, so that's the big thing, is we're going to keep trying to increase our grow space, and we're going to need to increase the area we've got buildings at. Now, good news, because I have this, like, weird, like, half moon of stone ground here, since I can't put any plants in there, we can get there. Let's see, so new game, new map, new family trying to recover and unpollute a very polluted abandoned-ish area kind of concept now. You're basically on board. We've maximized the pollution, and we're just trying to live in a maximized pollution area. But the artificial rules we have is I may not just bag up the pollution, walk it off the map, and dump it, because that's normally one of the ways you deal with pollution. I may not just drop pod it at people. I am required to keep pollution on the map. Pollution is the superfood. I mean, if you're brave enough, and you want it to not actually help you in any way. Alright, so you have pemmican, which is an interesting prospect. We can go ahead and get our simple meals going. I totally forgot to set those. I mean, honestly, I don't think that'll get very far with the making pemmican, considering I need a meat and a vegetable, I eat animal protein and a vegetable source, and the vegetables no problem. But the animal protein, I currently have a cobra on the map, which is our venerated animal, and nothing we can really ranch. And then plus ranching with limited grow spaces, even harder than normal. Like, ranching is hard to do efficiently in the first place. Alright. So we'll keep smoothing out the ground and all that. As I get... Oh, we can do a light leather sleeping bag. Let's delete that. You'll move in there. We can go furniture. Light leather up there. Okay, so now what we have to do is where are these pollux trees? We basically just have to wait till these toxic waste bags decay. They'll start to fill in that pollution that's on our tree, and I may have gone too heavy with it, which will fill that in. So it's kind of a thing of like, we're effectively pulling the pollution up here in a bag, dropping it there, you let it decay, it falls back down there, so you're moving the pollution from here to there and then letting it slowly get absorbed. Now the catch is, every time one of those toxic waste bags, bursts, it could trigger an infestation. And it's supposed to trigger it where the bag is, but sometimes it gets squirrely and puts it other places. Hey, Willem, how's it going? Do I want to get the rank? Nah. I usually don't like the royalty mechanic. Alright, so you're wandering. What can I have you doing in the meantime? Let's put 4 on all those. Because even though they wanted to do something like another research bench, I've got very little room to fit anything. So it's just going to be a thing. Alright. And I don't have enough cloth to build anything else, so kind of just dealing with what's here. Now, hopefully we get a research that'll let us work on other stuff. Let's see, in real life heat wave time here, but it's dry, so the fan is fighting it off. Yeah. So that's almost grown. I'll go manage food restrictions, select food restriction, lavish. Do not eat corpses, do not eat raw if you can help it. And the reason I'm doing that is I want to get the mild research known recurve bow. I can get behind that. It's being very cool, rebuild from total disaster concept. Got some possibly forgotten, very early Mega City 1's vibes to it. Yeah. So you can go here. You say recurve bow. We'll sign it to make one to replace the Pila. I want to do more than that, but we'll get there when we get there. Who is our grower? Alright. So people are starving, so I'm going to ask you to harvest a couple of plants. And the goal is to get those actually turned into meals, because then we get way more out of it. But as you can see, like, once I get to the potatoes popping up, that's when things usually stabilize. But at the beginning, you juggle every little bit of food you can. Who's our cook? I need you to cook, please. Alright, I am going to let you eat just that raw, like, little bit of food left to cover you. Didn't really want to, but that's not enough to cook another meal and want to keep things moving. Okay, so recurve bow is made. We'll swap that out. Alright. And everyone's just smoothing floor and basically waiting. What's a meditation spot? I meant to make that a hitching post. Whoops. Go and get rid of that one block of wall. Is there anything else I want them to mine? Because we got steel up here, which is useful. We got components. I don't want them to deconstruct all those ruins yet. Like, they've got some cool stuff in there, but then I gotta go stand at the in the toxic waste, and I don't really need anything they give to me. Alright, so good news, we got a lot of these are getting close. Come on. Yeah, we got some of those are at about 80%, 70%. Those are about 50%. The corn won't be anywhere nearby. They grow the slowest, but they have the best output. We're kind of just like waiting for our food to come in. If we do see anything, I mean, honestly, the boom rat's worth hunting for us. Anytime we have any animal worth hunting, we just go for it. We don't want to worry about, we don't want to hunt the toxalope. One, because you have a higher risk of getting food poisoning from it. And on top of that, they explode in toxic buildup, which is really terrible. And then added bonus to that, in addition to it, they tend to be like when you actually go after boomalope, where they can explode, like they can all aggro you at once and group up on you. come on. Travelers seek charity. They want 4 herbal medicine. How dare they? Who do they think they are? Speaking of who people think they are, could you please actually hit the boom rat? You made it to the colony? I wouldn't celebrate too hard yet. Please, there, finally. I was like, please, finish the boom rat. Get us that tiny little trickle of extra food. Research known, complex furniture, let's go. Alright, so butcher that. Okay, so we're gonna have to pick something early. Pull up those berries. Let's see. You can pull pro game remove and do nutrient functions grow zone for the lulls. Can't you grow that in polluted zone if it's inside? Or do you just outsmart the pollution? I don't believe you can do the nutrient fungus inside without being a tunneler, so you can put down the dirt for it. Which we're not tunnelers, so I can't just toss it inside, unfortunately. Because, like, normally with these zones, like, if I got one here that's got that, I can choose nutrient fungus. But if I make a zone out here, in the pollution I choose it, it won't be an option. Pollution won't let you grow nutrient fungus. So, sadly, not actually an option. There's things you can do, like if you're a tunneler one, I could make this room have the stuff on the floor to grow nutrient fungus, but we're not tunnelers, so. Okay, no one's starving now. Cool. Let's see, name's pretty long, so yeah, next time is Birds Food Insane. I mean, I can change it right now. I just go boom, boom. Done. So you don't need fungal for nutrient fungus. You need a roof and dirt. Yeah, but the point is, if it's a polluted zone, I can't use it. Like I've experimented with a lot of that before. All right, let's set in. Just put it right there. Okay, so I'm guessing you're going to go ahead and get the title for the moral guide because you have the highest social. So go ahead and get that sorted out. But yeah, now this will be fine. Like, literally what's going to happen here is we get, like, the first batch of these that come up at 100%, and then we're just going to have food for days. It's just getting over that very initial hill at the very beginning of the run that's the difficult part. I got another boom rat here that wants to be eaten. As your doctors failed 5 times trying to install a prosthetic finger, instead they've amputated the hand itself. I'm assuming prosthetic finger is from a mod, because I'm pretty sure prosthetic fingers aren't vanilla. There's no idea at all where that lands in the balance of things. Yeah, and it could very well just be like the odds they've given you of succeeding are so ridiculously low. Come on. There we go. 99% grown, so we'll be at 100%, so I don't want to rush it. I think expanded prosthetics and organ engineering. Yeah, No, it's a classic that, like, when it comes to mods, you just kind of scratch your head and go, well, don't know. They're mods. They change all the rules, often undocumented. You have 4 desperate refugees. I would like to help you, but you're going to need to wait just a little bit longer till I've got some amount of food. Oh, it's still 99% grown, not fully. Alright, so you're starting to get pretty close to a mood break due to a dull barracks recreation unfilled. Oh, right, we should probably go in here somewhere and go recreation. Oh, right, we got actual beds. Furniture. Material-wise, we do have plenty of wood, so we can go at that. So start replacing the beds one by one with actual beds. We can also go in here and go furniture. Put some shelves in the storage room. There's the scare again, all the time. Alright, so get rid of that one. Furniture. Why are you partying? Okay. Misk, party spot here, marriage spot there. It's all crammed in that tiny spot, but please don't celebrate over here and there. But you build beds outside during the day so you don't get the inside without light debuff? Right, but then if you have them outdoors, you'll get the, slept outdoors debuff. Just kind of swapping your debuffs around, which is fine. You can play however you want. You need to replace Scary with a Mariah Carey pop-up. Keep the holiday themed Scary. No, we just need, like, the Fallout 4 cryopod. And, like, the thing where it's, like, doing a little light for deactivated, but you just see, like, Mariah Carey through the glass. You reinstall it inside? Oh, I am way too lazy to do that. Reinstall stuff? Nah. I'll just take the penalties and eat it. Alright, so food should be stabilized now. How are we doing with the pollution under our trees? We got a stack here of 4. The other one was down here. Like, later on, it'll be easier for me to spot these. So there's 3 under that tree, and then there's 1 over here on the right. Because, like, later, I'll just remember where they are, and that's 4 there. And how are we doing with that? Yeah, so you can see where it started filling in the pollution here when that first bag popped. And so you kind of want to just try and balance it where that pops. It doesn't bleed the pollution back into where we're at. Sweet. Food poisoning. Excellent. Oh, hey. Hang on. So link these. Storage. Raw materials, I'm going to say a big ol' no on that. Items, will take that off the list. For right now, I'll put weapons and apparel, manufactured, cooking but not hay. Do not allow rotten, even though it shouldn't probably be relevant the whole time. The point is I don't want to, like, putting blocks and steel in there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so now we should start stabilizing, which is good. The next move is going to be how we're planning on expanding. Now, I would like to be able to expand with stone, but I don't think that's going to be realistic. So I think what our plan is going to be, let's go ahead and do this, is I will go and make an area around here, down to here. We can go across here. And also let's go up here. Like I could make it less of a less labor-intensive thing by not going through those wrecks. We'll make that our boxed off area. Let's make sure we have all of that's well buildable. Nope, we got a spot right here that doesn't support much weight. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll actually just go like that. Let's take a chunk out of that corner. Don't have to build bridges, not. Alright, I think long term, our kill box will probably be along here. Transport pod, Danny. No. Sorry, Danny. We're going to say no to helping you. I am going to actually help you, though. I'm saying no to keeping you around in the colony. So we're going to try and get ourselves some reputation. Yeah. And put animals in there, it'll be cool. I mean, long term, I'd like to do animals. Right now, with the pollution as high as it is, it's going to be a tricky thing to do animals. And then plus, getting animals that aren't toxalope on this map is going to be its own effort. No, I don't really need to take their clothes. Because, like, if we look at this pawn, we look at their gear, it's all crap quality. Like, I mean, the heavy fur pants are okay, but the rest is, like, literal garbage we won't even wear. So, no reason to take the clothes. Well, you weren't supposed to put them in that bed. I mean, it's fine. So, uninstall that. We'll put a real bed here. Because then we get one of the people moved over there and we can just, again, like, cycle through them all. But later normal animals may spawn as you clear the map. I honestly don't know. I imagine it probably will. You'll probably reach it's probably what you have to do is you probably have to clear the pollution up to the edge of the map. That you can get an edge of the map that doesn't have pollution, because it's usually how those kind of things work in RimWorld. Go ahead and unset that one as well. The base is so teeny tiny and cute. Yep. We're working with little usable space we have. Because again, pollution. Okay, so put a door there and there. And put one down there, because I don't want them to run around in the pollution more than they have to. Actually, we can put one up here and that'd probably be okay. Let's see. Like I said, I think the kill box will ultimately be over here. So I'm going to actually do is going to abuse some traps a little bit early on. Like, that's where that'll be. This will be the actual entrance in the base. Let's see, your last 12 or so playthroughs have been max cold, planet, northmost spot. You died last time because you had 4 construction and couldn't make a heater. It was autumn and like minus 145 degree Fahrenheit. But, yeah. You never played in a pollution cell. What does it take to survive? The big thing is if you spend too much time in the pollution, it gives you toxic buildup, the same thing as being in toxic Fallout does. So it's kind of getting to stuff like gas masks and face masks to mitigate the pollution. You can baggy up the pollution. And then normally what most players will do is they'll baggy up the pollution, they'll walk it to the next tile, and they'll dump it on the ground and call it a day. Or they use drop pods to launch it at people they don't like. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which can trigger particularly harmful raids. That the game actually has a mechanic where if you dump maximum amounts of pollution on people, they will actually send like 3-time raids, like the really, really big raids at you to like counter where you're toxic dumping them. Now, for us, we have a bunch of arbitrary rules we've assigned to ourselves, and one of those rules is I'm not allowed to do that. So instead, because the pollution's high enough, you'll see these like little pockets of no pollution, that there's the Pollux trees. And the Pollux trees very, very, very slowly absorb pollution, but only in that circle immediately around it. So for us dealing with that, we bag up the pollution, we drop those bags under the tree, over time they decay and they drop the pollution back down. So it's a whole juggle of that. But there's a lot of limitations so far as what you can grow, where you can grow it, that kind of thing. Alright, so you've got 4 people. A mad toxalope. Alright. You must have... Yeah, you got major food poisoning. That's not what you want. Please eat right there. Please actually hit it and finish the job. How are you not downed? Okay, so that actually is not that bad. Yeah, that's not that bad. So we're going to let it explode, and we're going to stay away from it. And the reason we're doing that is when it dies, it's kind of like the boomalope where it explodes in fire, except it explodes in toxic waste. So if we watch this... Well, toxic gas, I should say. Please don't stand right there. Please don't stand right there. That. And if you stand in that, it's real bad for you. It gives you really, really abrupt toxic buildup. Cool. But it's temporary. So you're a best social person. Who's our second best social person? Probably... Literally everyone other than you is at 1. Alright, well... Go ahead and talk to him, see what we can figure out. Okay, is there anything we just straight up want to get rid of? Okay, trace amounts of cloth that aren't going to do us any good, get rid of those. The 2 units of smoke leaf, I'll take the money. We can't do much with a lot of this stuff yet. That's all fine. Keep the bedroll in case we have to caravan somewhere, which hopefully we don't, because caravanning in this really sucks. I wouldn't be against getting ducks or chickens later, but right now we're still stabilizing our stuff, so I'm not going to take them right now. We're just going to get stuff and go from there. Alright, meanwhile, we can grab one of our people. Here, uninstall that. I'm okay with Cassie hating ducks. Tree sowing. Tree sowing's actually not bad. Because you know what that means is I can take all this fiber corn and we can replace that crap with trees. So mind that. So this needs to be destroyed. Cool. So go here and you will be poplar trees. All right. So you bandaged up. Oh, do we already fix the medicine? We did not. That's fine. We didn't have any medicine we could have wasted on there. I don't want them to glitter world like bruises and all that stuff. Seen a wild name? He's a hussar. Honestly, this is what we call a self-solving problem. Want to see our problem solve itself? There's the problem. And it's solved. Now granted, they grenaded each other into oblivion, so they had a corpse there and they had some weapons. There's, I think, a shotgun got dropped, but they exploded it with grenades, so it's gone. Yeah, I'm not gonna take them. I don't like any of the xenotypes that have the aggressive or very aggressive trait, because they just randomly kick off social fights and all that just because reasons. and it very quickly gets tiresome. Alright, meanwhile, all of you. Now you can destroy without standing in the pollution. Okay. So it's halfway destroyed. People are starting to get pretty hungry. So that's the first wave. Go ahead and patch yourselves up, eat up, sleep up, all those things, and we'll wrap it up the next round. Lock that door open. Oh, that also has to be destroyed. That's fine. We'll get there. So for the moment, we're probably going to end up making the trap line and barricades out of wood. They're the lowest damage. They're not really good, but I don't have exactly reliable source of materials quite yet. Oh, we're that low on wood? Pause all these. I need to pause in the construction of these things till we get more supplies. I mean, we are doing no research, random research, so where everyone's like, oh, we'll get stone cutting. I actually don't have the ability to tell them to do it. If they feel like it, they'll do that. If not, then they won't. That's part of the reason I'm not expanding this part of the building, is I'm genuinely trying to, like, put it off until that goes on. Another added bonus, even though these walls are all made out of wood, there's very little to burn on this map because of the pollution. So this is a map that I genuinely just don't have to worry about random fires out here. Like, obviously, if my field gets caught on fire, that sucks and that's a problem. But just one-off fires are not that big a deal. Also long-term, once we get stone and all that, the thing I will a lot of times do as well is I'll go to where the pollux trees are. There's one over here. Yeah, here. And I'll build a wall around it with a door. And that's, again, to protect them from fire, because they do burn. I have lost once or twice a pollux tree to a fire, which hurts. Yeah, so the pollution itself doesn't prevent fires. Pollution prevents things from growing much, which prevents fires. So it's the fact that there's not much to burn is why pollution helps. But it only helps where there's the pollution. Like here where I've got these plants growing, that'll burn just as normal. Okay. Yeah, so getting all our poplar trees growing here. And to be clear, I actually probably pulled up too much pollution already. We'll see how it's going. The big thing is I never want to fully fill that in, and I never want it to be fully empty. We always want to kind of juggle it. If either it's fully filled in, it'll splash back over into my base, so it's just like picking up the pollution and having it come right back. And just the same, if you let it fully empty, it means you have cycles that could be removing more pollution that you're just not. Alright, so I'm trying to get them to knock this thing out so we can build the rest of the walls, and I gotta knock this thing out. Could you not do that? Here, you want a mission? You can work on that one. You can help. Okay, who's one of our doctors? Let's see. Do like the side trees root test? They so if they constantly take waste packs, they eliminate. So it's not the side tree. So it's not the psychic tree. There's one here somewhere. It's not this tree that helps. This tree does nothing to pollution. So if we look at pollution, no effect. There's special trees that only show up on high pollution maps, or very, very, very rarely with quest rewards. Stop standing in front of the people firing bows. But those Pollux trees do eliminate pollution, but it's very slowly. Like very, very, very slowly. But that's the idea with the challenge. This ends up being an extremely slow-growing base because I can only delete tiles as fast as they can process them. Okay. So there we've cleared out that pass, so now I can go here. And patch that up. You'll have to wait because these only grow so fast. We'll definitely need to get more. You like the challenge? Sounds fun? Yeah, the big thing is like there's lots of ways to manage the pollution fairly easily in the game. And like the big thing about the challenge is taking away those simple fixes. Like bagging it up again and walking it off the map is the easiest one. Because I could spend a time, pull up 100 bags, caravan it, drop it, caravan back, and then suddenly I got a space like that big I've just cleared up. But it'd be interesting. I even debated like long term, like if I were to go through and do this, because I think it will actually reduce if we look at the map as I clear up the pollution. Like when we started the map, this tile had 100%. When we spawned in, it dropped it to 99, and now we're down to 98. I debated for like a random silly thing of having a run where our goal is to see how many of the tiles we can go through and like clear out all of the pollution. I don't think it'd be even remotely reasonable, but still. Let's see, don't you just love that some random pawn of a trader gets struck by lightning? Oh yeah, like it's really annoying when you have like random pawns die on your map for no reason. You hate caravanning even small amounts of pollution away? I think you have a good strat. Yeah. Stone cutting. Alright. We definitely want that. I don't know where we're putting it. So rhetorical is getting too much toxic buildup. We'll have to deal with that soon. Alright, so how are we doing this? I mean, for one, we could just uninstall this table and be fine. But get that party spot, move it up here. Actually, what we could do is I'll build a wall out here, scoot you over. I just kind of rescued her to treat her in the hospital. Did you just drop the bags off, make your neighbors mad now? Sometimes they send them back. Now and sometimes they send them back. Oh, I didn't realize, like, because it used to be they wouldn't send them back because they would raid you. And it was usually like they wouldn't just kind of raid you. They would send what felt like everything. You know, actually, like I said, we could probably build right along here. So we've got some marble. Actually, this is sandstone. Yeah, I should have no sand, so we go structure, sandstone. Make that sandstone there. We can mine this wall out, put the stone cutting table here, and then double duty that. Yeah, trying to say to have more options. They can also raid too. Yeah, no, I thought the raid was an appropriate response that you drop a bunch of pollution on someone. They're like, "F you, man," and they send everything at you. Paid heat wave. Unless you're paying a lot, no thank you. Like, don't get me wrong. Thanks, man. Just give me the unattractive gene. Depends on tech and who gets mad. That's, like I said, that seems like a reasonable thing to mix it up, because then you burned a bunch of materials to ship it off, and then they just ship it right back at you. So you burned a bunch of steel and components for no reason if you drop pod it. Okay, so those are about to decay. Toxic hot potato. Yeah. Those are about to decay, and again, one of the big concerns about these decaying is when they do, they can trigger infestations. They're not raiders or colonizers. Because you got the tribal neighbors tile up to 8.7 polluted so far, and they've raided you twice in revenge. Oh yeah. It doesn't really take that much to start pushing the percent one way or the other. Stonecutter stable. Yeah, those are my only options, so you're gonna have to be out of wood. We can go orders, smooth the floor here. But it'd be cool if you could make a waste pack fired cook stove that always gave food poisoning and just multiplied pollution was just a bad item. You just keep drop potting your mech recharge waste on them. Yeah. Well, that's I've had people like, oh, this would be such a great way to start a Mechanator run. And we actually did this one time where we started with a Mechanator run. It's actually... So, the Pollux trees are a nice supplement to dealing with pollution for, like, Mechanators. But you can see that they don't really absorb that much pollution that fast. Alright, so how bad was that? Because we used about half of what we got there. And those ones will be decaying soon. Alright. So I'd probably pull up a little bit more pollution. I think I'd prioritize for the moment for them to... Where do I want them to target next? We're doing pretty okay on food. Let's have them choose that area so we can start trying to expand the base a little bit. Because I'll try to keep the base for right now on where the stone is at, so we can keep the grow area available for ourselves to, you know, grow stuff. I'm gonna have to get Rhetorical out of that pollution soon. Bill, cut stone, forever. Oh, I've got acidic smog on the tile. So acidic smog doesn't give you toxic buildup, but what it does do is it slows the growth of all your plants, and all your people complain about it. So acidic smog -5 anytime they're out in it. Yes, please let you breathe. I don't know, man. Let you breathe. I don't know. Yeah, so we'll start, like, building out here. Yeah, so we can expand this whole area. But we gotta clean up both the pollution and... You know, start building out. Alright, so we're not doing ship to your stars. I'm not gonna be attacking random little bases, because the big problem is, if we have to caravanning in this run is extremely dangerous. Because it's just pollution everywhere. And you can only reduce the amounts of... That's a lie, Rhetorical. You are exaggerating those numbers, friend. Is Danny incapable of walking? Yeah, they have paralytic abasia. So basically they're paralyzed for 28 more days. Goofy AH box? I mean, the reason why they have this cutout here is because they can't carry heavy load for when you go to replace it with stone. And then this will be sort of a kill box. You know, honestly, I'll probably make the trap this way, and then we'll turn around and we'll actually make the kill box on this side. Where we go down to, like, one lane, and then we have an area that we can just open up for everyone to start firing at them. But you imagine some kind of talk dog that is always sickly, and the only rotten corpse of pollution always vomit everywhere? I wouldn't want to deal with that. It's actually not far off. I think it was like 18. This is true. Research known Devil Strand. Okay, not really what I'm looking for, but I'm willing to make room for it. Maybe over here. Because once this corn gets done, we're gonna be pretty good. Actually, what we'll do is we'll shrink this. Because rice is mostly used just to, like, get your food up and running. And then there's some utility use for it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's just rice grows really fast, but has, like, very little nutrition in the game. Alright. Gonna get rid of the crappy trees around us for a little bit extra wood to help us cover. There we go. 5 under that tree. 4 under there. Transport pod crash. If they survive, they're badly wounded, yada yada. So we'll rescue them, see if we can't get ourselves a little standing. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do one thing here. We're gonna say area 1. I'm gonna make area 1 this entire inner area now. But whenever someone gets up there, you get secured to area 1 so that way you can recover from your toxic buildup. Okay. That way we can try and deal with all that. Alright, so you had 4 under here. Got 4 down there, so basically all the trees are full up. So we don't want to pull up any more bags for a little while. Once we get electricity and we can get our freezer online, then you can pull up a bunch of extra bags and use the freezer as a buffer. Because while the bags are frozen, they don't decay. Which is how you usually mitigate it, other than dumping it on someone else, is you just fill up your freezer heavily. And keep that going. A child on the run. Nope. If I don't get to see what the pawn is, I'm not dealing. I want to be picky choosy about my pawns. I don't need some, bloodlust, meanderist, volatile pawn. Okay. You can't leave them out in the cold? No, it's room temperature outside. They're fine. It's not cold. Don't worry about it. Royal Tribute Collector, we're going to do nothing with that. We're definitely going to need more trees for wood in the short term. Long term, we'll be able to cut way back in them as we depend on wood less and less. We get electricity and we don't have to, use it for light. And we honestly haven't had to deal with heat at all. The winter we'll need to put a fire in here somewhere. All right. Oh, we can lock that open, by the way. Okay, we could start trying to get these reset. Research known, Psychoid Brewing. Okay, well, it's time to go play in pollution, I guess. Because psychoid is one of two things that actually can grow in pollution. So we can go here to one of these zones that was fully in the polluted terrain. Oh, Death Strand can as well. Okay. I was unaware of that. So let's shrink this zone. And we can do that. Well, in that case, since this is honestly early on, I'm going to actually switch this zone. And you're going to be more heal root. Because I'd rather take advantage of soil that is not polluted for things that can only grow not polluted versus if Devil Strand and Psychoid and all that can grow in the polluted soil, we'll just leave it there. Here's a terrible idea we can go ahead and do in the meantime. For the record, that's a horrible idea. But I'm figuring I've got people who are trapped indoors waiting for pollution stuff anyways. Alright, we're gonna have to change the zone one thing. Because we'll put... Because Kira Lizzo's on Manor? Yeah. So we'll go here. You're under restrictions as well. We're gonna go zone. Cleared allowed. Pollution. And now I'm gonna go for perfection, but just pick up some of the white, like the more broader areas to try and keep our people from just running out and getting themselves killed. And who else do we restrict? There was one other one we restricted. It was rhetorical. Yeah, so we got to wait for a while for that to drop off, because as that is high, it's just one of those things that we can't really do a whole lot to counter it. Not until we get complex clothing. Once we get complex clothing and everyone starts wearing masks, because it reduces the rate it builds up, it goes a long way for avoiding the worst of it. And I'm mostly just having rhetorical smooth stuff out because I don't really have anything else I can contribute right this second. Alright. Alright, so you brought a shotgun this time. That actually shouldn't be a problem. We could just catch him and melee around the corner here. So I'm going to actually take everyone and I'm going to restrict you into staying in here. Yeah, so the idea is melee will rush him as it comes around this corner, and we'll just deal with it. He may also go down on the wooden spike traps. Okay, so you two here. Actually, back up 2 tiles. And someone just got themselves an upgrade. So get you out of here. Get you out of here. Strip them. Schedule. Alright, that's fine. Now keep under restriction for right now. I didn't expect you to leave the map right this second. Okay. It's probably fine. So unrestrict everyone for a moment. Except for Torricle and Cure Liz. They got too much pollution buildup. Alright, come on. Yeah, so that one already toxic buildup medium by just being there. Hey, go rescue this person. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's grab all those. Bring them back. Because that face mask, if someone wears it, will reduce the amount of toxic buildup we get how fast, which can help a lot. Was it this tree over here that just had it pop? It was. How bad is it? Oh, no, it's over here. Okay, so it didn't quite fill it up. You've got most of your stack under there. Alright, so I can probably grab a little bit more pollution up again. So look here. Interesting that spot's clear. Let's just go right up that way. That'll be our next area. All right. Because with that, I'll be able to turn around and expand the area in here that we say is safe. And just keep going from there a little bit more, a little bit more. Takes so long for that toxic buildup to get down. And as I mentioned, the higher that percent gets, the higher risk you have of getting basically incurable diseases that will kill you, so that do be a problem. Don't insulting spree. Hey, you know what? I think it's bedtime for all of you. Go to sleep. There, insulting spree over. That is a trick you can use, is you can actually, if everyone goes to bed, it'll immediately finish the insulting spree when everyone's asleep because they have no one to insult. That's it, they did get a decent amount off. Okay. A fast walker body modder doesn't have a lot of skills going for them. Oh, you're a waster. I don't want to deal with that. A psi enhanced. The downside is, like, it's not a big thing. It's 16. It's 6 by 3. It's only 16 or so tiles. So we definitely, like, build some little tiny thing down there. I don't like. Literally, the best reward for me right now would be the Great Bow Masterwork, which I really don't care about. We're gonna get guns in 2 seconds. This, as fun as that is, that decays unless you have the building to support it, so it just, I'd get it and just decay away. And I have, you know, a drug-dependent option for the last one, which I can't make the drug, so none of those are good options for me. Alright. Okay, so we could build this wall out here to expand our storage room. And we'll clear that tile. And I'll put a door there. And then we'll mine this wall out. And then I'll have to like move shelves around and all that. And the reason I'm expanding that the way we are, pretty much is we're just covering all of the stone flooring where I can't grow stuff anyways. And so we're just kind of taking what's existing there and expanding it using the stone block we've got. Alright. But that's going to be just a regular storage room. And I think as we'll move maybe production down here. It's like our kitchen or whatever. The freezer will probably go down here somewhere. Like this might end up being a bunch of bedrooms or nonsense. Bills, make site, do forever. Okay, so we're basically running entirely out of wood again. And the poplar's not ready for us yet. Let's check. It did not flag you. Okay. I did not flag you. Okay, and the other one's way down there. The deserter. No, thank you. Research known. Smithing. Okay, I can work with smithing. Smithing means helmets, but the only downside there is I won't have materials to make those helmets out of on any meaningful level. Because there's not a lot of steel on the map. Okay. Actually... Hey, don't move that one. There we go. So we don't have the new door put on, but we've expanded the storage room considerably. Don't get why no one's wearing the face mask. Because you usually don't have to assign or anything like that. So... yeah, it's fine. They'll get there. Okay, we go here. Same deal. Now we're going to expand this room out. Actually, here, we don't need to build that. There. Yeah, and then we'll carve that down, expand the production room out so we can actually fit more stuff in there. The big thing is the wood here. Okay, how are you doing on your toxic buildup? Still a ways to go. You're getting there. You're about halfway down to being zeroed out, which I want to get you close. I don't need you to always zeroed out, but at least you're not sitting on a lot. Okay, deconstruct that, because that's going to go away. Alright. And little by little, we're growing the space to cover that entire, like, vein of stone in the ground. So to, like, do this, like, weird wrap thing. Yeah, that makes that kind of a useless door, doesn't it? Let's see here. Yeah, we'll just go straight up here. That needs to be just a wall. And so we've got our fueled smithy as a new option. Put that there. And we can go ahead and put our styling bench here. Put some chairs there and there. Gonna add a toolbox to the room. Alright, when you're not busy, go ahead and just knock the rest of that down because we're not gonna need it. Do the same over here. Not that tile. Knock these down. We are going to want to smooth these walls, so as they get damaged, we'll repair them. If they're not smooth, they won't do that. Alright, and how are you doing? Gotta be in close, right? Yeah, so I think you're no longer under restriction. Your Torque is a little bit longer before I'm going to be comfortable with that. Okay, and how goes the pollution down by our trees? We've still got a stack of 5 here. Stack of 2 there. You don't have any under you, so we can go ahead and grab some more pollution. So we'll go ahead and choose zone, pollution clear zone. It's probably more than I should do, but I'm slowly trying to clear up the pollution up here so that the base can be there. Who's already marked as pollution territory? Okay, so now you're under restriction to Area 1. It's our farming person. They've been running out there cutting down the trees to keep things moving, but unfortunately now they've got too much pollution buildup. Okay, styling bench, die self, please. Okay. Smithy. I want to put helmets on here, but I'm gonna wait. And the reason I'm gonna wait is I do have steel up here that we can mine. A bunch of ruins we can tear down in that. But it's gonna be, this map is gonna be pretty limited on steel. If we actually look at it here, I've got one chunk of rock down there, a chunk up here, a chunk there, and then just like tiny little traces around. So there's gonna be a pretty low amount of like steel and components and jade and those kind of things in the map. Alright, and how are you doing? Not you. Up to 20 more days that they'll be unable to do anything around here. Alright, people are gonna start dyeing their clothes. Recreation deprived and all that. Oh. Oh no, we already got the thing there. just cramming stuff in that room anywhere they fit. Carpet making. Yeah, that's not something I gotta worry about. I'm gonna have a bunch of smooth stone, so spending any time on carpet making isn't worth my time or effort. Cool. Alright, little by little we're getting the toxic waste build up. What I'm gonna do real fast, chat, is gonna take 2 seconds, stretch my legs, use the restroom, grab myself a new drink and all that kind of stuff, so it's a good time for you to do the same. But I'll be back here in just a minute with something new to drink, all that good stuff. But thank you so much for tuning in, and I will be back here in a moment. The radius they hear you smaller, it lowers the chance per step of you being heard, which is not great. But yeah, and it also, sneaking does nothing for being able to be seen, only heard. So if you walk, if you're thinking you're gonna do stuff like Assassin's Creed, where you like, you know, you start sneaking like directly in front of a guard or something, and the guard's gonna be like, "What? I didn't see anything. Did you hear something?" That's not a.
Gliding down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you, I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Alright, so let's go ahead and get back to it. Good old RimWorld, where you're just one accidental click away, just 5 pixels off. And instead of giving someone medicine they've begged for that they need to survive, instead you kidnap them. They're basically the same function. You just notice you got 8 flame bows, no idea where they're from. Did you have a raid by imps? Because the imps will drop the flame bows a lot. Reasonable reaction. Only video game things where you can very easily accidentally kidnap people. Actually, make this more interesting. Get rid of that one. Okay. So it's just gonna be this big chaotic storage room. Who knew you could trade toxic waste for flame bows? Oh, probably the tribals. Yeah, no, it's more than likely the tribal group you pissed off were of base, like the xenotype imp. So it's like your imp tribe or whatever, the impids. And they, like, that's not all of their bows are flame bows, but they usually carry a decent number, like, as far as percentage goes. Yeah. There's him move everything in here. I know they are carrying brick in there and other crap I probably don't actually want in there. But the storage big enough for the moment. And I am going to move down this way as time goes on, so Let's see, they are, and they're tree huggers, so every time you catch some of them doing the tree mowing, they lose their garbage. Yeah. That's, I have that happen once in a while because, like, oh, we have refugees. Yeah, I'll help the refugees. And then it's like a group of 5 and they're all like the doesn't like mining, doesn't like you cutting down trees. You're going, oh no. Because you'll have a tribe that, or not tribe, but you'll have a map that you just, tree cutting is a thing you do regularly and aggressively just to keep everything in order. Like, you'll be on a jungle or a swamp tile and you're just kind of going, how am I supposed to deal with you? Usually the answer is you convert them as aggressively as possible to try and stop them from absolutely blowing a gasket. Yeah, so that stockpile's gone. We still have the dumping stockpile. So you still need to sit. Yeah, you have sandstone blocks. You're waiting on wood, which is what everything's waiting on. Do we already have stuff in the pollution clear zone that we haven't gotten to yet? Yes, because that's all definitely still polluted up here. They started cleaning it up, but they haven't gotten very far. We just have to be careful that we don't do way too much pollution cleaning too fast. Alright, so you're still set to that. You're still at minor. You're set to that. And you're good. So you're free to do whatever you need, Rhetorical. Who immediately beelines the construction stuff out there and is like, I'm gonna cut it up, like, I'm gonna build it all. Watching that, don't go to the Pollock Street, because you can absolutely just cut it down and just... It doesn't give you a seed or anything, it's just gone. Alright, so harp. I can work with that. Harp is a new type of entertainment. We'll make a harp. Just plunk it down in here. And eventually what we'll do is, as we expand this, I'll take where we're in this, like, weird combined room and everything, and we'll break it out so it's like you'll have a barracks, a production room, whatever. Well, the face mask that Danny's been wearing this whole time decayed away. Major break risk because you were insulted and because you're drowsy. And you want a tribal headdress. We can accommodate a tribal headdress. There you go. How do those trap hallway works? Okay, so by having the traps on one side and then in between each one you have barricades, What ends up happening is your pawns, because they know where the traps are, they'll zigzag between there, so you don't take the risk of accidental setting off the trap. Whereas the enemy units, because they don't know the trap's there, and they see this as an obstacle they have to slow down for, they'll run straight down the traps. Now, the only caveat is sometimes there's like the ones that are smart or clever or whatever, they'll notice some of the traps, so they might like skip 2 or 3 traps, hit 1 or 2, then skip some more. But yeah. So it's basically you're screwing with the pathing of the AI to convince enemies to just run down the traps. Now, generally you don't want the wood traps. The wood traps are terrible, but I don't have the materials for any of the others, because I think these are 40 damage. Whereas I want to say the steel is like 150 or 120 damage or some nonsense. And then the stone is something like 80, I guess. So the idea is 3 of those traps is the equivalent to 1 steel trap, or 2 of those is like a stone trap. So you're going on an insulting spree because you were insulted. Way to help out the cause. I would have you all go to bed, but there's no way you're tired enough for it. I normally don't like doing this, but with the material limitation, I'm just gonna deal with it. Enemies don't just burn down your walls. Sometimes they will. Ultimately, I'll replace this with stone, but you know, we do have the stone to do it now. I just have to tear down the walls to do it. I used to keep a mod loaded up that the whole point of the mod is just you can say replace the wall and it will tear down the wood wall and immediately start building the next wall. Like, you still use the materials, it still does the build time, it still does all that stuff, but you don't have to like take it apart, wait, okay, now it's done, put up the new one. Damage 40, 60, 100, wood, stone, steel. Yeah, okay, so I had the quantities a little off. So it's basically 1.5 of those the equivalent of a stone, and then 2.5 of these is the equivalent of a steel. But unless you have a reliable source for steel, that's just what it is. Huh, you didn't automatically cancel that. Normally when they have no one to insult, they just stop. Mod does it where you just build over top, and when it's done, the materials are replaced and just pop out. Yep. And the idea is it still takes the work time. Like, it doesn't just skip it. It's slightly faster just because of, you know, just the efficiency of it. It's just nice that I don't have to, like, do it in phases kind of thing. It's also safer so it doesn't need a hole in the walls. Yeah, that's the reason I do it, is the number of times I'll build a wall and they'll miss 1 square and I won't notice it, and then a raid pops in and just suddenly you like they're just walking into your base to the side and you're like, oh, that's not fun. Like, honestly, what I think I might do, where's the load bearing down here? Good, I actually did leave a tile. What I honestly think I'm gonna do, and I deliberately skipped that spot. And this is so they can't burn the wall. We're just gonna layer that up there. Okay. Yeah, so get all that set up. So that's no. A fast-walking wimp with a prosthetic leg. You're not welcome to stay. I am helping you. I don't want you to stay here. Wait. Did Weaver not leave already? Okay, it just stayed assigned, that's fine. So you're gonna rescue this person, but we don't intend on keeping them. Because you do that kind of stuff, and then sometimes, like, a season or 2 later, it'll be like, in this person's time of need, you helped them out, and they sent you a gift or whatever. Alright, what do you have? That's not the one I'm looking for. So you're the one. So you're a fast walker wimp. You know what? I think I'll let you stay. I don't really want this pawn, but they can help with crafting and all that. And they can honestly do a lot of stuff around here. That's fine.
Thank you sentient_cookie for subscribing for 22 months. Rual Saint Tap, 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 Rual Saint.
That's interesting. It's saying it differently as it goes along.
Saint Tap, Rual Saint Tap, Rual Saint Tap, Rual Saint Tap.
Thank you, Senji Cookie, for the T1 sub. That's 22 months you've been subbed to channel. Not quite 2 years, but a year and 10 months. That is a hecking long time. I really do appreciate that. But yeah, it's funny that like it started by saying like Rual Saint Tap, and then it went like to Rual Sin Tap or whatever. So it's interesting that it switched the way it's pronouncing it. Are they faster or slower than baseline with Prosec? Like, I'll let you know when they don't have the bruise counting against them. Because that is 85% on there. And that is 20. So in theory, they should be faster. Is this person the same ideology? Probably not. No, they are not. So we'll have to convert them. That's fine. But yeah, let's see here. So we've got those assigned. We'll go to your schedule. Go here. How are you doing on your toxic buildup? You're still at minor, so you can't do more. But yeah, so basically that's another person who will be a crafter as we make space. And with that, we can go ahead and go here and say draw, and that'll be number. Cool. And we need a weapon for you. Luckily, I'm gonna have you run right down here and grab that bow. That bow is yours. And they basically just have a torso bruise that's really bad from where they crash landed. Alright. Yeah, so my plan is to let them build the outer perimeter, then we'll tear down the wall in the inner perimeter, then we'll move the doors out one tile. You get the idea. Thereby making the exterior wall stone instead of wood so it doesn't burn well. We just went with the wood at the beginning because we didn't have stone cutting yet, and with random research, you never know when you're going to get it. The best we've had so far for just nonsense shenanigans, and we're on that path already, is we had one that we were right around this area. We had already gotten advanced fabrication. We got almost all of the other research before it. Getting ready to get into Starflight Basics by random chance, and I still didn't have complex furniture. Just because random research just is like, no. No clothes for you. Only tribal wear. None of your fancy, bougie t-shirts. So one thing I think I am going to do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to zone. I am going to home zone that. That lightning made me a little bit scared. I don't want to make it a big area because I don't want them sweeping and all that. But I just want just the tree itself and the tile next to it. You have a... Wilfred and our desperate refugee are approaching. They have been banished. And they want to stay at... Okay. So, you are both adults. Which means you are capable of betrayal. So you will be dropping your weapons immediately. It's getting real cozy in here. You're going to space naked. Don't like it? Yeah. That happens in some of your runs. You're just like... When you're doing the random research stuff, you'll have runs that just does not want to cooperate. Oh, but you always get water wheel, especially when you do not have a, anything you could use that with. All right. You can help grow, I guess. It's not super useful what we got from that, but that's okay. They can be cannon fodder. Alright, how are we doing with these? You've got a stack of 5. Around here somewhere. You have a stack of 5. They're getting ready to go pretty soon. You have a stack of 2, so we're just gonna wait. We shouldn't pull up more pollution. So we got a gift that gave us 5 units of gold. Now you're speaking my language. I actually think... Yeah, I actually still have pollution left for them. Yeah, so we just want to wait. I actually queued up too much stuff for that. What we'll probably do is let them build this wall around here, and then go ahead and fill this area in, and just not assign stuff inside here until the pollution's cleared. Because stuff like the storage rooms being polluted is perfectly fine, because your people just won't use it in the meantime. But it is just one of those things. You'll probably have toxic buildup problems soon. Yeah, you're gonna get the warning saying, hey, stop being out there soon. Alright. This playthrough would be fun with the Winston waves. Also top pollution fortress mode. I've heard of the Winston storyteller. I've never messed it. Would you stop with the insulting sprees? Great bow. Cool. Thanks, man. But yeah, so like... And I also don't know on top of pollution fortress. Yeah. Yes, I haven't messed with Winston, so I don't really know what that entails for ours, the story. Because again, generally speaking, I just don't mod very heavily. Alright, so you're being restricted to Area 1. We have Manhunter Pack. Oh no. Not a very small group of raccoons. However, will we manage this? Well, cool. Winston can be cool at the beginning, but it gets pretty monotone after a while. Okay, I don't really know much. With Winston waves, you get raids, but then get rewards for each wave. So you can get a wood drop, weapons drop, whatever you get offered. Varies each wave. Gotcha. Okay. We won't be... at least I don't think we'll be doing Royal Ascent. But the key to Winston waves is turtling, much like you're doing right now. Well, I mean, the big thing is, honestly, in RimWorld in general, you end up turtling. Like, whether or not you use the traps or whatever, you end up having to set up kill boxes if you want to survive long run. Unless you're doing, like, Builder or, like, one of the really low difficulties. And even then, like, sometimes they could still cause you trouble. But, generally, when you're doing harder difficulties, you do have to do kill boxes and all that stuff. Okay, so Cure Liz is starting to get up there. How are you doing? Days, that's fine. Why is our cook not cooking? Ah, I see. Because you're injured. That's fair. Because I've told them to not eat the raw food because it's very inefficient. Like, we're in good shape now, they don't need to worry about it. Still. Okay, and you're doing your recreation and all that. Luckily, Humphrey can also at least haul, if not construct. But regardless, they're getting all the blocks put in place so we can keep building and all that. But pretty soon, you'll be good to go back out into the pollution. I mean, if you ate without a table, that's on you. I've got tables with chairs available. Begin conversion ritual on Nonver. We have we have 75% chance of a good outcome. You know, almost a 20% chance of a really good outcome, but we'll see. Hopefully, masterful. Effective. Cool. So how much did that knock you down? About halfway. That's reasonable. So, okay, so I want to start at an altar lectern and have pews. Okay, so that's basically we give a speech. We'll need an actual dedicated room for that, which is fine. So, Mad Boomalope. I was say, where's all of the other ones who should be putting that out? Alright, and good. Cool. So, the downside is it did destroy more traps than that. The one thing is, like, the steel and the wood traps are very flammable. So if you ever get fire in your kill box, it could destroy all your traps, which is a big waste of materials. Right, so you had a social fight, which is why you're not doing stuff. Okay, so you're good to be free to just go and do what you want again. Which is fine. We are producing way more food than I need now. So, that's a thing that we're looking at. I think realistically what ends up happening is we'll slowly expand the, honestly, let's delete that section there. And expand the trees into that section for the wood. We'll get there. Poker table needs chairs. I am aware I do not have the materials to build them. I am physically working on it. Yeah, so butcher those animals real fast, and then just cook per normal. Stop. I need to process the food, and you keep causing me problems. Yeah, we don't have the setup. This isn't intended being the way this is going to work in the long term. I mean, it could be. We could actually make, like, this into just an area that's just a shooting gallery when they pop in after the traps. Just deal with whatever survives. Alright, so you need to be bandaged up. No, you're making food. Everyone's gonna start starving soon and getting really angry about it. You're making food. Did you not get bandaged? Is that one just gonna leave you there to bleed? There you go. Don't break my stuff. Oh, good. Your tantrum was ended because you're bleeding a lot. Cool. So we got a bunch of food made, everything's square. Medical emergency, that's fine, we're already on it. Okay. Give chair. No, wait, give now. Disease infection on Humphrey. Alright, who is our absolute best doctor? Rhetorical. So tend to them and then feed them. Yeah, just pulling up all the stone chunks from everywhere. Alright, so one. So put the blocks here. We're going to link all of these. Storage. Preferred, and we're going to go to blocks here. So no blocks here. So we stop putting them in there. So we start dumping them on the ground over here. Oh, storage also no rotten. Okay, so we've got a place for human corpses over there. And go critical, clear all, do not allow fresh corpses. And don't worry about cleaning it. So you're in extreme break risk. Love to see it. Mostly because intense pain. As you do. Alright, so we got a bunch more of those filled in. Medical treatment need on you. Research known cocoa. Okay. Sure. We can have chocolate. Because you got way too much meat, over 20,000 insect and human meat. Excellent. Just the way people do things. Alright. I need you to deal with your recreation, please. Did I actually get wood from cocoa trees too? I've seen a lot of times that it doesn't seem to consistently want to give me that. Yeah, because it just has a harvest yield there. But I haven't had it consist like, if, you know, obviously it consistently gives you chocolate. But it's one of those things that I almost never, like, I see not a whole lot of wood. We can check it out later, like once we get this batch done here. I'll start taking part of this and maybe converting it to cocoa. It chops the trees? Yeah. That's the thing. I haven't noticed it lately. Like, I don't know if there's, like, you know, a hidden change or whatever. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm willing to try it once we get some trees sorted. So we get some wood established before things get bad. You're still pretty high up there. You're fine, you're not restricted. You can be probably unrestricted again. Okay, so you are winning against the infection, which is good. Yeah, you don't feel well because toxic buildup. Right, so you still have insulted on here and a bunch of other nonsense. Medical emergency. Yeah, you're fine. You're just waiting for it. All right, so we can go to deconstruct here. And now I got the corner block done. I can build that. And we're just yanking all the wood out after the fact. We'll get there. We'll want that soon, because it won't be too long before we start running out of material. It's really surprising we're not getting more... I mean, I guess we are getting the... Yeah, we got the toxic waste under. A little worried that we might actually be over-pulling them again. I keep debating how I want to try and make, like, right now this is just a maze to drop a couple enemies on their run-in. I'm trying to think of a way to, like, do the kill box, because one idea is to, you know, again, like, maybe have it go up here, then split out this way, and then just mow everything. I'm kind of wondering if I actually want to make it a shorter range one, have it go down this way, and instead of having longer range weapons, just do stuff like chain shotguns to just pour out as much damage in a close proximity. Like, just opens, you'd have, like, your 1 or 2 melee pawns block the door, and then just chain shotgun it up. But I do feel like we'd want to zigzag it just a little bit to make sure that the enemies can't stand on it. So maybe we could do something like this. Just to come around here. So do the zigzag. And that way they can't stand back here, like, cover and just fire. And then, you know, we'd have her, like, whatever, like, 5 tiles away. So, like, here. So her fire line would be, like, that kind of thing. Like, whatever the exact amounts are. So that would have them, like, behind cover and just chain shotguns the whole way around. So just whatever steps in, just gets hit with everything. Alright, so you need to go back into restriction again. Good progress, though. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the ridiculous raid. That means a whole heck of a lot. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were we playing today? It says recently you've been playing Crusader Kings 3, Bus World, and Hearts of Iron 4. But I do hope you had yourself some really good times and a really good stream. Like, what were you playing? All that good stuff. And for everyone popping in from Metallic Stream, well, welcome in, Raiders. And what would you say was the best part of the stream today over there at Talks? Bus World? Is that the, was Bus World the one where they have, like, the disasters that you recover people from, or am I mixing up the games now? Because I remember there was one that was a bus sim game that, oh, it is the one? How did you like it? I will reserve my opinions. How did you like it? Almost threw her daughter in jail because she stole our clothes. What? I don't remember that part of the game. Alright, so we need a little bit more wood. The real Bus World was the jank we made along the way. It was a fine way to pass a couple of hours, but fun if you like simulation jank genre. Yes, that is pretty much where I landed with it, is like, oh, this do be janky. I had relatively good time, but it was definitely in this game do be janky. But yeah, so welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual. Well, first of all, if you're looking for jank simulation games, as well as a bunch of things that Alex plays a whole bunch of stuff, absolutely fantastic creator who I'd highly recommend checking out, dropping a file, doing all those kind of things over there. But for all those popping in, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, for all those popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, at 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life in harder than apocalypse settings, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. For the record, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, and I do play a whole bunch of games. Plenty of, like, simulation. I play RimWorld. I play Project Zomboid. That's a lot of zombies? Yes. Yes, it is. I think, how long was it run? Like 1 year, 4 months in games? Yeah, it's more than 2, which is really impressive when you think about it. Okay, so we got a shaman. This could actually be good for us. The shaman is the merchant that could potentially carry the Pollux tree seeds. But for those who don't know what I got going on here, is I'm doing a, like, some others have probably got challenges of the same idea, but it's a challenge I came up for myself that I call the pollution challenge. This is garbage. That's what that is. I don't, like, okay. But it's called the pollution challenge. This map might seem totally fine until I hit that button, and then it doesn't look so happy anymore. And that's because we generated our world with 100% pollution, and then we chose a tile that when we started was 100% pollution, but we've worked it down to 98% pollution. And I have all sorts of arbitrary restrictions on myself, like I can't choose anyone, I can't take anyone who's immune to pollution, so no vampires, no wasters, nothing like that. No. I don't have the space to put your thing in here, but I can't just... So it's like Earth. Yeah, it's basically Ohio. That's actually one of the names they've used for this before. For the record, my family partly comes from Ohio. But I have other things that I can't do. So normally you can, like, bag up the pollution, walk it off the map, and then drop it. I'm not allowed to do that. That's a rule I've arbitrarily given myself. I can't drop pot it out. So you're wondering, well, how the heck do you deal with this then? So what we do is we bag up the pollution, and there's these trees that when you have a high enough pollution on your map called the Pollux trees that show up. So you'll notice I bag up the pollution and I drop it at the base of the tree. The tree slowly absorbs the pollution around it, like painfully slowly. And then when those bags decay, they dump the pollution back down in the ground right there. You get the idea. We bag it up here, we drop it there, slowly absorbs, bag it up here, drop it there, slowly absorbs. Now, at maximum pollution, you get 3 of them. Sometimes they're good positions, sometimes they're not. This one's good, that one's good, that one's terrible because it's too close to the edge of the map, but I'm still using it. What happened to the Adams and Eve run? So we had our run, the Adam and Eve run, that we started with 2 pawns that were romantically involved, and the rule was the only pawns I could have was their kids. So no bringing anyone else. And we managed to get it up to, I think they had 16 children by the end, where the younger of the 2 of the couple was 34. Ultimately, the way the one died is basically the mech raids, you know, because it's Cassandra, kept scaling up and up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because those mech raids kept scaling up and up and up, we started getting to the point that, like, every 3rd-ish raid was managing to pick off one of our people. Oh, I also do no research, random research. I can't really give you an example of no research now because I've got them all. But I didn't start with anything. And you go, wait, you probably want complex clothing with pollution for the face mask because it gives you that resistance you want. You know, toxic environment 50%, that's really good. I don't have a research button. My pawns randomly choose a research. It's basically giving Randy random your control of your research. And they choose something and they just start researching it, and I have no idea what it is until it's done. And that's the life we live. So, fully expect us to get Water Wheel. It happens every time. Every time Water Wheel is one of the earlier ones we get. Oh, thanks for agave. Wait, is that our main ideology? I can't remember anymore. All these runs blend together. Okay, so that's... Which festival was that? Begin the real Jubilee. Which one is the real Jubilee? The real Jubilee is Sky Lanterns. I have no wood. Is it a Cassandra run? Oh, right now we're doing a Cassandra run. I hop back and forth a little bit. Generally for streaming, I find I prefer Cassandra, even though I as a player off streaming prefer Randy Random. And that's because I've legitimately had runs that went almost 5 years in-game with Randy doing absolutely nothing. That Randy was just like, I'm not feeling it today. And it really sucks when you go 3-4 streams and nothing happens. It's a little hard to keep that entertaining after a while. It gets to story time with Rual, which is fine. But sooner or later you're like, no, Randy, I really want you to give me something to, like, you know, something to happen. Give me a good raid. You know, maybe hit me up with some disease or something. But yeah, we had one too many times where Randy just hit snooze and then didn't come back. I'm getting a little worried that we still have these toxic packs sitting in here. Oh, and we are just smoothing out the floor, not because it's strategic, but because I mostly have to keep my people in here to avoid toxic buildup. And so when they're stuck staying indoors, I want them to do something productive. And, you know, there's not a whole lot of room to work with. And a lot of stuff is waiting on materials that we're getting our trees going. But we're stuck waiting. Fast forwarding. This is not our kill box. Normally I don't actually like to run traps, but I just chose to do it this time because reasons. We're still waffling on what we want to do with the kill box. I think I'm gonna do like a little zigzag here so they can't stop back and use this for cover and shoot us. We'll put like barricades and columns in here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But what I'll do is I'll end up putting like this spot here and then just about 5-ish tiles away so I can't friendly fire. I think I want to just go for like just chain shotguns the whole way around because I haven't done that in I can't tell you how long. So no catching them on the way in. Just do it up close with maximum amounts of damage. I actually don't expect it to work great, but it's not terrible. If you didn't laugh every time, you'd stop doing it. Well, it's the fact that you keep doing it that makes me laugh every time. Mostly because it feels like most people have lost interest in it because it's just a Halloween thing. But you're like very committed to hitting it almost every time it's available. So it's the fact that you keep doing it is what makes it funny. Alright, so you've got the outer wall done. And we're peeling down the inner wall as possible. Tantrum. So, you're bored. And we finally got our poker table up. Like, just now got our poker table up. And that's the reason why you're gonna go, no, the poker table must go. I'm bored, and you've given me a new activity, and therefore I shall destroy the new activity. Okay, I'm not dealing with that. What do you mean, exclamation scare isn't scary if you know it's coming, so it's gotta be random out of nowhere effect? Yeah. Yes, I know you don't have it like on a timer or whatever. Alright, so let's go get you your shotgun back. They're not even on like an actual mood break anymore. Meanwhile, let's get you your title back so you can do your thing. Don't interrupt my music. But yeah, so it's been a good time. For those who haven't been to the channel before, we do play like a whole bunch of different stuff. Like we did American Truck Simulator the other day, we've done Farming Simulator, we do this, we do Project Zomboid. Like I do play a really wide range of games, probably wider range of games than I probably should. You wouldn't put it past Mr. Sun to have it on a timer? I wouldn't put it past him either. I don't think he does. look. I need a place to put these things, and I don't have space. Yeah, now if people like actually automate it, that I wouldn't be happy about, because then it effectively just comes spam. Like, if someone's willing to commit the time to keeping an eye on a timer and doing it themselves, you know what, hey. Sure. Alright. So, drug production. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is all this area out here is stone that I can't grow stuff on anyways. So that is all going to be the outer perimeter of the base. Yeah, it's not going to be useful, so we'll cut across that. So we're going to give it kind of an exotic shape. Alright, so that'll be the outer part of the base. That's fine. They'll go in here and they'll build it out. We're not going to move into that part yet. And the reason we're not going to move that into that part yet is because it is full of toxic waste still. But I want to have people being productive so they can build the wall and keep that rolling. Yeah, so you're starting to tear down the wood walls here. Let's tear down that spot as well. That'll give us some of our wood back. We're just going to add a randomness to the automate timer. I know. Well, no, you can make it a thing that'd be hard to detect. Unless it was very obvious you weren't here anymore, which, again, would be difficult. Like, then, like, again, that would be a point where it'd be like, alright, that's not cool, like, don't do that. The question is... Here. The question is, where does the stone pivot over? I think it's just right there. It's just, like, straight across to your stone. It could be, like, that tile's fine, but this one isn't. Yeah, because the red is still polluted, whereas the gray is just unusable. Brings like you get doxxed and you find out, yet you still typing scary chat. Nah, it would be scary. Or the worst thing is you have your bot set up and then something like... So you're going to have, like, when they give these ones where it's like, you can fight something and get some random pawn, I usually will say no. Because honestly, sometimes the random pawn they give you is worse than the raid, so you just immediately want to banish them or send them for a long walk to the North Pole without resources. I definitely don't do that ever. Okay, I may do that frequently enough. Alright, so we got the poker table up, so people should be able to get entertainment. We got everyone set here. It is warning me I need warm clothes. I also do not have the forbidden warm clothes technology. Yes, trees are still taking too long. Alright, we can go out here and say, cut down more of these. We gotta be careful that we don't accidentally cut down the Pollux trees. Alright, so we got attacks from two different angles. We have revolver and little automatic pistol, and a revolver and a knife. Are they attack immediately? No, they're going to prepare. So schedule, everyone is restricted to stay in, we'll say the home, well no, area 1. And the reason I didn't say the home zone is technically I have a bunch of those out there. Alright, we didn't get hardly any traps back up because Rhetorical has been kept inside because of the pollution. Alright, so this shouldn't be too terrible of a fight. Okay, so melee will set up here. All the ranged tuck in behind them. And the reason we're doing that is they should run down this way, probably be perfectly fine the whole way. But they would have cover if I tried to fight them in that hallway. It's really meant to just get them to walk through traps, which aren't there right now. So pop around here. Before they realize they're attacking us, we'll get a volley of shots in. Anyone who actually does try and stop at the door, we drop the melee in there to pop them real fast. That's good, especially since you two are really separating out. Yeah, you three are grouped up well, but your happy here is just Not in the mood to hustle. Or you can come right to me. I can work with that. Yeah, literally feed your bodies into me. I can work with that all day. And I like the one that was the melee pawn is the one running away. Okay. GG pathing. Alright. Give me that. Bio-coded. Give me that. Bio-coded revolver. Okay, that's fine. Get these corpses out of here. Take everyone back off a restriction. And we only took one hit, one set of hits, which is just bruises. Okay. That was... honestly went better than I thought it could have. I was not expecting the ranged people to literally just walk into my melee. That's nice. I appreciate their consideration. I might just leave the wood in here for right now. I was gonna get rid of it, but honestly, I'll just probably wait till those get broken and replace them. Or where one of them's dumb enough to light that on fire while standing inside of it. That usually sorts itself out pretty quick for you. So major break risk on you because you observed some corpses and because you were imprisoned. That's fair. Alright, and we are managing to keep our food going. We definitely have way more food than I need. Which we did cannibalize some of it with these trees. I mean, it's mostly because corn is incredibly thing. You imprisoned you? Yeah, you were like, I'm bored, and we built a poker table, and the moment we built it, you decided to destroy it. Like, I'm bored, we gave you entertainment, and you're like, no. No entertainment. I just want to be bored. You can't make me have fun. I'm 1 point off below attempting to tame a Thrombo. Now, granted, I don't have the grow area to support any meaningful number of Thrombo. But, if I did, it'd be pretty fun to get some Thrombo. Cargo pods. Thanks to milk. Research known. Cool. They're like, you know what we need? Not clothes. We need drugs. That's what we need in our lives. I actually would love to build the drug bench to have anything made on it. But there's no room in this room for it. Oh, you also need steel still. I think 5 tiles should be enough that we can guarantee ourselves the 200 steel we need to build the tool cabinet. And everyone's unassigned. So when it says polluted soil, that means someone's at about 30%, toxic buildup. Because that's the danger of pollution, is being in the toxic buildup because it causes disease and all that. And they're the, oh no, like, this is a real problem kind of diseases. It can also cause stuff like dementia and a whole bunch of other problems. Okay, so we got a caravan rolling in. And you're my best social person. Alright, so take the weapons we're not going to be using. Those are all fine the way they are. Take those. I don't really need any of your stuff, so I guess I will just take your trace amounts of money. Cool. Yeah, so what we'll end up doing here is we'll end up slice and dicing this area into rooms. So I think like what we'll do is this back area, that'll become the barracks. Is what I think we'll do first. But like I said, we won't actually use it for barracks until I get that pollution cleaned up, and that's going to take a while. The other big danger is when these decay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. When these decay, they have a chance of triggering infestation. So we'll see here in a moment. Oh, we just hit the winter, so it's below freezing, so they won't decay anymore till it's not below freezing anymore. Well, that's annoying. It's actually not that big a deal, because it gives the tree a chance to get ahead, and I can just pile up more where we get there. Oh good, I don't see any more toxic bags here, which means at least one of the trees freed up space. A mad toxalope, per the usual. Put a small room with a fire around them. Oh, you can't have them indoors. If they're indoors, they don't work. So I can't put a ceiling on it or anything like that. Like, I mean, sure, I could do a thing where we put up the roof, cause it to decay, take off the roof again, but I am way too lazy for that. But that does remind me, is I do actually put a room around them typically. I was just waiting till we had stone. And I do that way, just... You don't have, like, random things, like, causing fires. Like a boomalope running up in here, and then dying next to the tree, and then burning it down. Actually, we won't use wood for that. I don't go in there super often, so far as needing to move fast. I keep changing my mind. I am going to go ahead and put wood there. Because, like, okay, but still, they do have to run back and forth. Yeah, this is mostly just for fire prevention. And the last one's down here. I'm mostly also doing this, that way I can very easily be like, where's the tree? To check in on it, and I don't have to do that thing where I have to like search around for a second to figure out exactly where it is. Cool. Please stop social fighting. Okay, whenever you see one get bloodied up and go down, I always worry they like knocked a limb off or something. Because it happens way too often. Alright, you got stone cutting this time. Don't mind me. Oh yeah, no, that's nah. Honestly, the fire doesn't spread. It's mostly stuff like boomalope going in here, having the toxic buildup, you know, finally kill them, and then they die right next to it. Because I've had that happen in a run. Where it just so happens that the boomalope died right at the tree and set it on fire. And I'm like, really? There's only 2 inches that were dangerous, and you found them. Alright, so... with that, we should be good to clean up more pollution. Which, weirdly, you haven't been, because... oh, never mind, you're good there. Alright, so this is dangerous. Because it's probably too much. Let's just... this whole expansion, let's just do it. This is going to be too much, so it's probably going to bleed back in on us. When it drops, there's not enough room for the pollution to consolidate. But if we get all the pollution cleaned up here, I can start shaping the base, and we can just re-baggy it up. Extreme break risk on you. What is your deal where you are always struggling? I mean, you have the Insulted that's been there, but that's only -5. The -6 for the Imprisoned's pretty bad. The serious pain is because you just had a social fight. I don't remember what is grabbing that steel for. Oh, the tool cabinet, that's right. Research known harpsichord. Did I ever build? No, so get rid of that. Move up to the harpsichord. Is the harpsichord not here? Oh, I went too fast. Harpsichord. That's 250 wood. I don't know how we're gonna fit it in there, but we're not gonna have 250 wood. Okay, so Cure Liz is officially on restriction because the pollution buildup is too high. So get back into this area. But yeah, so clear up that pollution, then we'll make it the goal to clear out all the pollution in here. Because the other downside is it takes a long time for toxic buildup to drop off. Clearing up some of these areas that they're going to. Because I'll deal with whatever you don't you be attacking that poker table again. Alright, so you're just gonna break random stuff. Random stuff I can live with. Usually it's stuff I don't care about. And I am trying to keep it so we don't have the pollution UI up all the time. Just don't. Just because I know looking at a screen that's entirely red the whole time gets a little annoying. Okay, good. You didn't actually successfully break much. Okay, and we can also set you to be built here. Like I said, that'll end up being our bedroom. Oh, we also need to go up here and say smooth. Yes. I don't need to, but it'll make it nicer. So I don't complain about as much. That's weird. Oh, right, because there's like a little patch of dirt right there and there. So that means we probably will want to go floors. What floors do we want to do? This is sandstone. Okay. So floors. Nah, we won't do that. I was like, we'll do the really fancy. I was like, no, that's like 25 a tile, actually. So patch up the areas we can't smooth the sandstone. Alright. Okay, so since we're getting an absolutely absurd amount of food, what field do we want to cut back for something else? Because like early on, I just overinvested deliberately because I had no idea, like we were just struggling to get things off the ground. Like the rice can probably go because the rice grows really fast, but isn't super needed. I don't know what I would want to replace it with though. We can definitely add more cocoa. Alright, so Nomver needs to be under restriction. They're getting too much pollution exposure. And ultimately, one of the things we want to do is down the road, we'd probably want to make like a hallway that goes directly to this tree, so when they go to the tree, they never have to step into pollution. That, I usually don't get these runs that far. These runs are difficult to keep going because of just dealing with the pollution limiting you so much that it makes it hard to keep up with what you need to tackle the raids. But, it'll be alright. Yeah, they're hauling all of the block, but none of them are set to construction, so we're just getting all the block in place for when our construction person is available. Oh, good. That person we picked up, that we rescued with the paralytic abasia, is finally up and can leave. Okay, so you need more wood. Which sadly, all those aren't really worth anything. Yeah, because those don't give much wood. so we can refuel it, and then we can go ahead and cook more. Because I've got them set to not eat raw food at all. And that's just because, one, the amount of food poisoning and all that becomes really problematic. But the downside is when your cooking shuts down, if you're not ready for it, then no one eats. But that's just until we get the... Like, once we get the first batch of these poplar trees up, we're gonna be swimming in wood. Alright, that's Ollie open, so we can lock that door open. Okay, and once you recover, you'll start repairing all the damaged stuff from the, So, Nomver is idle. What can we have you do? And put you on construct at minimal priority as well. Just contributing to smoothing everything, because why not? And the answer is, I think it actually increases the value of your colony a pretty decent amount. Oh, you're almost converted. Hey, Nomver, ready to be one of us? Congratulations. You're one of us, that your only belief is making others one of us. You don't really have any stances beyond that. We don't have any stances within ourselves, as long as you're just one of us. I do think our kitchen will go here. Our freezer will be down here. And we'll put probably like the hospital back here somewhere. This will be where we actually do our kill box. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I also have a bunch of people. Yeah, that's right. Put a bunch of people on 4 for construction just so they could do any amount of smoothing the floor, building walls. Mostly because the pollution is such a problem that if I don't do that, it just doesn't get done. Because whoever's doing the construction spends a lot of time going out in the pollution to build our walls or whatever needs doing. Don't mind me. I'm just building stuff. Absolutely. One thing that does need to get fixed is that tile needs to have wall on it. And then with that, we can tear down that wood wall. Yeah, because like once I get this filled in, we're going to tear down this room. This will probably end up becoming the dining room, whatever. This will probably be expanded to be more production. We'll probably end up putting a shelf or 2 in this room to be like critical for food, and then otherwise the freezer will be down here. Just that way they keep like just a shelf of food in there at all times. Here, you can go take the talk slope. Cool. I don't think we're gonna use you, but you never know. I might be able to like squeeze that down here. Is that got pollution down on it still? It doesn't. Oh, but the wall will be too close and it won't work. That's fine. We might end up using the dryads later. To bait like, because if you use the dryads, you can basically get rid of this whole area and just use one dryad tree for wood, and it's almost as good. Okay, so let's start checking. You are still not ready to be unrestricted. Same with you. Both of you gotta wait longer. Cool. And the shame is you can't put like anything down there. Technically, I can grow plants in there, but it's not worth doing. And the reason it's not worth doing is most... Are you seriously going to go in there and then die in there? Even with me putting up the wall? Because that'd be kind of a jerk move. Because those are all going to die soon from the toxic buildup getting to them. Alright. Okay, so we'll accept that quest. That's for our relic. Most likely, we won't be able to do our relic because caravanning when this much pollution is borderline a suicide mission. Until you you can kind of get away with it with gas masks if you're quick, but if you're anything less than gas masks, it's just the moment you step out, the toxic buildup starts going. If you caravan more than the tiniest little bit, you get where that's gonna go. It's gonna be a bad time. Alright, so they are cleaning the pollution out of there, so that's good. They haven't quite gone up this far, but that's okay. Yeah, maybe we'll just take that wall straight up. This becomes the temple / rec room / dining room. This is all production. That's just disorganized storage. That'll be this location. Eventually we'll make that into the kitchen / butcher area. Freezer. Hospital. Kill box. And I'm just building on here because this is stone. Stone flooring, so I can't use it really for anything else. Might as well use it for this other stuff. Plus, it makes for a really funky shaped base, which is always more interesting than just another set of rectangles. Alright, so rhetorical needs to be put back under restriction again. That's just the way it's gonna be. And every time we do that, we are risking that pawn, that they can get dimension, a whole bunch of other problems. Alright, so you're still dropping down. You're still dropping down. Alright. Okay, we can go here to orders. Deconstruct the inside wood wall in there. It is going to be one of those things that ultimately we're going to get to a point that they don't have other construction they can reach, and they're just going to knock down all that wood, and we're suddenly going to get like 50, 60 wood back. Like each tile here is only like 1, 2, 3, 4 wood we'll get back. So it won't be total that much. Alright, we'll consider this. Area 1 there. You just slowly expand where those people can be when they're covered, like, all up in the pollution and whatnot. Nope, no royal tribute gonna happen. And as a reminder for those with the upcoming schedule, we do play a whole range of games. I do know here in a couple of days, the 14th, that's when the game Coral Island is releasing in its 1.0 version. I do play a decent amount of slice of life / lifestem kind of games on the channel, so if you're thinking about it like Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley, My Time at Portia, Animal Crossing, those style of games. But Coral Island is dropping on the 14th, so I do plan on playing a lot of the Coral Island when it comes out. They're doing like the 1.0, a lot of major things that have been not in the game up until now are being added. They do have more they're going to be adding after the 1.0 release, but there's been a lot of stuff they've been holding back, like being able to marry people, have kids. There's like finish the community center, or not community center. Finish the heritage site, the museum. So like you haven't been able to, like, 100% / finish the main game kind of thing. So we had a run we were doing when they announced that it was coming, because I was expecting it to just be the winter festivals that came out here in a couple of days, and then they were like, nope, it's 1.0, all of the things for like the next 4, the next 4 updates kind of thing I was expecting was like all at once. So I was like, oh, well, we're just going to go ahead and put my run aside because we're about to get all the things. Alright, so we need to cut down more trees. That's a real thing that sucks with these witchwood trees. Is the witchwood trees give you, like, almost no wood each. Yeah, we look, harvest yield 8. Basically, those witchwood trees are just a hair better than fiber corn when it comes to the yields. They're terrible. But until our poplars are done growing, that's what we've got going on for us. That said, getting close. We got one at 94%. So we got another in-game day or two. And then we'll start the cycle of getting one tree after the other. Now, what's interesting is this isn't supposed to be year-round, but it's very close to year-round. Like, I don't even, like, unless we get a cold snap, I don't even think the plants will die from freeze. They'll just stop growing until the temperature warms up again. Yeah, so cutting down like half the forest over here gives me like... all that's 50 wood. Which we're mostly using for cooking right now. I do want to get a lot of other stuff done, but at the moment it's not actually getting there. Okay. Blight on the cotton plants. Dear me, oh my. So we go here to plant cut. Everyone is suddenly going to be at plant cut 1. And the reason we're doing that is everyone stops what they're doing and just starts cutting all the blight they can. And of course, the one person I need to do is like, no, I don't feel like it. And now I take them all back off that schedule. Alright. So I just wanted to get ahead of that before that spreads everywhere and causes mayhem. Alright, so nobody's using that spot, nobody's using this spot, nobody's using this spot. We don't have the pollution out of here yet. But we'll wait. We'll wait. I'm getting ahead of the wood. I need to wait on the wood. I say, but we'll go ahead and get the beds going in here. You're in a daze due to darkness. Cool. Okay, so that one doesn't have bags under it, that one doesn't have bags under it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we actually need to get someone properly putting time in on the cleaning side of things. So let's take them off of this for a moment. And take them off of that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for all those follows. It does mean a whole lot. Because I do realize most people on Twitch lurk. So, and I'm guilty of this as well, like you'll have a raid bring you someplace, and you'll just be kind of like, you'll be working on your other thing as background noise, and you'll totally forget to follow and all that. So when people actually do take the time to, you know, drop follows and all that, it means a lot. %97% grown. We're almost there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I also make it a point to mention it because, as I mentioned, I do the exact same thing where I just forget to do it. People are like, oh yeah, don't forget to follow. You're like, oh yeah, that thing. Otherwise you have to do the thing of like going, hey, friend who raided, who did you raid last night? They seemed fun, and I cannot figure out who they were. Alright, so we're slowly getting the bag sorted. And how are you doing in your toxic buildup? Not quite down yet. You're good to be unleashed on the world again. You're probably good to be free. And you're good to be free. Okay, so everyone's ready to get back to it. And that's going to be where we have to, like, cycle it so much. That's going to be what we have to do until we get to the point of, getting our masks. Boomalope. Are you going to make it here? Here. I'm just going to pop into this door real fast. No specific reason. Actually, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our assignments. And whereas letting people out, yeah, forget about it. So this boomalope is like right on the edge of collapse from toxic buildup. Please don't go inside my Pollux tree room. I know the door's not done, but you know, stay out. Yeah, so you didn't get anything built down there yet at all. Like, fighting it's no problem, but I'm just like, you're basically already dead. And the other negative is toxic buildup means the body will most likely instantly decay when I kill it, so there's no, like, I can't get leather from it, I can't get any of the other materials from it, so I risk minor injuries and infection for pretty much no gain. Okay, got a bunch of people idle. We're gonna go ahead and just... It's not technically actually clear of pollution, but we're gonna have them sitting in here anyways. And I have nothing else to do. They go in there and start cleaning all that up. How have you not collapsed yet? Oh, that's gonna burn that because, like, steel is weirdly flammable in this game. There, it's collapsed. Alright, everyone can go free. Yeah, so look, it's right there. It should be collapsing any time now. But yeah, so you'll look at all the boomalope and all of them are gonna collapse now. That's the reasons why you'll almost never see wildlife other than the toxalope and the waste rats on the map. Is just because they can only be on the map for a little while before the toxic buildup does them in. Let's get rid of this section of wall. Okay. Because then we can smooth that tile out. And that's alright enough that we can go production. Drug lab. No, we'll wait. We'll wait till we have wood in stock again. Because this is at 100% grown now. It doesn't matter people waking up and cutting them down. Alright, so we got the acidic smog because the whole plant's covered in pollution and that just happens from time to time. Mostly what that does is it upsets our people, so they're at -5 the whole time they're outside in the pollution, and it slows down plant growth. But it doesn't kill the plants, it doesn't cause toxic buildup, or that stuff. Alright, so we can smooth out that area. Yeah, so then the plan is going to be to get the drug lab built in here. I also make it out of wood because wood is a renewable resource, even if a painfully slow renewable resource for us right now. Toby's secret. They're begging me to join, but I can't see their stats and I don't know what they're fighting, so not interested. I'm picky about the pawns. I'm gonna take the ones that I can like find out what their stats are, whatever. Alright, so rhetorical answers back under restriction. Just the way it is. That's also the reason I have someone who's researching at all times, just to try and advance us to getting that. Sweet. First wood has been pulled. Alright, so you got attack immediately. 2 people with clubs from this side. So it's all melee. It's not really ideally what I want. Let's grab everyone. Pop over here. So the downside is, the way the game works is they've already picked their targets. So because they had this door closed, they're going to attack something. Yes, they're going to attack the sandstone walls. I'm honestly pretty okay with it. And they should do that until the wall is destroyed, or they, take damage. What? Oh. Well. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, so they attacked in the back, so they're going to attack a shelf of good quality. Yeah, so you saw they stayed on the target until I did damage, and then they got off the target. That's fine. So just because they had the random thing, and that's because they didn't have that door open, so they didn't see anything they wanted to attack, so they randomly assigned them targets, which is usually like your walls or whatever. That's the reason you want that door open, and it's usually not a bad idea to have like a squirrel in here, or some furniture in here, or something that they will target. Are you literally just gonna let this person die? Where is my doctor? Please pick up the pace. Apparently got stabbed in the heart. I think the most impressive part is I think Rhetorical yeah, they still have their weapons, so they actually walked back to bed with literally a stabbed heart and just like, alright, I'm laying down. Come on, Doc, do your thing. Yeah, it's surprising you got over that fast. You almost died. Both in the bleed out from the initial heart injury. Yes, honestly, all they stole from us was 75 Saiti, which doesn't really bother me. I usually just give or trade away this IT for money or reputation, so it's not a huge ordeal. Like, in a pinch, I'll use it to deal with moods, but usually I'll just not even worry about that. Yeah, serious pain from that. The good news is the heart heals fast because it doesn't have a whole lot of life to it. Okay, so the plan here... Actually, I don't need one there. Is to do that, and then here we'll have just basically a whole bunch of our people be able to just open fire. Now, the idea is I want to get the fast-firing short-range weapons, or like the chain shotgun or whatever. But then the goal will be, is if my melee stands here, that the wall will be exactly far enough back that the person shooting will be within 5 tiles of all the melee. Because as long as you're within 5 tiles of another unit, you cannot friendly fire them. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With the exception of stuff like grenades. But like your regular guns, if you're within 5 tiles of who you're shooting past, you won't hit them. Hostiles don't count. You'll peg hostiles. Okay. You're still good. You're still fine. Yeah, it's just rhetorical. Who's still way too high to send back out. And like, also the thing where I have to keep pulling them back gets a lot better because once I have like the wall out here, they don't have to run out in the pollution nearly as much. And then the more I clear out the area in here, the more they're not like dipping their toe into the pollution again and again. Okay. Don't blow up as they pass, please. Okay. You're fine. Alright, so take the knives and the clubs and that I'm not going to use. Oh man, I wish I had the money for the Zeus hammer. What I will take is that heavy SMG you got there. That is exactly what I want for right now. We could also just abuse tox grenades as well, like get into an area where we can drop tox grenades, close the doors, repeat until everyone's down. You could abuse it pretty bad. I'm not going to because it ends up being a big pain to set up. Alright, so... Do you have masterwork? No, yeah, normal one. So, researcher, you get yourself a heavy SMG. And slowly the tech improves. I would have really liked that Zeus hammer, though. The Zeus hammer very specifically would have been a good win, weapons-wise. You know, honestly, let's go to these. Cancel them. Go to those. Cancel those. And change these to granite. They'll do more damage. They'll take more time to build. But I'm sitting at a lot of granite where I'm not sitting at a lot of wood. So it should help. And you are upset. Because Recreation and Philby are working on it. Okay. We can go to production. We can go to... You're still waiting to build the brewery. That's fine. Oh, that's outdoors? Why are you outdoors? Oh, because the people knocked the wall out. That's fair. Furniture. Chair. Yeah, I'll probably end up needing a second torch in here to light things up until we get electricity. Yeah, so we got the brewery. It's waiting on steel. That's easy. And we got a gift of almost the entire cost of the SMG back. Little over half of it. We'll also say production. Put a fermenter here. And there. We might leave it like that, because I'm thinking about, well, no. We'll put them there and there as well. So that's more wood use that we probably shouldn't be focused on, but you know, it's probably not terrible. Let's see, install the auto bong in the prison. Let's see how these infantry hugging. Oh, I think you can actually kill people with the auto bong if you're just like build and put in there, because they just keep getting more and more stoned. Quit trying to give me pawns that you don't tell me what are. Like, I'll take prisoners and I'll bring them in. But if you're just gonna give me rando pawn that I can't check out first, most of the time I'm gonna say no unless I'm either desperate or, you know, I'm just trying to make stuff get done. Right now I got 5 people who can run around and get stuff done reasonably well. It's not a huge priority. Stop throwing tantrums, please. Okay, so Kira Liz needs to be back on restriction. Yeah, I'm gonna probably have to have someone. Well, no, these two do actually have waste packs at them. How are we doing back here with the pollution? We're making good progress. Expand area 1. Alright, there goes the first of the boomalope. Succumbing to the toxic. Nope, don't do that. Cool. And then all of them will follow very shortly. Yep. Okay. And so when they do wake up, Rhetorical should fix that wall, enclosing that. It'll be right about time to actually mine this section out. Build a wall up here with a door on it. Cool. So with that, we can go here, say structures, sandstone there and there, orders, mine all that out. Build a door here. And then, like I said, we'll move these beds up here as soon as the pollution's out of this room. Let's see. Available for excavation. There's an ancient complex nearby, so I can't do that one until we're like minimum of masks. Realistically, probably not until gas masks. And that's just because once I go to caravan, the whole area around me is that. So if we look at the it won't show me where it is. But let's say it's over there. It means I gotta walk through like nearly 100% pollution the whole way there. Do whatever's on that thing, and then walk back. Does he have a mod that don't get stoned to death? Changes the direct subtraction to percent reduction instead. But you've had your third pawn side runner themselves. Oh. Yeah, I mean, like, that's again getting into mods. Once you had mods, like, you know, anything you describe, I won't be able to answer, like, does this, that, or that. I just don't mod much. like one of the things, I wouldn't say it irks me or whatever, but like I'll have someone who's like, oh yeah, like in the base game, can you do this? And I'll be like, no. And then somebody like, oh, but you can mod to do that. It's like that's not the question they asked. It's like you can do anything with mods. It's cool that people are so into modding, but like, not the question. Alright, so pollution is basically out of that room. So let's go ahead and start moving all of this good stuff into that room. So we can get all that going. We get you here. Hey, Hydrogen Doyles. If you really felt determined, you could get a RimWorld to flush your toilet every time you made a simple meal. There is so many mods out there, and like for the record, I think it's great and amazing that they have all these mods. Like, I don't ever like get upset about the mods or anything like that. That's not it. You go put the ideology thing in there. Get that out of here. None of the rest of that is recreation stuff. Okay, so the one other thing we have is I can move to getting a billiard table in here. And with that billiard table, we can get that going. Yeah, no, there's mods that make it so your pawns have to use the bathroom and all that. Everything I have heard about that makes it sound incredibly frustrating to play with. Because imagine like all the minutia your pawns already have to deal with, and like in the middle of fighting, they just stop and they go like run to the bathroom. Just like, no, this isn't the time for that. New lovers, Insanity, courted Malleus, complimenting his artistic skills. They became aroused and agreed to become their lover. Aww. I was gonna make double beds in here anyways once I had the wood. Because we're now getting a cycle of trees, so it's much better than running out here and doing this nonsense. Alright. In the meantime, you're still under restriction because too much pollution. You probably need to be on restriction soon. You probably need to be on restriction soon. You're good. You still need to be on restriction. There they go. And see, instant rot. You don't get many animals on very high pollution maps. But we'll get there. How's it hitting you again? It's just what happens. Look, man, sometimes you just got the moves. And other times you don't, and people say, please stop asking. And you say, yes, ma'am, that would be the appropriate thing for me to do. I will respect that you have demonstrated that you are not interested. And I will leave you alone from now on. Alright, so you're still standing in the pollution because he made that. I'm just going to put up with it. Electricity has been researched. Well, is being researched. Okay. There, and they're pulling up all the pollution at the same time. They're like, we don't have something else to do. Get the pollution. How are you doing? Alright, I need you to not be working on that anymore. Don't worry about that, Rhetorical. Go do something else. Okay, so we have electricity, but there's a catch. The problem I have with the electricity right now is because I have random thing, I can't choose stuff. Now, the types of electricity available to me right now are wind and wood and chem fuel. Now, I don't have a source of chem fuel, so that one's right out. Wood, we're barely scraping by, so that's out. And wind, without a battery, is going to just turn on and off, on and off, on and off constantly. It won't be that fast. It'll be like on, and then you'll have like half a day, and it'll be off for half a day and that. So I'm kind of in that weird spot where it's not worth me setting up the materials to hook it all up because it can't be relied upon. But that does mean if I get... Where are you? If I get batteries, if I get geothermal production, if I get... Where is it? Chem fuel production? Where are you at? Chem fuel. Biofuel refining. If I get any of those three, we're good on power. As much as the toxifier generator would be a fun meme, I don't think we can get away with it. I actually don't know how fast the pollution is. Basically, the thought is, would I be able to keep that under control? Like, would 3 Pollux trees keep up with it? Because if so, theoretically I could do that. But if it still outruns 3 Pollux trees, that wouldn't be any good. I also don't know how much power output it gives. Like, if it's only 1,000 watts, that's going to suck. And I did notice, my nearest geothermal is right there, which would be pretty easy to incorporate. Like, we would rearrange this room and just, you know, build it, like, right in the side of my base. I don't think I have any other ones that are good. Like, those two are way out there. I could hook up, but I just run cable back. That one's way out there, same deal. Yeah, so that seems to be the only geothermal I could get at is the one right here. The other ones would be like late game. I could build a thing there, wall it off, pipe the line. You said 1 Pollux tree per generator works for you. I think it's 1k watts? Gotcha. Well, I definitely need the Pollux trees to still have some bandwidth to absorb pollution. I don't think we'll go that route, because I'm already going to be dealing with a lot of stuff. Maybe when I get complex clothing or something like that, I might consider it. Yeah, we still don't have any surplus of wood. Do we have this set to accept raw materials? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, they're pulling up way too much pollution way too fast. Like, that one's about to go and we can carry a stack over there. Yeah, those are about to go and that'll be 2 stacks. It will still have like 3 bags left over. So this might end up going right back down where it came from. Usually you don't want to do that, because having 10 underneath it has always been enough that it's ended up overpowering the tree by just too much pollution processing. And plus, my belief, and I could be wrong about this, my understanding is the severity of the infestation is based on the amount of pollution waste packs that decay. So if you have like 100 waste packs all go at once, you're looking at a real big dangerous, infestation. Versus you have like 1 small stack, it's like 1 or 2 little nodes. Basically, the entire thing is designed to punish you for just storing ridiculous amounts of pollution. So if you had, for example, a freezer that you just had an absolutely absurd amount of toxic bags in, and just over time, like the things turning it on and off and all that, eventually making it so it just absolutely decimates stuff. So we get a telescope. that's another source of entertainment. The mega screen TV would be nice, but I don't have reliable power yet. We don't know where we're going to get it, so I'm not going to waste my money on that yet. I am watching to see if they get a Pollux tree, which would be nice. The only downside with that is the charge. It's something like... I'm trying to think of where I want to put this. The Pollux tree, I want to say, we can put it over here. Because that won't be a usable space for me. Here, we'll turn it around the other way. The Pollux tree costs like 3,000 and all that, and you only sometimes get it. But it would be interesting with that, because then, you know, I could go in here, place, like, find somewhere inside my perimeter to place the Pollux tree that we wouldn't be able to grow stuff in the area around it, really. So maybe we expand our base down here, put it, like, right there and have that spot. Ooh, I actually don't know if the smooth stone would count against it. I don't think it would. Because there'd be no way to unmess it up kind of thing. But I could see expanding, just include more Pollux tree areas inside. Alright, so that's all good. So we definitely don't want to pull up any more pollution for a little while. Let the trees deal with what we got buried under there. Let it recover. We just need to get this situation going on. In the meantime... Wait. I was like, well, there's 6 of us, and I've got 6 beds. Why is someone sleeping on the floor? How are you doing? You still got a decent amount of buildup. You're going on restriction because you got a decent amount of buildup. And you're good to be unrestricted. Okay. Little by little we're getting there. Orders, we can now set that back to smoothing. And go here. And put sandstone walls. Alright. So we've got some dressers not research known, fire foam. I mean, cool and all, but really have need for complex clothing. Yeah, so we've got all that built. So let's see. So that's where they'll be. So there's 4 tiles. So they build the wall here. Then there'll be 5 tiles out. Okay. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna say... That right? Yeah, because they'll be back here. They'll duck in to be able to shoot through. And you have that spot. Eventually I want to expand down here, which would require a moisture pump, but we don't have that many ponds, so I don't need to worry about fully surrounding. We will have to cannibalize some of this, but that's okay, because the farthest one is down here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The wall will be here. So that'll be that front. And just some regular barricades for people to duck behind as we get that size. Basically trying to set up with the way the kill box is going to be organized there. Friend under threat. We have a person who's going to be showing up for a little while. They'll send 2 raids of 6 mercenary snipers. They will not work. They will give extra rep. They're willing to give me a throne I don't care about. Mercenary snipers. 2 waves of 6. Let's sit on that and deal with this first. Yeah, so you're going to be perfectly fine. So let's grab this, drop all the way back here, let it run in, we kill it, move on. Okay. I was ready to like start pulling it aside. Yeah, no, the eye is fine. Like, don't get me wrong, getting a bionic eye. I don't have anyone who needs a bionic eye. So the only thing I'm concerned about is 6 snipers before I have a kill box and all that set up. Like, maybe I get lucky we put our melee here and our range back here again. They just feed into again. But that's counting on a lot. And it only works if they do kind of funnel in one by one. If they do pop in as a group, it is going to just be a shootout with no cover. Unless they can start getting stuff built. Which is exactly what Rhetorical's doing. Because plus, I have the problem, until that maze is built, if I just fight it here, they'll hide behind cover too, and it'll be cover-to-cover fight. Yeah, so that's the thing. It is a risky fight, and by all means, a bionic eye or 30 goodwill is a good result. But I think we focus on trying to get the kill box and all that set up first. So I got a bunch of people who are idling again because toxic buildup is too much for them to run around. Orders. I need to cut more wood and try and get that going. Yeah, sounds right about the decay. Alright, so we got attacks from 2 fronts. Okay, and they all have guns. They should path directly in. Oh, that's annoying. So we're gonna cancel these real fast. That way I can actually position my pawns the way I want them. Oh, they're gonna prepare. Schedule, everyone's under restriction. Yeah, so we need to get that built. Okay, so I've got you. Okay, so now they're able to fire fast enough that they actually, it actually is causing problems. Okay, Nomver took a hit that dropped them. Okay, so they didn't get like a dangerous, like fatal looking hit. It's just they took a shoulder hit that was enough damage that they collapsed. Are you not going to save them? What about you? Are you good? No. We'll deal with weapons once we get people bandaged up. So I need to get this kill box in order. And of course, our doctors, who are set to 1. And just ignoring injuries. Okay, and you're dealing with that one. You're not done. Get back up. As long as someone's bleeding, there will be no sleep. Okay. So I've got that set up. Everyone's working on it. Okay, so you're back up. You grab the machine pistol. We'll actually want those guns hauled, I think. Schedule, everyone can be unrestricted for a moment. Secret information. So that's another one we have to caravan to. Unfortunately, the reality is, until I have the masks, caravanning is basically just killing whoever's going. Okay, they did drop some meals, so that's at least something. Oh, here. And structure. Sandstone column. And then the reason we're doing this is that will make them slow down a little bit as they walk through there. As well as they won't be able to stop to stand on it to fight. So like you can't have a person standing here behind cover because the column's in the way. So they'll step out here to try and fight from this spot as best they can. Alright, so you... back in restriction. So I think the next place we clean up with pollution is up here. So I can get more trees in there. The kill box is also another choice for a place to clean up pollution. That way Rhetorical will fix it and all that. Without, you know, having to worry about are they zoned to the no pollution area or not. We just kind of work with it however it is. Well, that's kind of annoying. TikTok's just like, your stream's over. It's like, what, why, what? They do a thing that when you've been streaming for a long time, it's like, are you still there? And it just drops it if you don't answer fast enough. But it doesn't like say anything or give you an audio cue. It just puts like a little slider. It's like, put the puzzle piece or whatever. Which I don't like watch the preview at all times, so whatever. Alright, go ahead and haul that back. Haul that back, haul that back. Haul that back, and haul that back. Basically, get all the guns that we might end up using if we get more people, or if guns get destroyed in fire or whatever. Okay, everyone's all healed up, so no infections, that's lovely. Rhetorical needs to be put back under restriction. Didn't get a single trap done because they worked on 3 different ones. That's okay. And with that, Insanity has maxed out research. They're peak researcher right now. Oh, I just realized we don't have any place. Manhunter pack. A whole bunch of little rabbits. Okay. Can I manage to get you to restrict everyone but Rhetorical? Let's see if I can get Rhetorical to quickly finish up those 2 walls. Because then in theory I should be able to use the kill box. Put my 2 melee here. Put everyone around here and just see how well it works. Where are you going? You're under restriction. Nomber, you're not allowed to be up there. What are you doing? You're not allowed. It's forbidden. Okay. That's... So you undraft, keep building, keep building. You get in position, grab you. You 3 go here, and the shotgun goes there for right now. I should put the shotgun there for right now. Because I think you'll be... Oh, they did have a trap up. And just in time, everything's sorted out. We'll definitely need to get Rhetorical and Sniper Spice armor, because they're going to get hit most of these. But their job is literally just be the bottleneck to like keep stuff from running through. And sorted, check the wildlife, nothing else you gotta worry about. Cool. Put you back in restriction. Actually, take your own back off restriction until I figure out who needs to do what. So you got minor nibbled. That'll be fine. Surprisingly, most of those didn't insta-rot. There's like one that rotted in there. But usually with that, like, when they have that, most of them will rot. Could you not bleed all over the floor and, you know, get medical attention? Let's go in here. Because right now you will serve as a hospital. It'll make shelves for the medicine. The good news is they barely took any damage at all, so they'll be right back into it. There we go. Someday I'll actually get to build the traps. Right now it's just a zigzag thing that slows people down. Okay. You're back in restriction, cause toxic buildup. That's fine, do what you can around here. Okay, so medicine. Yep, so they'll have medicine. That way people who get injured and get brought in here, they'll immediately get taken care of. You need to be put on restriction. Sorry. Research node, xenogenetics. Okay. I still don't have reliable power, but, you know, xenogenetics. Why not? Alright, how are we doing down here? So that one's mostly full. Cool. So we're gonna go ahead and do here. Just shrink that zone. Try and avoid just overwhelming it. Oh, the party spot should be in here. Misk, party spot, there you go. Cool. I can certainly uncrowd this place. I don't see a reason to, though. There's no real penalty for having it all bunched up down here. And we're gonna build, like, a bunch of stuff. Wild woman wanders onto the map. You're a chemical interest optimist who is really good at medical and melee and construction and all sorts of stuff. You know, you'll probably run in here. Okay. Worst case, if she goes down, I might be able to rescue her, but the danger being, by the time she goes down from toxic buildup, it's probably going to have long-term effects. All right, Nomver, don't get hurt, friend. Make friends. Good job. I actually didn't expect it to go that well. So with that, we get a new colonist. And that one gets to be Ben Lee, who is a chemical interest optimist. And I don't believe we have any T-Tollers. Good, so no one's gonna throw a fit if this person decides to partake. Alright. So we've got all that going on. We have your work schedule, and you're like legitimately a doctor. Love to see it. You're not gonna handle, you're not gonna cook. You can shoot her melee. Man, why is it giving me so many people who are like totally fine? So you're gonna shoot. I don't really like this many pawns. I don't need 3 melee. I have no idea where those guns got to in here. Pretty soon I'll end up splitting up the storage in here so you can very quickly. There was a shotgun in here somewhere. Yes, that's a revolver and a bow. There's no revolver. Those are masks. For right now, I'll just grab the revolver because I can't see heads nor tails in there. We'll end up making... Here's what we could do. We can grab these. Handful of shells up here. Unlink from that. Link from this. Storage. Preferred. Clear. Weapons. Go down here. Storage. No weapons. So they'll start putting all the weapons on the top shelves and everything else down there. That should make it way easier. There's the shotgun. Okay. Meanwhile, we'll go in here and say conversion ritual. We've got about 75% chance of it being at least effective or better. And about a 25% chance of it being not good. Alright. We also need to go through and build the pews and all the other stuff for one of our rituals. Oh yeah, they still want me to do this one. I mean, I don't really care about the rewards enough. So it was effective, so Bentley did get their ideology strength knocked down about 50%. Still. And what was it having you do here? You're another crafter. You know what? Yeah, you're a crafter. You're no longer a crafter, Sniper Spies. If you don't have something to cook, you focus on cleaning. Waste problem. You want to give me 127 waste packs to give me research, which I've already maxed out, or crap I don't care about. to be clear, 127 waste packs probably would fill in an area about maybe this big-ish. So needless to say, it would undo almost every bit of progress we've made cleaning up. So the answer is no. Just a solid, hard, unquestioning no. Also, let's go here, storage. Don't put the toxic waste packs here ever. So that way when I do this, where I go over here and say, hey, I need that to be smaller, they won't just take the toxic waste packs back to us. So ritual opportunity soon. Day of spiritualism. So that's not our ideology. So this one requires a lectern, 2 pews, or an altar. Not put it like that. Okay, we've got all those being built. And which symbol goes to our ideology? The one of truth. Research known. Battery. With a battery, we can use wind power. Alright, so ideology. Thank you. That's fine. And then Masterwork Sandstone Pew. Excellent. Okay, I think that's turned around. I actually don't care. Can I reinstall that? So that's seated that way. Yeah, so turn it around. The one up there looks fine, but that one is backwards. Oh, it doesn't... It looks the same either way. It's fine, whatever. Okay. So with that, we can go power. We can set up a wind turbine. So start getting that all hooked up. We'll want to weave it into the production room so you can put lights in there. We'll also want to get the freezer going. Come on, give me another Pollux tree. Okay, it's a lot of fun stuff here, but like the glitter world would be nice. I'm gonna take it. I really shouldn't because we don't have a whole lot of money, but that'll be good in an emergency if we get like malaria or something in here. Also with you. Honestly, let's go for the double bed. I can't choose wood. Because I need more wood for that. This is trying its best to keep up. Recreation. Alright, so that kind of changes my plan so far as the freezer goes. Well, no, I can move these very easily. We haven't built them yet. So instead of doing that, we're going to cancel where I was putting those down there. The stuff on the wall can stay where it is. We can go power. We can do that. Run the power cable between them. And get that set up. We'll put power conduit here. And our first battery there. And with that, that means I need to go up to the steel we've been picking at. That is a lot of steel. Okay, I live with that. Let's get the components. Alright. Okay, so you're still crafting, that's fine. We've got this set up, but it's all damaged, which is totally fine. And that will just go ahead and put the light here. But then the idea is I want to switch the fueled stove to electric. I'm not going to get rid of the fueled stove until the electric one's set up. Just in case. But then once we do that, we'll no longer be super beholden on wood, which will be a huge win. Oh, here's also another thing. Go area allowed. I know that means some of our people who are getting build up will go back into it early. I think that'll be okay. Yeah, that might overwhelm it. That's fine. It's fine. We do have enough food there. The big thing is I need our person who mines to go up here and just start clearing material. Okay. How are our moods doing, by the way? So, they're constantly getting sick just because of the toxic buildup. Disturbed sleep is just, like, if you have a barracks, that's going to be the way you live. Outdoors, they're not happy about. Well, we got a lot of positive mood stuff. Yeah, so that's the other ideology that we're getting rid of. So we're not going to worry about that. Okay, what else can I have you work on since you seem to be idling? Hmm. Oh, those aren't gonna last, that's fine. There we go. There's lots of wood coming in. So for right now, I'll put that there as if... No, actually, not there. Yeah. We'll put that there, but most likely that won't get used. Solar panel. You know what? I'm willing to mix. Have the wind turbine on one side, the solar on the other. That way we have more consistently one or the other is running. Okay. The next question is, so I was planning on putting the hospital here. Well, actually, that's right. We're going to put the freezer over here. Okay, so power. Solar panel. And just like that, all of that wood just became available. So these doors that haven't been getting built forever. All of it's coming along. Alright, and we can go back up here. Yeah, that's where the ACs will hook up. And honestly, make it extend out that way. That way, this is where the entrance is over here. And I don't have ACs yet, so we're just gonna leave that open. But this will be the freezer once we get to that point. Okay. Oh, and we can go security. As much as I don't want to block this off, I want to put a wall there as well. Because the idea is then you put the ACs here, facing the heat out that way. We tell it zone, do not put a roof here. And that's just the output for the heat. We can go to floors, the sandrock flooring for that. Because the moment we unlock AC and we get that in there, we get to start shoving as many toxic bags in there as we'd like. Alright, so we got attacks coming from that side, a whole bunch of stuff that actually works really well. And one person by themselves over there. Alright. So, was that attacks immediately? Now we're going to prepare, so schedule. Everyone's restricted in stores. I'm going and queuing these up for whenever we're ready for it. A lot of components. Okay, so with this time, you two go here. Alright. SMG here. I think... that'll work. I probably should have built the extra tile here. Because I think with that, the person being there, they still will be able to get the shot on them. Yes, unfortunately, they are well grouped up. But they should feed in where the melee can hit them, and then just everyone sprays. Nope, that is not how that's supposed to work. You're not supposed to stop on that tile. So get in there. How bad you get hit? You lost a finger. That messes up the entire kill box and puts people in a chance of getting friendly fire on each other. So let's reposition everyone. And they're shooting at our place they're not supposed to be able to shoot from. They're breaking all the rules. But you're not supposed to scatter like that. Okay. So that did not go the way it was supposed to. Because they were not supposed to stop being able to shoot around that corner. We've been dealing with weird stuff like that they're not supposed to be able to stop on all those things. That's the whole reason you set that up. So you lost a toe. So no one's super urgently injured. We do have a lot of injuries here. Alright, I need to just get you a sleep spot in here. Okay, you're already hauling the medicine. Make sure no one's set to glitter world. We do actually have some that are some reason set to glitter. I'm assuming I forgot to set it here, which is exactly what happened. Okay. Alright, so our doctors are you three. So you start by bandaging up Bentley. Or not. Just do your best. So good news, I think we only lost like a toe or a finger or something. Otherwise people were basically okay. Alright. Cool. Where are you going? You're eating, then I need you to go rest. Because you are still bleeding everywhere. Yeah, they're not supposed to stop in that. I'm gonna get rid of that column and just make it the barricades the whole way. Because that might be the cause. Like, it could be like the switching back and forth that's helping it. Food bin just fine. Guys, yeah, we're lucky. Don't store human corpses here. I never want to see that. All right. Alright, so we're getting lots of just rapid-fire weapons. Because if that's the way that's run, we have a problem. I need them to not stop there. I need them to just push through and get shot at. And then we need to be able to have our melee here to keep them from coming around the corner. Because that is the problem, is they stopped on this tile. And the moment they stopped on that tile, it's like, oh, that's everything broken. The moment they stop there, it means they're just going to shoot at my people and have good cover versus running into the open and being shot at. But these prisoner moods have been much improved since the installation. Oh. Yeah, we put the thing that gets them all high in there? Yeah. I would imagine. So leader present is the one thing we need to do. Is there someone out of our group who would make a good secondary leader? No. The answer is no. No one else has any social to speak of. So congratulations, you have no social. But you're our new leader. May it not fail horribly. It'll not be the best time. And with that, it is time to do our festival. If social festival, yeah, so I don't actually care about discovering that. I'm literally doing it for the ideology points. That having everyone here will more than likely help bully Bentley into having the same ideological beliefs as us. Because the more social interaction we have, the more likely we are going to keep trying to convert them. It was fun. We gained a point. And try and convert you again. Almost there. What are you doing? Oh, you're carrying all the corpses out of here. That's fair. Yeah, put those on priority hall so they get them out of here. I wish they wouldn't shoot my, I mean, it's actually a problem here is that my cook is one of my melee, and my construction's one of my melee, who's also my doctor. Having your doctor and your melee be the same person is always a pain. Sometimes it's what you get, but... Wanted prisoners. Ooh. Ageless. Carries this gene, archetype. Have archetypes in the bloodstream, which constantly reverse the process of aging. Starting at the age 13, carriers begin to biologically age slower. By 18, it stops completely. Okay. Ageless is a fun one. It also gives delicate, which is not great. It's just keeping 2 prisoners. I don't really have a prison room made. I mean, I could quickly make this... Honestly, if they build this can temporarily be a prison. Just gotta wait for them to build stuff, which is gonna wait on rhetorical to be up and about, which will be pretty soon. Can you split arcogenes? Honestly, I have no idea. I've never tried. Oh, hold that up. Okay, so you're clear. Yeah, you almost got overwhelmed. But we'll be able to pull up more pollution soon. Okay, so you actually are getting your steel. How are we doing on people who have restrictions? Alright, we're fine. So they just wall out that last little bit, we can make that happen. Alright, with that, this is now a prison. So, okay. So the Geno Assembler and the Geno Bank. The Geno Bank is just storage. The Gene Extractor removes stuff. So, I mean, for right now, I'm just going to use this as storage. Let's have a gene bank right there. Rhetorical will have to be the one to build it, though. Because I think I'm okay if we end up with, like, pacifists, that we make them delicate. It's also one of those things that you can kind of, like, finagle some stuff. Because, like, we can take one where... I believe what we can do is we can take this one that they're going to offer us. So it gives us the, the Ageless and Delicate. I believe if you put conflicting ones, you can kind of, like, make one erase the other. I don't remember. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I have, like, I don't remember exact rules. I wouldn't want Delicate to be on any of my main fighters and all that. But Ageless is an interesting one. But I could see just setting up the bank here. How much power do you take? 40 watts, it's really not much. I could see setting up the bank there and start collecting them to see about making stuff. Just because I almost never do that, and I kind of want to follow through with it. I don't know why you're mostly finishing a bunch of these traps and then moving on, but not finishing them. Yes, I'm deliberately waiting to the thing. You can inject the double gene and extract them one by one. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so inject someone with it. Oh, you actually finished a harpsichord? I forgot we even set that. There you are. Cool. You can, but not sure if it works with Arco genes. Well, that's the thing. The Delicate should not be an Arco gene. So, I believe we would keep Ageless and be able to remove the Delicate. But I haven't done nearly enough with the biotechs, doing the gene stuff. Because usually with a lot of the challenges I do with the random research and all that, we just don't get there. It's not a reasonable thing to expect in the run. Alright, so I'm hoping they'll start building this. Yeah, we're gonna see how bad that one gets, and then we'll probably clean up the pollution in this corner to give ourselves more place for the trees. And the goal is to, like, clear out this entire inside area. Then we'll go up to, like, clearing out the kill box. And once we've got all that kind of stuff, we start doing where we're, like, clearing, make expansions, and we clear up the pollution in the expansion. I do think one of the ones I'd want to do first is to expand out here towards the tree. So I could pull this tree inside. Like, we'll make, like, a door down here. Pull this tree inside the area. So we don't even have to, like, walk out into the pollution or anything to just drop it. Alright, so you're getting to the point where that pollution's going to be too much. So you're back on restriction. You didn't get a single trap done because you started 4 separate ones and didn't finish any. Well, actually, that's not true. You finished 3 of them. But you still started 4 separate ones for who knows what reason. Okay, so Rhetorical is going to start building these things. Cool. And with that, let there be power. And with that, let there be prisoners. That's not a convenient place for you to put those, actually. All right. Let's see if that solves that problem. Okay. So I'm hoping that'll mean they won't stop back here again. Because otherwise that kill box is completely ruined and I'll need to figure out a different one. Which is a bummer because we actually got a whole lot of the short-range weapons we would want. Requesting workers, and you are willing to basically give me a poke in the eye for it. We get some reputation, but not really what we're looking for. No starvation, because there's no wood for that. Let's get that going. We're also at the point here where we can go production, electric stove. Okay, and simple meal times 4. Actually, we'll just do it this way. Paste, no baby food. Oh, those will need to be vegetarian because I don't have good sources of meat. There we go. So, when there's no wood, now Sniper Spice can keep doing that. Alright, so Bentley needs to be restricted. They're getting that pollution built up. Not quite converted. We'll get there. What are you doing? Oh, you're smoothing the ground here? Alright, it's not super helpful. I need you to rest. If I go here and make it medical, I tell you to rest, will you rest? Okay, no you won't. Alright, well we'll just do this whole thing again where we cancel all of the smooth floor out here in the pollution. And over there. And in there. And there. Alright, now we can go here. Because I don't want to keep changing the zone around and all that. So that should work where they run around and just take care of things. Oh, right. We didn't plant hops yet. With as much extra food as we have, let's switch this to be the hops zone. Like, there's nowhere near enough to do anything in that area yet. We'll get there. Alright, and how did you fare over here? Okay. So, let's start out with the next thing. I think we clean up the kill box first. And basically, little by little, fix the pollution. Oh, wait, actually, wait. We can do better than this. Pollution pump! It's time. So let's pop right here. So we get a pollution pump. And just cut it loose. And go zones. And the idea is pretty straightforward. We just let the pollution pump do pollution pump things. Because it'll get that all sorted out. And now I no longer have to manually do it. That was blocked behind stuff earlier. So how are we doing on the grid? So we have like 2,000 extra power on the grid. What else can we do production-wise? So I can make an electric smelter, which we probably should. Bad temperature. Bad temperature, hot. I see. I don't have what I need to cool off the place more. Alright, Nomver needs to be under restrictions. Biofuel is being done. We have unfertilized duck eggs. What? Okay, I don't know why, like, literally it just keeps TikTok can go away for right now. It's basically trying to protect people from just, like, running streams forever, and it's just ending the stream abruptly over there. It's fine. Because I am on YouTube, on TikTok, and all that. Room with multiple coolers? I mean, I can put passive coolers in here. The only reason I'm not doing passive coolers is I don't have enough wood. And we don't have air conditioning unlocked yet. Alright, we could do chem fuel if we wanted. You see 2x2 passive coolers being used sometimes? Yeah. That would be an option. It's just right now I have 26 wood. So, you know, that's a limitation we're dealing with right now. But we are reducing our dependency on wood. We take apart the stove that is using the wood and go from there. At the moment, they're playing catch up with all these recipes because they're making like really over the top fancy meals, just burning through all this extra food we have. I'm totally fine with it. That's why I chose it. Area revealed. Oh, there's like a tiny pocket in the middle of it. Fans run in circles. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why when you're doing no research, random research, that very genuinely, there's certain tiles you just cannot do because you have no way to counter the heat. And even worse, like if you have like an actual, if you have an actual, what's the word? If you have like a heat wave, it just straight up, you just go, well, I guess I die. Because all you can do is dig in a mountain and keep your people from going outside and hope for the best. And little by little, that pollution pump is going to pull up all the pollution. I could build more of those, but then they'll outrun the trees, most likely. So we're just going to kind of leave it at one. Because I found from past runs that was about reasonable. With 3 trees, the trees would outrun just one pump running. But it was like a low effort to maintain. You just run the one pump, you just leave it there, and if all the trees get like fully clean, you just knock out a corner of pollution to like get them stacked up. Alright, I need you... Be over. Drifters request... They want 39 of my 102 herbal medicine. I don't know. Do we really have the extra? We do. Okay, let's actually go down to where we told these other places to mine. And cancel a bunch of them real fast. Because I've already got tons of those things. I just need to get them hauled back. Because I've got a decent amount of steel. It's just like all laying here. Just don't need to worry about them. Hey, Jova has converted to our ways. And that is the last we will ever speak to that person. And meanwhile, are you ready for actual conversion? Where are you at, Bentley? We need to talk about that heresy again. And now you're one of us too. Everyone is one of us. You're surprised I haven't got a beggar request yet? It happens. Yeah, so that the Sky Lantern ritual is on a specific day, and then we just do the leader speech whenever we feel like. Alright, so let's start looking. You're still too high. Okay, you're getting down there. You're still too high. You should be restricted. Okay. And like I said, once we get the complex clothing and we get our masks, all of this like toxic buildup becomes way less of an issue, because getting the toxic buildup half as fast does way more than like reduce how much you deal with by half, because you don't end up building it up very fast to begin with, which means you also have more time you're like dropping it off kind of thing. That ends up just not being that big of a problem. Alright. And our recreation's really good now. We got a harpsichord. Yeah, it can be moved if we have to. Let's go ahead and get the power moved over here for when this happens. And I'm also going to bridge it here. That way, if any connection breaks over here, we've got a loop. So I don't have to worry about anything happening there. We will want to bring this through here. Because this way we can go up here and say, I would like a light in that room. We can put a light in this room. So put out these fires. These are no longer needed. Oh, good. Watermill generator. Every single time. Oh, wait. I need to dig out the components in that spot. Always get the water wheel generator when there's no water. Well, there's no rivers or whatever. So what color is our ideology thing? Ooh, it's like just straight up red. I can get behind this. So I figure we got all this dye and people with the occasional bit of free time. We're gonna make the highlight of the building red to match our ideology. Jova is having a heart attack. I didn't even look at the age of these people. Don't you dare let me fail this thing because you send me like some 80-year-old. Alright, who's the best doctor? You've got to pull out a miracle, man. Confusion Jova. That's not good. So they're still having a heart attack, but they got up with confusion, so I can't treat them properly anymore. So I need... Okay, we did manage to save them from their heart attack. The thing is, they're only here for a couple of days. Rare Thrombo. Do we have anyone with the animal handling to do that? Still 9. Would have been nice. Because at 10, we could at least attempt to tame him. We could try and tame the rats. Give us something to practice on. Get our animal handling up, or if we do decide something. That said, we'd have to be extremely careful with Thrombo. Please stop. Alright, so schedule, work. Clear up the blight. Okay. Blight handled. Making that building red. We'll let them do that, and once they got all the walls dyed, we can start dyeing the floors some kind of color. So I could do, like, for the contrast, do, like, white. Like, we definitely want to do, like, the floors a very light color. Like, whatever color is just very, very light for high contrast to make it stand out. Toxic Fallout. Everyone's favorite. So yeah, with that, we could just go ahead and just say, harvest them if you got them. Oh, and also, cut them down if you got them. Do not bother sowing anything. Okay, we're gonna make a new thing, manage zones, new area. So you're pollution free. And you're indoors. So indoors is gonna need to include this area. And all of this. Because the real danger is now I have 2 places I'm getting toxic from. The other danger is that bag, the toxic pump. I'm gonna need to turn that off so it doesn't have bags of toxic here. So toggle its power, because that's gonna dissolve even faster out in the toxic. So I'm not gonna restrict them yet. We're gonna let them deal with a couple things. But, yeah, so it's gonna go down 12 a day. So I need you to get that out of here. Meanwhile, back to indoors. I'm gonna make a very narrow path between there. It will go zone, orders, and we will build a roof. so that they'll mostly be covered. You did tame the rat, so rats required to stay pollution free. You can just wander around and do rat things. Oh, you're idle because there's nowhere to put the food. Alright, well with that... Once they cut down these trees, we're going to be restricting them. Like, what does the rat things entail? I mean, just ratting. Everyone knows what rat jam is. That's pretty much what it is. Oh! You're landing here. Where are you going? You all didn't think that through. So you got one of my ears. They came for the rat, apparently, I guess. And then just landed with their knives among a whole bunch of people with effectively the equivalent of, like, Uzis. Well, like, Tech 9s or whatever. Basically, just a whole lot of, submachine gun kind of weapons. Could you all, like, not just bleed out while you eat and just get medical attention? Alright. Yeah, they beelined for that rat and just wrecked it. That's all they wanted. They didn't care about our colonists, they just really had to get the rat. They saw us tame the rat and they're like, absolutely not. Bills, add bills, smelt weapon, do forever details, no ranged weapons. Don't do it to spears. Okay, don't do it to spears, axes, long swords, or maces for now. That's fine. That way, like, all these little knives and everything we'll get rid of. Alright, let's unrestrict them again. Let them just start melting all those weapons. So I could go up here and build a place to process the bodies as well. That's annoying. Terror Cluster, you will send an EMI a scyther, a proximity activator, mech node, a hide shield, 3 sluggers, and an auto charger. And I still don't have EMP or body armor. Never seen a rat assassination before? Yeah, it's just like straight up para dropping on the rat. Okay, so you're... Oh, I didn't want you to keep doing that. Get out of here. You're restricted, stay inside. Shuttle has arrived for our 2 prisoners. Oh. I keep forgetting that one person will carry ones. Alright. It's no longer a prison. Don't do that. I best not fail this because you had a break. Oh my goodness. If we fail this because of this nonsense, I'm gonna be real annoyed. So his goal is get you to rest them, and then put them in the shuttle. Cool. Oh, don't sow these. There's toxic fallout. Don't be out there. All right. Please build this so we can get out of here. Get the bodies processing. Because then we can just get rid of the bodies instead of having to run all over the place. We just have a place to torch them inside our base. Yep, and there goes all the outdoor food vanishing from existence. Doing as toxic fallout do. Flash storm, that's fine. There's not much I can do about it. Okay, add bills, cremate corpse, do forever details. Human-like, add details, cremate corpse, do forever details. Allow fresh, nope. Animals. That's fine. Okay, who is going to work that machine for a little bit? Not you, you're sleepy. Alright. That way everyone doesn't get all upset because, you know, rotting corpses nearby. Alright. Oh, you don't need to go all the way over there and cremate them. Toxic fallout will take care of all that. So we're getting our traps online. After people are just have to stand inside and wait. Okay, you're gonna cremate the corpse anyways. You know what? That's fine. If it makes you feel better, you can cremate the one corpse, the one animal. Why did... Oh, did you get struck by lightning? That's fair. Manhunter pack of an obnoxious number of foxes. Here they come. I know you're unpolluted, Tile, and I really need to get you out of there, but at the moment, it's more important that we don't die to foxes. Once we deal with the foxes, I'm going to restrict you to being indoors. Which are already restricted to that. Oh, we can get rid of this. And all those materials vanish as we get a bunch of foxes knocked out at the beginning, which I'm totally fine with. And just like that, they're done. So no one took any energy was rhetorical, who did get nicked up quite a bit. Did anyone actually bandage you? No. Please do that. I like my people not dying for no reason in the hospital, as all the doctors are off, like, making themselves drinks and everything else that isn't doing their job. Alright, so Bentley needs to be restricted again. Okay. Oh, did they already cremate all the corpses? Man, I just turned away and all the bodies were out of there. Okay, we actually have wood finally, because we cut down all of our trees, which means one big bonus to wood now, and then we have no wood for a while. So once Bentley gets up, we're going to get rid of that bed, and we're going to put a two-person bed here. That still hasn't been taken apart. All right, come on. Rejected proposal. Mally's proposed marriage to Insanity. Insanity rejected the proposal. It was too much for the relationship to continue, and the two have now broken up. Mally's is going to be unhappy about this. They are no longer in a relationship. But what? But why would you do this, game? No happiness on the rim. Let's see. Hey, buddy. Oh, of course it's Mally's. I was about to be like, oh, alright, I'll just have the person do the thing where they talk to make them happier. Yeah, you can't, apparently you can't, like, talk to yourself and get you over it. Ah, come on. If it would have been literally anyone else, we could have had the whole thing where you just go over and be like, hey, it's okay, champ. It'll be alright. And then they'll just be fine with it for a while. But nope. You just can't coach yourself through a breakup. It's not possible. Yep. Sounds about right. I mean, it is fair. Like having someone else talk to you could usually do way more than just trying to like convince yourself something's fine. According to Villain just thought I'd say, I just woke up and had an inception dream where I keep thinking I woke up, but it was still a dream. Yeah, so don't pinch yourself. It gets weird from there. Oh, you're just gonna go ahead and get yourself, like, super duper high to get over your breakup? I mean, it's probably not the healthy way of dealing with that. Ooh, you're not... You're definitely not what we're looking for, buddy. Hey, actually, you may not be what we're looking for, but let's talk about those clothes, friend. Oh, there's nowhere to store it? Well, let's see if anyone goes and just manually gets them. They may or may not. If they don't, it's whatever. And that's because our entire storage is just overrun with corn. Just an endless sea of corn. Did you just jinx me? You just got a rejection proposal as you said it. It's just RimWorld things. That's just how RimWorld does. RimWorld just says today on the menu is heartbreak. Also, Toxic Fallout, could you please go away? I mean, it makes sense on a maximum pollution planet that you'd get lots of Toxic Fallout. Just saying. But also, with all the ground polluted, it means you have to be like even more unwilling to go places. Are these wasters? Can't see their faces. No, they're not wasters. That's the reason we're all hiding inside. The entire idea with this challenge is we have maximum pollution. I'm not allowed to like bag it up and walk it off the map or drop pod it out or take pawns that are immune to pollution. It's a self-inflicted challenge. So what I have to do is these Pollux trees that are just out in the map because the pollution's maxed out, you get 3 of them. Just bag it up, drop it beneath there, wait till it gets absorbed, repeat forever. It's just unfortunately we have a Toxic Fallout at the same time right now. So we're kind of just waiting for that to sort itself out. So I've got a lot of colonists that are starting to have to idle inside because they're getting too much toxic buildup. But it ends up being like a slow burn colony because you go maximum pollution. That's what we're talking about. And this tile was at 100%. I think last we looked it was at 98% polluted. 97. Moving up in the world. But you can see where we've like slowly been carving the area out. I also have the no research, random research mods going. It's basically like a whole bunch of just different things. I put a bunch of like... So instead of for me going, 500% naked brutality, that kind of stuff, instead I put a whole bunch of other stuff in as my barriers. Okay. So we will unrestrict them now that the Toxic Fallout's gone. We'll set that back to sowing. And they'll have to play a lot of catch-up. And we're just going to have to deal with that. We can go ahead and turn the pump back on. All of those are probably in good shape now. Yes, they're all in good shape. So one thing I am going to do is I'm going to go out of my way to say zone, remove pollution. We're going to say right here, manually remove the pollution from that too. Because I do want to go and get this entire corridor, no pollution, so as Rhetorical goes out there to deal with stuff, they don't get exposed to too much pollution. Because we don't have masks, because... Alright, so you are already back up here, which is fine. You didn't get enough chance to get... Oh, not that one. You don't have to be that restricted now. You can go to pollution-free zone. It's fine. Just patch it up and then you'll get out of here. Okay. No Mechanator allowed or disabled? I mean, I'm allowed to do it if I can make it happen. Which is very difficult, because to become a Mechanator, you usually have to caravan. And with the map being almost, like, every tile has some level of pollution, caravanning is extremely dangerous. Because it means the moment I step out of my tile, I'm being exposed to pollution and the toxic buildup starts. Without a mask, going on a caravan is basically suicide for your character. With a mask, you can do a little bit, and it can be manageable. There was a transporter, broken back body on the tile. I haven't really even looked. Nope. I didn't disable it, just happened to be this tile didn't get one. Alright, so you need to be restricted to pollution-free zone. I mean, you figure that the lag only gets worse the larger the map. My initial map is pretty smooth, but yeah. Let's see, it gets worse the more you build and more colonies. Yeah, this is all true. That's kind of one of the nice things about doing these kind of like slow build-up, you know, ones. Is you don't get to the point where your like colonies start just absolutely running terribly because you got like 22 people. Granted, it's pretty hard to get to those size colonies if you're on a decent difficulty, because the game does have a thing where it kind of tries to fudge the numbers to prevent you from getting new colonists when you start getting too many, as well as it will do like BS RNG one-shot kills even when you have armor and everything on you. You get more animals and stuff on the map, but it feels like ultimately it comes down to you. Yeah. Oh, we could tame ourselves a new rat. Because I'm trying to get my animal handling up, so there's not much that walks to the tile I want. I don't particularly need or want a rat. But, you know, having a rat or two hanging around to like rat jam with, we can slowly build our animal handling up. And then eventually, if we see like a thrombo or something rolls through, we can get a thrombo. Now, I am still concerned that keeping thrombos fed in this tile is going to be real hard. Thank you for choosing the opposite side of the map to base from. Oh, I don't... You're a Royal Tribute Collector. Get out of here. I don't care about you. Yeah, someday, Rhetoric will get down there to build those walls and those doors and all that. Alright, we still know it. Like, if we want air conditioning, I get air conditioning, I can put them there, and then this becomes a room that we can just store toxic waste in, because it'll stay frozen that way. That's fine, you're literally cleaning up the pollution. To make this area a place we can go and not have to deal with it. Gene Bank needs power. I know, it's a solar flare, I can't do literally anything about it. All I could do is embrace the solar flare. Alright, so you now need to be restricted. Microelectronics. Not exactly what I'm looking for. So I'll shift the light over slightly. And then I should have enough... Yeah, we have enough materials. I could just tear that bench up when the microelectronics finishes and put down the microelectronics bench right there. Okay, and it's time for you to be on restriction. Yeah, so we're getting this area cleaned up so we can deal with stuff there. The next thing you need to do is orders. We'll have them smooth that out. Yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, you do get more animals on the map. It's just one of those things that it's going to take us forever to get a meaningful number. Okay. And how are we doing for people who are restricted? Toxic buildup there. So you actually took a leg wound. Yeah, everyone needs to stay on restriction still. The idea is I try to avoid, like, when they get, you know, to the point it warns me, I usually sit there and go, okay, well, you're not allowed to go back out till they drop around, you know, 6-7% or lower. That's fine. Oh, is our animal skill dropping off that much? Oh no, Nomver's one who has it all. That's fine. Okay, so I've got that stack of bags over there. Yeah, then once we do that, we'll get the microelectronics bench set up. Oh, I've got a bunch of other people. I mean, that's fine that Nomver reviews as well. It's probably something we do want to have 2 researchers, I think. Not super worried about it. Okay. So with that, we're just going to go to this bench right now. Rhetorical says no. No inferior bench. Only science bench. I want Rhetorical to do it. They're the best at construction. I don't want them botching and losing materials. And now fancy better bench. So downside is we are getting to the point that when one of those is offline, it's not quite enough to support it. Realistically, that's probably going to be another battery situation. I don't like having lots of batteries because it scales the bzzzt event. That said, what's going to be happening here in just a minute is we're going to go finding someone for us to raid. Because normally I don't even stream on Thursdays. Usually today's my day off. And I have gone about a half an hour longer than I do even on a normal day. So don't go anywhere though, but we're going to go find someone to raid. But first of all, for all of those over on YouTube checking this out, don't forget to like and subscribe, and I hope you enjoyed. See you on the next one. And then for all of us here on Twitch, which is the main platform I do stream to,